Mr. Allen!
I'm ready, Portland. Let's go.
It's Texaco time with George Jessel, Josephine Hewson, Portland Hoffa, the Texaco Workshop Players, Al Goodman and his orchestra, and starring Fred Allen. Folks, December is the month of cold weather. Don't forget to let your cat in on winter nights, or you will wind up like this program with a frozen puss. And here he is, Fred Allen.
Thank you, and good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Jimmy, I must say from that introduction tonight, you are as sharp as either end of a boiled potato tonight. Frozen puss. Are you kidding?
Well, I'm from Hollywood, Fred. I can't stand cold weather.
Well, you guys from California, Jimmy, every time you're all alike. Every time Claude Rains gets east of Chicago, he turns to sleet. Claude Sleet, they call him around Indiana. A little cold, and Veronica Lake starts looking like a rink when she gets here. I don't know what it is.
Mr. Allen!
Well, Portland, gee whiz. Well, Portland, you're just in time to participate here. How does your family react to cold weather?
Well, my Uncle Phil went to a football game last week.
Yeah?
It was so cold in the stadium, one team froze in a huddle.
Frozen a huddle, huh? No kidding.
The other team was using the iced tea formation.
The iced tea formation. Yes, they say that after this, all the cold spells will start from Washington. They've frozen prices and they've frozen wages. There's nothing left to freeze now but the people. So the weather from now on will all emanate from a certain point. And speaking of frosts, did you hear Jack Benny's program tonight? Did you folks hear it?
Why, no, Fred.
What happened?
Well, very little, but I shall give it to you in the order in which it didn't occur. The program opened up with a commercial about grape nuts. You see, a program like that you can't take on an empty stomach. They give you a little grape nut commercial. And the first part of the show was a farewell to Phil Harris. You know, Phil and his whole band have joined the Merchant Marines. I guess after working... thank you very much. Phil's commanding officer waiting for him to get here. But after working with Benny 6 years for peanuts, I guess Navy beans look pretty good to Phil. And the second part of the program, Benny was packing up to come to New York. You know, he's taking all of his heavy clothes in case it's cold here. Why should Benny worry about the cold? He's the only man I know who can take off his hair and use it for a muffler. So why? And the program finished with a sketch. In the sketch, Benny caught 2 Japs this week. Remember last week he caught Rommel on the program? Well, next week when he gets here to New York, the next thing he catches will be something from the sponsor, but we won't know about that. That won't be on the air. Well, so much for the old Beverly Heel, and now let's turn to the news.
What's the newsreel for tonight, Mr. Allen?
Well, during the past week, Portland, the president and the mayor of New York have both given the country their recipes for stretching coffee. You've perhaps seen it in the paper, huh? Well, tonight the question is, who makes the better coffee? President Roosevelt or Mayor LaGuardia?
Whom are you going to ask?
Well, whenever I want to know how America is reacting to an important issue of the day, I just drop around to Allen's Alley, Portland. Here we are. It's Allen's Alley, Portland.
Now what happened?
Well, I just knock on 3 or 4 doors down here and see how the people feel about this coffee question. I'll try this house here.
What is it, another one of them surveys?
Yes, sir.
Okay, I know the whole routine, mister.
Well,
My name is John Doe. I'm married. I have 1 wife and 2.6 kids.
Well,
I give all my scrap into the scrap drive. Half of the scrap is still laying over in Flushing. I hear the mayor is going to have a come and get your scrap back day.
But
I keep my lights dimmed, I'm conserving my rubber, and my favorite radio program is Major Boat.
In other words?
I am the average man.
I see.
Now, what is it you want to know, brother?
Well, last week, President Roosevelt and Mayor LaGuardia...
Yeah, I know. They both give their recipes for coffee.
Well, what I want to know is...
I know. I tried them both.
Well, which coffee did you like better?
The president. But I won't admit it.
Why not?
I'm a Republican.
I'll see who's in this next house here.
No.
I'm taking a survey, madam. What is your name, please?
The name is Mrs. Pansy Nussbaum.
Did you read about the president's and Mayor LaGuardia's coffee hens?
Both coffees I'm trying.
Well, which did you like better?
Both coffees you can keep.
They are both bad.
The president's coffee is tasting like low tide at Coney Island.
And?
The mayor's coffee could be somebody's putting shellac in the Pepsi-Cola.
Well, what are you using for coffee at home?
I am mixing old coffee grounds with Lux.
Old coffee grounds. Well, how does the Lux work out?
The coffee has a head on it.
Yes.
And every night,
Uh-huh.
I am dreaming of a white Christmas.
Drinking Lux in your coffee hasn't bothered you otherwise?
Only when I talk. The neighbors are calling me Bubbles Nussbaum.
Well, perhaps if you tried Sanka.
You're welcome.
Well, that takes care of Mrs. Nussbaum. I'll try this tenement here.
There you are.
What is your name, sir?
Socrates Mulligan.
Socrates Mulligan. I'm conducting a coffee service.
I know. The wall just in. I heard you talking to Mrs. Nussbaum.
Well, have you done anything about the coffee suggestions?
Well, like everybody else, I tried both methods.
Well, what luck did you have?
The president's coffee tasted like something you'd get if you milked a rubber reindeer.
Mayor's coffee?
Well, I tasted like licking the dew off a glue factory roof.
Well, what have you personally been drinking for Java, Socrates?
Well, I tried putting my vest in a percolator and boiling out the coffee stains.
How was that?
Well, the coffee didn't taste bad, but it had a tweed flavor and there was buttons on it.
Well, why don't you try the president's method? The president uses the same grounds day after day.
So did the Brooklyn Dodgers, but what did it get them?
Well, don't you think the president should make coffee?
Well, if a fella's wife ain't home much, he's got to make coffee.
I see your point.
If the president keeps making coffee, they ought to change the name of the Capitol.
Change the name of the Capitol? How do you mean, Socrates?
Well, instead of the White House,
yes,
they ought to call it the Maxwell House.
Well, there's only one more house in Allen's Alley, Portland. It's a flop house. We'll see who's in here.
Greetings, friends. Stoop and enter. Welcome to Hokum Hacienda.
Falstaff Openshaw.
You have come to pick up my new batch of poems?
Are you still composing?
Constantly. Have you heard, said the chickadee to the little flea, I won't bite you if you don't bite me?
No, I haven't heard that.
Or, she was only a pool player's sweetheart, but she knew he had something on the ball?
No, I haven't heard that.
They call my mother Mrs. 5x5 because she has no sex appeal.
Now wait. That has ultimately done it. Tonight we are trying to get reactions to the president's and Mayor LaGuardia's coffee recipes.
Precisely why I opened my door. I have contrived a coffee song.
A coffee song? How does it go?
The Allen Alley Cats will sing it. Let us perch, gentlemen.
When you try to buy coffee today, you get that old feeling. The grocer has one thing to say, and it's that old feeling. The president and the mayor cook their own brew. If they can make their coffee, so can you. But when for mocha or java you get that old yearning, and your Silex is empty, then it's no use burning. If you want coffee to drink today, you're in a spot with that old feeling. holding the pot.
Thank you, Paul Cat, and the Alan Alley Cat. Well, we should put a weather strip on this program. The strangest things. Yes, Portland. Something you
When
wanted?
you get through with your script tonight, may I have it?
For what, Portland?
I have to collect waste paper to make a big stomach for Mama.
A big stomach?
Mm-hmm. During the Christmas rush, Mama and I are working at Macy's.
And your mother has to have a big stomach?
Yes, Mama's a Santa Claus.
Oh, a Santa Claus. Well, she has the whiskers for it, I will say. Tell me, are you working in the store, too?
Yes, I'm in the ladies' hosiery department.
Oh, that's nice.
I stand by with a squirt gun.
A squirt gun in the hosiery department?
They're liquid stockings.
Oh, liquid stockings, I see.
If a woman gets a run, I squirt on another stocking.
Well, that's nice work, I imagine. But I have to get busy now, Portland. Oh, look, I said, come in. Yes?
I'm from the telephone company.
Well, our bill is paid here, I think.
Yeah, well, it ain't that. Mr. George Jessel, the big Broadway star, is coming on this program tonight.
Well, so what?
Every time Jessel gets on the radio, he calls up his mother.
Well?
Tonight he ain't, brother. I'm taking out this phone.
Well, that's one relief. Jessel can't call his mother up on this program. That'll be a novelty.
Mr. Jessel is a big star on Broadway now, isn't he?
Oh, yeah, Showtime. That show with Georgie Jessel and Jack Haley is one of the biggest hits. Oh, who is this? Come in.
Don't nobody move. Line up against the wall.
Now, wait a minute. Just a minute. What is this?
I'm Mr. Jessel's bodyguard.
With a body like Jessel's, he needs a guard? He needs a chiropractor, you should tell me.
Mr. Jessel carries a lot of dough and jewelry on him these days.
Oh-ho.
I don't want no monkey business when Mr. Jessel gets here.
Uh-huh.
I got X-ray eyes. I can see right through you.
Yeah?
Yeah, you had pork chops for dinner.
No,
Why is Mr. Jessel coming tonight?
well, he called me up, Portland. He said he has to see me. It's very important.
Do you think Mr. Jessel's changed since he's rich?
Oh, no. Money means nothing to Jessel. Why, when he plays pinball, he doesn't even bother to tilt. He throws it around these days. Yes?
Is this Mr. Jessel's studio?
Well, who are you?
I am Mr. Jessel's valet. I say, where's the Davenport?
What Davenport?
Mr. Jessel has to relax at the microphone.
Well, he only has to stand up for 10 minutes.
Mr. Jessel can't possibly stand up for 10 minutes, old boy.
Why not?
With his solid gold underwear, Mr. Jessel's legs give way.
Wait a minute. What is that stuff you're squirting around in here?
This is moth spray.
Moth spray?
Yes, Mr. Jessel is wearing his mink windbreaker tonight. We can't take any chances. Heavens, the master's at the door.
Well, I'll open it.
Mr. Jessel's theme song, please.
Bonsoir, madame. Bonsoir, monsieur.
Georgie Jessel.
Oh, bonsoir, madame. Bonsoir, monsieur. Bonsoir, madame. Bonsoir, monsieur.
Page 18 and 19. You have a choice.
monsieur Fred Allen. Oh, mon cher ami, comment allez-vous ce soir?
Très bien, Georgie. Je désirais remercier vous pour revenir mon programme ce soir.
Ah, how are you, Fred?
Well, tonight the world previews the new Jessel, Georgie. It sure is strange to see you in the money.
Yeah, well, Fred, it couldn't happen to a nicer guy, huh?
Today, you are the toast of Broadway. And only last year, you were just a crumb.
Yes, Fred, the Jessel of yesteryear, like Cassius, had a lean and a hungry look. This is Shakespeare, Julius Caesar, Act 3, Scene 2. Orson Welles just phoned me.
But look at you tonight, Georgie.
Ain't I nice? Look, I'm a regular Mo Brummel.
Look at that tuxedo.
Yes, sir, it's the first time in my life that a tuxedo fits me. This one I own.
Is that a silk shirt you have on, Georgie?
Well, of course it is. I have my own silkworms now.
Your own silkworm.
And look, smell my breath.
Sin. Gad, you are in the money.
Yeah. Want to see something? Look here. Look in the vest pocket. Here.
Cigars with gold tips.
Yeah, on this side 50-cent cigars, on this side 75-cent cigars.
Oh, you need two brands,
With
do
the
you?
50-cent cigars, I like the 75-cent cigars. You want to see something? Yeah, what do I get? Here, look at this ring.
Say, what's that hole in the center, Georgie?
Oh, the diamond got a little dirty. I threw it away. I don't want it.
Georgie, I have never seen such affluence.
Well, Fred, I've stuck it rich, and I can make you rich, too, because I'm here to make you an offer.
Well, I'm doing all right in radio, Georgie. I'm making what used to be a living.
Radio. Chicken feed radio. Look at me. Today I own a limousine. From a push cart to an A cart in 6 months.
I know I haven't got my own silkworms, Georgie. I haven't got sen on my breath, but I'm happy in radio.
Yeah, but radio's going to get you in a rut, Fred.
A rut?
Yes, every week in radio it's the same thing. With Bob Hope, Skinny Ennis always needs blood.
That's true.
This fella Ned Smelton, every week, I do it. And Cantor with his 4 daughters.
It's 5 daughters, Georgie.
Yeah, well, you can see when I stop listening to him.
My programs are different, Georgie.
No, they're different. I'm your friend, Fred, and I can tell you. Now, for instance, that fat actor, that Falstaff on your program, every week with those broken-down poems. Don't roll that stranger's dice, Mother. They're loaded, and so are you.
It's funny, isn't it, Georgie?
Funny. This is a way to talk about Mother. Mother is loaded. If I talk like that about my mother, she'd hit me over the head with my Uncle Milford. Radio has no sentiment, Fred.
No sentiment, Georgie. How can you say that? Haven't you ever heard the Goodwill Hour?
No.
Why, last week, case number 149 would have torn your heart out, George.
Well, no, radio is not for you, Fred. You used to be a star in the theater. The Little Show, Three's a Crowd. Fred, you've just got to come back.
Come back where?
Give up the radio. I'll put you in my show. Showtime at the Broadhurst Theater. The biggest sensation on Broadway.
The show is a big hit, huh?
Big hit. Luckily, I happen to have the newspaper notices right here in my pocket. There you are.
The notices are a little dirty, aren't they, Georgie?
Well, I'm carrying them around since September.
Oh, naturally.
I'll have them dry key. Look at this. The Hoboken Herald, Jessel as a cyclone of laughs. The Jewelers Gazette, Jessel as a diamond in the rough. Look at here. The Stonemasons Journal, Jessel is dynamite. Here's the New York Times. Says, who reads the Times?
I saw a great review of Showtime in the Reader's Digest.
The Reader's Digest? So what did it say?
It said, ha!
What? The critic only saw one act, I guess, you know. 2 acts would have been ha!
Well, if your show is so good, Georgie, why do you need me in it?
Well, I'll tell you the truth. They got 1 weak spot on the show, Fred. They send me some Hollywood comedian. It was Healy.
Oh, you mean Jack Haley?
Hey, that sounds like it. This is it, yes, Haley.
Well, why, all the New York critics said that Jack Haley was terrific in the show. One paper, the Irish World, said that he was better than you.
One paper, and those jokes that Haley tells. Listen to this. Come on, laugh, folks. I'm an A1. That's one of the jokes. She used to be a sailor sweetheart. Now she's an officer's mess. This you call comedy?
Well, I can't take Jack Haley's job. He's a nice guy, Georgie, and besides, he has muscle.
Now, look, muscles. You leave Haley to me, Fred. You and I'll be the stars of that show.
Well, are you changing anything else in the show?
Yes, I'm putting in a new opening act. Sam and his singing sturgeon.
Singing sturgeon?
Singing sturgeon. You see, the sturgeon sings underwater. When the bubbles come up and break, it's a song.
Good. Very good.
And I got something else. You wrote that, you know. I got something else, Fred.
You died with it, too.
I have the greatest novelty personality in the whole world signed up.
Greatest novelty who, Georgie?
A man welder.
A man welder? Yeah. But you and I can't work together, Georgie. What can we do?
We can do something that the country has been waiting for, Fred. We can sing a sweet, sentimental song.
You think audiences want sentiment, Georgie?
I know they do, Fred. People are tired of the songs they're hearing today. I got a zoot suit with a felt belt. Beat me, Mama, with the Hudson tube.
We should sing an old song,
yes,
huh?
We'll take the public back to a gentler era, the day of the farthingale, the pen wiper, and the swirling cape.
But what song can we sing?
Well, how about when you're a long, long way from home?
You mean...
Well, we'll do it. We can do... We can sing the chorus together, and then I'll do a dramatic recitation. Then we'll both come back for one of those big finishes.
All right, I'll get everything set for you, Georgie. Mr. Goodman, may we borrow a violin player and a cellist to play for Mr. Jessel?
But what about for the recitation, the soft music, the woodwind?
The woodwind? Well, I'll play my clarinet for you, Georgie. I'll take care of this personally for you tonight.
That's so. This is a clarinet?
Yes, Benny Goodman threw it out in the scrap drive, and I was going by, so I happened to pick it up.
Fine. Well.
I'm ready, George.
Wish I was back with Haley. Well, all right, we'll do it.
Give Mr. Goodman the cue.
All right, Mr. Goodman, you're a long, long way from home, if you please. When you're a long, long way from home,
It makes you feel like you're alone.
it's hard to find a pal that's true.
That you can tell your troubles to.
And when you write a letter home, your mother's voice rings in your ears.
And then you cross the T's with kisses. What a strange world this
But
is.
Fred, then you dot the I's with tears. You miss the love you've always known when you're a long, long way from home. Why did I wander? Oh, why did I stray? That is the question I ask every day. Further away with the clarinet, please. Milestones are milestones when you start to roam. But boys, wait till you're far from home. Softer with the clarinet.
The violin player pushed my arm, Georgie. A mistake. I'll take it up.
The union should break your leg. Go ahead. In the eyes of the world, you may seem very small, but in the eyes of your mother, you're as big as them all. You go out in the world with one thought on your mind. Where can I find a pal? And you've left one. Fred, can't you play the cello, for heaven's sake?
A fly got on the music, Georgie, but I played him.
Oh, you miss the love you always know. Beat, when you're a long, long way from home.
Thank you, George Jessel, for your help tonight. Our guests next week, ladies and gentlemen, will be Jack Haley and Christina Carroll. This is Fred Allen speaking for Texaco dealers from coast to coast and reminding you to drive under 35 to save rubber and to drive into your Texaco dealers regularly to have your tires checked. Remember, you're welcome.
This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Mr. Allen!
Quiet, Portland. A voice like yours should be racing.
It's Texaco time with the Metropolitan Opera star, Miss Risa Stevens, Portland Hoffa, the Texaco Workshop Players, Al Goodman and his orchestra, and starring Fred Allen. This week, ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Jeffers, the rubber director, is asking all citizens to pick up nails and broken glass in the streets to save tires. We now bring you a man Mr. Jeffers can't save. He was born a flat tire, and here he is, Fred Allen.
Thank you. And you notice when I bend over, the difference between when I bend over and a Hollywood comedian. When I go like that, the Hollywood comedian's hair comes off. You see, here in the east, we have sterner men whose hair stays on. Thank you, and good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Say, Jimmy, that is an excellent That is an excellent idea, of Mr. Jeffers, asking people to pick up glass and nails off the streets like that.
Why, yes, Fred. If people will pick up nails in the street, there'll be fewer punctures, and motorists can conserve their tires.
Well, that's right, Jimmy. I read that the street department here in New York is experimenting with a big magnet. They have this magnet, and they drag it down the street, and the magnet picks up the loose metal.
Well, how's the magnet working out, Fred?
Well, it's a little too strong, Jimmy. The first time they dragged the magnet down Broadway, it yanked the badges off of 20 traffic cops. It dragged the Flatiron Building 2 blocks farther uptown. And when the magnet passed the stock exchange, it pulled U.S. Steel down 7 points. Yes, Jimmy, the thing is...
Mr. Allen!
Well, Portland, I didn't see you tonight. Have you heard about Mr. Jeffers asking people to pick up all of the metal and glass they see in the streets?
Yes, and the women of America should be thankful.
The women? Why the women?
With no nails or glass, it'll be safe for a woman to cross the street in open-toed shoes.
In open-toed shoes, eh? Well, you don't wear open-toed shoes, do you?
I used to, but dogs would blow their breath on my toes, and it tickles.
Dogs would blow their breath. Well, most women have stopped wearing the open-toed shoes, It's risky to show that much nylon these days. They have little dwarfs going around who are stealing the nylon toes out of it. But this conversation is silly, Portland. I think I'd better turn to the news.
What is your question tonight?
Well, during the past week, as you know, the newspaper delivery men went on strike, and for 3 days, the people here in New York City had no newspapers. And so our question tonight is, did going without a newspaper for 3 days bother you in any way?
Are you going to ask the people in Allen's Alley?
Yes, Portland. When you want to know how folks feel about an important issue, Allen's Alley is the place to go. Well, here we are back in Allen's Alley, Portland.
Do you think John Doe is in tonight?
Well, let's try this first door. This is John Doe's house. We'll find out.
Oh, it's you again. What's on your mind?
Well, it's the newspaper strike, Mr. Doe. Did going without a newspaper bother you in any way?
I was put out of business.
Really?
And 200 men were thrown into the army.
Well, why?
Well, I'm a bookmaker, see?
Yeah.
When no papers come out, the chumps couldn't pick no horses to bet with me. So I went out of business.
What about the 200 men thrown into the army?
Oh, they was the chumps I was taking bets from.
Oh, you mean when you went out of business, the draft board grabbed these 200 horse players, huh?
Yeah, well, they was all claiming me as a dependent.
Oh, well, Well, I hope the horse players overtake Rommel in the stretch and come in the money as we expect them to. I'll check at this next house here.
No.
Well, good evening, Mrs. Nussbaum.
To you, it is good. To me, it could be only so-so.
Well, tell me, did the newspaper delivery strike upset you?
Upset, it says. The pipes is freezing, the canary is turning blue, and all over I am getting geese pimples.
Well, how could this calamity result from the strike?
Every morning to start up a fire in the fireplace, I am needing a newspaper.
And with no newspaper?
I am not starting a fire. The house is freezing.
It was cold, huh?
Cold. My dog, a water spaniel, I am having to defrost.
Gosh.
Goldfish in the bowl is skidding on the ice doing belly whoppers. The shower bath I'm turning on?
Yeah?
Is coming out an icicle 4 feet long.
Well, tell me, what did you do about food?
At dinner, I'm putting woolen panties on the lamb chop.
Woolen panties, huh?
When I'm pouring out the beer, it is making with a fur collar.
The beer had a fur collar on it, huh? Well, you had no heat in the house at all?
Only for 15 minutes every night the house is warm.
Well, how come?
I'm turning on the radio.
Well, how could a radio set warm up your house?
I am tuning in Gabriel Heater.
Well, that takes care of Mrs. Nussbaum. I wonder if Socrates Mulligan is in tonight. Not only in, he's all in. Tell me, Tell me, Mr. Mulligan, did this newspaper business bother you?
Oh, for them 3 days the newspapers didn't come out, I almost went nuts.
Really?
Yeah. Monday I'm nervous all day, I can't eat.
Uh-huh.
Tuesday I'm taking Benadryl all day.
You were?
Yeah, Wednesday I got 120 fever. They got me in a straitjacket.
You were in this horrible physical and mental state because there was no news?
Not no news.
No?
No Superman.
Well, that brings us to the last shanty in Allen's Alley.
Hail and welcome, Baggy Eyes. Falstaff's ready to improvise.
I am not here to listen to your new poems, Mr. Openshaw.
A hoot for your intentions.
It's the old owl coming out in, you heard? Now,
Have you heard? The night was still, all was serene, as I sat there peeling my tangerine.
No.
Or, I knew it was malice, Alice, when you sent me that Vitalis.
No.
You'll have to launch the ship with Pepsi-Cola, Captain. My mother drank up the champagne.
Now, wait. You have insulted the integrity of every radio listener who's tuned into our program tonight. We have been talking about the newspaper strike.
Precisely why I opened my door. I have written a poem.
What is your newspaper poem called?
What newspaper? This is the Yuletide season. I have written a Christmas classic.
Oh, really? How does it go?
Greetings, merry gentlemen, from Tunisia to Nome. My Christmas present for you all is, tonight, I recite no poem.
Well, thank you very much. And now, ladies and gentlemen, we present our singing guest, the Metropolitan Opera's lovely star, Miss Reese Stevens. Miss Stevens, I hope that coming here from the Met, you won't think our surroundings too sordid.
Not at all, Fred. It's a great pleasure to join you tonight.
Well, thank you. You know, when I asked you to come here, I must confess I had a selfish reason.
Really?
Yes, Christmas is 5 days away, Miss Stevens, but we thought that we might be early to establish a Yule atmosphere. Now, if you could lend an appropriate song to the occasion...
Oh, do you think Ave Maria from the Opera Cavalleria Rusticana would do?
Well, I'm sure it will, Miss Stevens. Mr. Goodman, if you will. Thank you, Risa Stevens. That was delightful. That was just a short flurry of Winter Wonderland played by Al Goodman and his Makes You Want to Sit This One Out orchestra. And now, yes, Portland.
Mr. Allen, I hope you like the Christmas gift I got for you.
Oh, Portland, a gift?
Yes, I was in Cartier's yesterday.
Cartier's? Why, Cartier's is the most exclusive jewelry shop on Fifth Avenue.
That's the place.
Well, I hope they gave you good service.
They sure did. Mr. Cartier himself told me how to get to Woolworth's.
Oh, fine. You know, I did so much shopping at Woolworth's this Christmas, they're calling me Mr. 5x10 now. And I got a swell present for you in the fur department at Woolworth's. They have ferrets who wait on you there. And this ferret sold me a coat. It's a Russian sable.
You mean it's a genuine Russian sable?
Genuine Russian? Why, this sable still has a Nazi in its teeth. Tell me, what is your mother doing for Christmas?
Well, on account of the stocking shortage,
Yeah?
Mama's hanging up her slacks over the fireplace.
Oh, fine, swell.
Do you think Santa Claus will fill Mama's slacks?
Not like your mother does. But, go away. You bother me. I have to make a special announcement.
About our guest?
No, tonight we're going to do our Christmas sketch,
The
Portland.
what you do every Christmas?
That's right, and I have to make an announcement here. Ladies and gentlemen, since radio at this season each year prevails upon Lionel Barrymore to revive Dickens' Christmas Carol, the Texaco Workshop players curtsy to tradition and wake up their cast to repeat a Christmas fable they first presented years ago. Now, tonight, Santa shows his claws in a modern tale called Santa Claus Refuses to Mediate or Jingle Bells Shall Not Ring Tonight. Overture, maestro.
This is station NG.
Good evening, friends. The makers of Jumballs, the giant mothballs guaranteed to trap nearsighted moths, brings you the exciting quiz program, Take It or We Will. We interrupt this exciting quiz program, Take It or We Will, to bring you a special announcement from the Assassinated News Service.
Special announcement. Santa Claus will not ride this Christmas. In a terse bulletin issued from his North Pole igloo today, Santa Claus says, quote, I am on a sit-down strike. I refuse to ride this Christmas, unquote. Rumors flood the country. A report from Miami, Florida says
200 families living in auto camps stopped building chimneys on their trailers. Do not expect Santa Claus.
At Rutland, Vermont, a little girl says
I wrote Santa Claus a letter and got no answer. He ain't coming.
At Detroit, Michigan, a labor official says
Santa Claus better ride, or the Teamsters Union will pull out every reindeer from here to Nome, Alaska.
At New York City, 200,000 children hold mass meeting. Tiny spokesman says
Santa Claus can't let us down. 200,000 American children have appointed me their spokesman. I'm off to see Santa Claus now. James, my scooter.
Well, come in, little boy. What are you doing way up here at the North Pole?
Brr. Is this Santa Claus's igloo?
Yes, Sonny, I'm Mrs. Claus. Who are you?
I'm Buddy Jones.
Are you lost, son?
No, I'm here to see why Santa Claus refuses to ride this year.
I'm glad you come, son. I've been arguing with the old thumpet all week, and he refuses to budge.
Where is Santa Claus now, Mrs. Claus?
He's in the next room there, sulking.
Can I see Santa?
'Twon't do you no good, son, but I'll get him for you. Hey, Santa.
Now, ain't no use in coaxing, Ma. I ain't a-going now.
Come on out, stupid. You got company.
Yeah, company who?
I'm Buddy Jones, Santa Claus.
Well, don't mean nothing to me, small fry.
Is this awful rumor true, Santa Claus?
Yep, I ain't riding, son.
But this is Christmas Eve, Santa. Trees are lighted. Millions of trusting children have hung up their stockings. The world is waiting for you.
Well, the world can wait. Now, I ain't a-riding.
But Santa...
Ain't no use, Nipper. He's stubborn.
I ain't not neither stubborn, Ma Claus. I'm just sick of being Santa Claus. The world don't appreciate nothing. Squabbling, threatening, striking, warring.
But you just can't quit, Santa. You must have a reason.
I got plenty of reasons, Sprout.
As spokesman for 200,000 kiddies, I demand a statement.
Well, what is it you want to know, Shaver?
Why won't you ride tonight, Santa Claus?
Well, son, I'll tell you. Sit down here on my lap. Son, I've been Santa Clausing it ever since the world began. For 1,942 years, I've been bringing people presents every Christmas, trying to spread joy. My intentions has been good, but my reward has been nothing but heartaches and misery. The first trouble I had was way back in ancient Rome. It was Christmas Eve in the court of Nero. The emperor was playing a violin concerto.
Zounds, lackeys! You dare to give Nero the pheasant?
We want the happiest corneas.
Yea, your majesty is corneous.
What, corneas?
Aye.
You rebels, stop at my pizzicato!
Your music will never get Rome hottiest.
Get hottiest!
You're an icky.
You dogs! Begone, hypocrites! Scrummiest! Nero can't get hottiest, old swine! I'll show them! What kids? What tumbles out of my chimney?
Merry Christmas, Nero. Merry Christmas.
Who art thou, lumpkin, the chimney sweep?
I'm Santa Claus, Nero, bearing Christmas gifts for your majesty.
Ultimus nausea. What is it, another basket of figs from the Rome stage door canteen?
My gift is a trinket rare, Nero. So rare, it hasn't even been invented yet. Here.
Gramercy lout. What is this tiny golden box?
It's a cigarette lighter, Nero. Turn that little wheel.
Oh, blood.
Merry
Flames.
Christmas. Merry Christmas, Nero.
It flames! Roma scoffed at Nero. Nero will have his revenge.
Oh, hey, watch that lighter, Nero. You're setting fire to them draperies.
I can't make Rome hot with my music, huh? I'll make Rome hot another way. Revenge!
Look out,
Revenge!
Nero. Fire, fire, fire. So you see, son, if it wasn't for Santa Claus, Rome wouldn't have burned.
Gosh, that was too bad, Santa.
See, there I was trying to spread good cheer, and what did I get? The first hot foot in history.
But that was 2,000 years ago, Santa Claus. You shouldn't hold a grudge that long.
Well, Nero was just prologue to my trouble, son. A few centuries later, I set out to bring a present to Napoleon and Josephine. I'll never forget that Christmas, son. Josephine was sitting on her chaise at Davenport. Napoleon opened the door.
Josie, ma petite.
Nappy.
Voilà. I am Dito on the way to Waterloo, especially to say au revoir.
Mon lover, mon nappy wappy.
1 minute and your nappy is away. C'est la guerre.
Ah, Nappy, I will be faithful.
Bien, bien. If quelques man will dare to pay close to my Josephine, I will kill him. Touché.
But your petite Josephine has no other boyfriends, Nappy. Je swear.
Bien, mon big beefy oiseau.
I have a farewell present for you, Nappy. I will fetch you. Wait ici, huh?
Oh, bien, bien. Mademoiselle from any place, parlez-vous? Hey, who goes there? Who is coming through the fireplace?
Merry Christmas, Napoleon.
Sacre bleu. You've come to woo my Josephine. Gigolo.
Now, hold on. Put down that truncheon.
Voilà, cochon. Take this.
Oh.
And this.
Oh.
And this.
Oh, let me out. Help, help.
Bien ready.
La la, your little Josephine returns, Nappy.
With the mistletoe you slide, pussycat.
Oui, I forgot it is Christmas Eve. What can be keeping Santa Claus?
Santa... Mon Dieu. You are expecting the chap in the red suit?
Oui, Nappy. Don't you think Santa Claus will come?
Not tonight, Josephine.
Yes, son, Napoleon gave me a concussion that Christmas. Running out of the castle, I fell into a moat. My ermine got wet and come to life. My collar and one cuff got away.
But you can't say mad at the world because years ago one crazy Frenchman mussed you up, Santa Claus.
Well, things has happened since, son. Another Christmas, I got a raw deal in a suburb of England. It was called the American Colonies. I dropped in at the house of some jockey called Paul Revere. The cottage had no chimney, so I looked in at the window. Mrs. Revere was preparing a Christmas turkey. Paul come gimping into the room.
Christmas dinner ready, Effie?
Yes, Paul. Pull up a chair.
No. Set my plate on the mantelpiece.
Can't you sit down yet, Paul Revere? That ride was last April.
Through every Middlesex village and farm ain't once around Central Park, Effie.
Well, you ought to try and sit down for Christmas, Paul. It'd be a nice present for your spy.
Who's that?
Might be a British spy, Paul.
Hand me my gun, Effie. Who's there, Whig or Tory?
Merry Christmas, Paul Revere. It's me, Santa Claus.
So what?
I've got your Christmas present, Paul. It's a cushion stuffed with fuzz from Delaware peaches.
Gosh, for me to sit down?
You bet.
Don't let him in.
I ain't sat down for 8 months, Effie. It sounds mighty tempting.
It might be some enemy trick, Paul.
I'm Santa Claus, honest Injun, Mrs. Revere. Open up.
I got my gun, Effie. I'll open the door a crack.
Merry
I told you, Paul.
Christmas.
Look at that suit.
A redcoat. Take this.
Oh! You see, son, the world's given old Santa plenty of trouble.
Sure has done you dirt, but nobody would dare abuse Santa Claus today.
Well, that's where you're wrong, son. Only last week I was previewing a visit in a place called New York. I was flying over some building. I think they call it Radio City. Well, I come down the air conditioning into some office. I was just going to wish the man a Merry Christmas when he yelled...
Well, what do you want, Whiskers?
Well, I'm Santa Claus.
We ain't auditioning today.
I ain't trying to get into radio. I'm a mythical character.
Being a friend of Duffy of Duffy's Tavern won't help you. Now pick up that bag and beat it.
But you've heard of Santa Claus, ain't you?
Well, yeah, but you're a has-been, Santa Claus.
Has-been?
Radio's doing everything you used to do and doing it better.
But I fly through the air.
So does radio.
I come down chimneys.
Radio comes down the antennas.
I give things away.
For how many box tops?
I give things away for nothing.
Well, so does radio.
Radio does, eh?
Dr. IQ gives away vitamins.
Yeah?
Take it or leave it gives away pencils.
Yeah?
Quiz Kids give away information. Truth or Consequences gives away soap.
Now, hold on, son. There's one thing I've been spreading for 1,942 years that radio ain't giving away.
Oh, yeah? What's that?
Santa Claus is giving goodwill.
Radio is giving away 60 minutes of that stuff on a program every week.
What program?
The Goodwill Hour.
Oh. Well, I was thrown out of Radio City. Folks don't need Santa Claus no more. Radio's giving them everything.
Gee, Santa, you've certainly had a lot of trouble.
And that's why my spirit's broken, son. Being Santa Claus is just a pain in one century after the other. I'm giving the world back to Randon McNally. I'm through.
Please don't say that, Santa. Have pity on us kids. We'll have no toys.
Santa ain't a-moving, son. This is one Christmas I'm going to enjoy in peace. What's that clock striking?
It's 12 o'clock.
It's midnight, eh? Well...
It's Christmas Day, Santa Claus.
Yeah, don't mean nothing to me. I'm taking it easy. I'm sitting right here.
Won't you change your mind, Santa?
I ain't getting kicked around again this Christmas.
Please, Santa Claus. Please.
Oh, shucks. Hush your crying, son. Hey, Ma.
Yes, Santa?
Where's my mittens, my bag, my reindeer, my sleigh?
Santa, you ain't...
Yep, I'm a-going, Ma.
Honest, Santa Claus?
Yep, I've changed my mind, son.
Thank you, Santa.
Christmas ain't Christmas without Santa Claus. I'm giving the world one more chance.
Can I have a statement for all the kiddies, Santa?
You bet you can, Sonny. Just say, it's Merry Christmas. Hi-oh, Dunder. Hi-oh, Christmas. Well, that takes care of tonight's installment, ladies and gentlemen. Next week, our guest will be Dennis Day, star of the Mary Livingston program.
This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Mr. Allen!
Quiet, Portland. You sound like Henry Aldrich's sister.
It's Texaco time with Peter Lorre, Lois January, Portland Hoffa, the Texaco Workshop Players, Al Goodman and his orchestra, and starring Fred Allen. This past week, ladies and gentlemen, the new year arrived. Tonight we bring you a man who tried to see the new year in, but couldn't locate it on account of the dim out. And here he is, Fred Allen.
Thank you, and good evening, ladies and gentlemen. And Mr. Wallington, you look a little dilapidated this evening, if you don't mind. Your skin is the color of a halibut stomach, to be quite frank with you. Were you out... no, there's a fish man in the audience. Were you out night clubbing New Year's Eve?
Oh, you bet, Fred. And what a night.
Really?
Yes, around 3 o'clock, some guy under a table started yelling at the top of his lungs.
No kidding.
Well, I got down under the table to see who it was, and who do you think was doing the yelling?
Who?
It was me.
No kidding. Well, I heard that over at the Store Club, they had midget waiters New Year's Eve so that the people who were lying under the table could get service over there. I wasn't there, but that...
Mr. Allen!
Oh, Portland. Well, you're just in time to participate, Portland. Did you have a good time New Year's Eve?
I'll say. Uncle Phil had 3 slots reserved at the automat.
3 slots reserved at the automat.
Huh? We were in the John L. Lewis room.
The John L. Lewis room at the automat, were you really? Well, that's where the eyebrows go, isn't it? That's the effect. Did you have a special meal ordered?
No, we took slot luck.
Slot luck at the automat.
I had breast of shrimp.
Breast of shrimp. Very. filling, too, isn't it?
Then we had a Leon Henderson salad.
What is a Leon Henderson salad?
It's one piece of lettuce with a ration card on it.
Oh, that's very good. And an IOU for the mayonnaise, I suppose. Well, it sounds very nourishing, Portland. I'd like to hear more about your New Year, but I have an appointment down at Allen's Alley.
Oh, what is your question tonight?
Well, starting next month, as you know, the government is going to ration all canned fruit, soups, and vegetables. And so then, our question tonight is, how will the rationing of canned goods affect you?
All right. Let's go down to Allen's Alley.
Well, here we are in Allen's Alley, Portland.
There's a light in John Doe's house.
Say, John must be in. I'll knock.
I knew it. It's you again.
Yes, Mr. Doe.
Well, make it snappy, brother. I'm in the middle of a solitaire game, and I think I got myself cornered.
No kidding, have you really? Well, tell me, Mr. Doe, is this rationing of canned goods going to bother you?
Nah, I never buy no canned stuff.
Well, what? You don't really?
Nah.
Well, what do you use for food?
Well, me and the wife eat the same 3 meals every day.
The same meal?
Yeah, for breakfast, we both eat 3 pounds of dried prunes.
3 pounds of dried prunes, huh?
And for dinner, we both drink 2 quarts of water.
Well, what do you have for supper?
Nothing. We just sit near the fire and swell.
Well, John Doe has his solution well in hand. I wonder how Mrs. Nussbaum is reacting.
No.
Well, Mrs. Nussbaum?
You are knocking first out in the conversation.
Well, tell me, is the canned goods rationing going to bother you?
Who needs cans? I'm conserving with everything, especially with butter.
Oh, really? Well, how are you cutting down on butter?
When I'm eating bread, only one corner I'm buttering.
You only butter one corner of the bread.
This I'm folding over 4 times.
And?
Then I'm eating.
Well, how does it taste?
The first 5 minutes it is tasting like bread.
The first 5 minutes, yes.
But when you're coming to the butter,
yes,
it is simply delicious.
Well, tell me, do you understand the point system of rationing the government is starting next month?
This is altogether simple.
Oh, really? How does the point system work?
You're going into a store.
Yes.
You're wanting 2 pounds coffee.
Yes.
You're pointing to the coffee grinder.
Yes.
The grocer is pointing to an empty shelf.
Yes.
You are pointing to your rationing goods.
And?
The grocer is pointing to the door.
That is all there is to the point system, huh?
You are getting the point. So long.
Well, Mrs. N has everything under control. I wonder how Socrates Mulligan is taking it.
Yeah?
Well, Soc, how about this? You look like a man from Lowell I knew in better times, old boy. Soc, how about this canned foods problem?
Oh, what cans? I don't eat nothing but meat.
Well, you don't eat anything but meat?
Nah.
You're carnivorous, in other words. Well,
yeah.
Well, look it up and let me know if you are later. Well, hasn't the meat shortage bothered you?
Oh, it's brutal.
Really?
Back in 1920, I'd go into the butcher's, slap a buck down on a chopping block.
Yeah?
The butcher'd give me a cleaver and a lantern, open the icebox door and say, help yourself, Socrates.
And you would?
I'd chop a cow in halves, braid a couple of lambs, load my pockets full of tripe and kidneys and go home.
You were messy but homeward bound, huh? Well, how are you doing today, Socrates?
Terrible.
Really?
Last Saturday night, I go into the market.
Well, how much meat did you get?
The butcher's a friend of mine.
Yes?
He let me smell the meat hook.
Well, that's probably why he has... here we are, our last stop in Allen's Alley.
Tally-ho and yoicks away, Falstaff strive for his tete-a-tete.
Well, I hope you're giving up poems for the New Year, Falstaff.
I am just closing out my old year special.
Oh, now look, I'm not...
Have you heard? She said you couldn't be ruder as I toyed with the fin on her barracuda.
No.
Or, said the little calf to the big giraffe, when I look at your neck, I have to laugh.
No.
When I first saw Mother's bustle, I thought it was a muscle.
Now wait. That has definitely done it. Tonight we are discussing the rationing of canned goods.
Precisely why I am here. Once again, I have written a poem.
Oh, what is your canned goods poem called?
The world needs one big can.
Well, how does it go?
I've been working day and night to perfect a mighty plan. For to me it's quite apparent that the world needs one big can. If we'll all cut down on canned goods, the sooner the war will win. Our soldiers could use the extra food, and Uncle Sam could save the tin. And with that tin, old Uncle Sam could call on every man to melt and mold and shape the tin to make the world one can. We can only use the biggest can. We can't use one that's littler. And when Uncle Sam has made it, he can tie that can to Hitler.
Thank you. And now, ladies and gentlemen, thank you, Lois. That was swell. Say, Jimmy.
Yes, Fred?
Jimmy, I brought this magazine to the studio tonight to show you. Take a look at this article here on the car of the future.
Well, that's very interesting.
It is, isn't it? It's the kind. This is the kind of a car we'll all be driving after the war is won, Jimmy. Look at these, this streamlining, these mechanical gadgets. Why, this car will do practically everything for the motorist, but whistle at a pretty girl.
Well, maybe it is the car we'll be driving when the war is over, Fred.
Yeah.
But the war isn't over yet, and the chances are that our present cars are going to have to last for the duration.
That was just a dash of Everything I've Got Belongs to You, played by Al Goodman and his They Came Here to Speak for Doe orchestra. Now, look, Portland, stop moving those chairs around,
I'm
please.
getting everything out of the way. There may be a fight.
A fight?
Isn't Jack Benny coming tonight?
No, not tonight. Mr. Benny will be here next Sunday night. And remind me to take the welcome off the mat, will you, before I go home?
Who is our guest tonight?
Our guest is Peter Lorre.
I'll see you later.
Now, wait a minute. Come back here, Portland. What's the matter?
In pictures, Mr. Lorre is always killing people. I'm frightened.
Well, I hope he kills the audience here tonight. Why, Peter Lorre won't... Come in.
Has Mr. Lorre appeared yet?
No.
Good. Ladies and gentlemen, any knives, daggers, stilettos, dirks, or other cutlery found sticking in people's backs after Mr. Lorre leaves tonight must be wiped clean and returned to the Keen Cut Cutlery Company at once. These utensils have merely been loaned to Mr. Lorre. Remember, just because it's in you, it doesn't mean it's yours.
Well, I wish that guy wouldn't spook until he was spooking, too.
Mr. Allen, I'm trembling.
You're trembling. I'm shaking like a crapshooter's sleeve here. But we have got to be brave, Portland.
Pardon me, is this Fred Allen Crossman?
Yes. What do you want, little boy?
I'm Peter Lorre.
Mr. Lorre. Mr. Lorre, this is Fred Allen.
Well, what's the... I don't know who's getting the worst of it here. Well, what's the matter, Mr. Lorre?
Well, I wish you had told me, Mr. Allen. I'd had worn my makeup, too.
Well, I'm not wearing any makeup, Mr. Lorre.
Well, you fooled me.
Say, Portland, Mr. Lorre isn't anything like we expected, is he?
No, he's just a little snook.
Yes, you sure are a letdown, Peter.
That disappoints you, Fred.
Oh, yes. I thought you'd come creeping in here on all fours and drooling cyanide. Well, you're supposed to be a brutal killer. You couldn't take a fly away from a baby spider.
Oh, that's what I keep telling them down at the morgue.
You spend time at the morgue, do you?
Oh, yes. It's so nice and cool and peaceful at the morgue.
Well, I wouldn't know, Mr. Lorre.
Oh, if it wasn't for me, a lot of people wouldn't know about the morgue.
Now, wait a minute. Quit talking. You sound as though you're slab happy here.
But it is so nice and cool.
I know, you said that. You just said that before. You are an odious little runt, aren't you?
Yes, Fred, why do people think I'm such a monster? I'm just a little guy trying to get along.
Well, I know that, but you're not getting along in this vein. You're not trying to get ahead, you mean, and you're not getting mine, if that's what you have in mind.
Look at me, Fred. Please look at me. Do I look like a menacing villain who knows but one word, murder?
No.
Well, do I look like a
Like a Svengali? A demon with a hypnotic spell?
No.
Look deep in my eyes, Fred.
Yes, Peter.
Do you see anything but gentleness and love of humanity?
No. Who shall I kill now, Master?
Please stop joking, Fred. I am serious.
Well, then be careful with that gremlin look there, Peter. I am very susceptible. For a minute there, I had that old commando feeling.
Oh, if only the world would realize that I'm just an average man and not a mad, twisted creature.
Well, I know just how you feel, Peter.
You know, if people only knew the story of my life, they'd feel sorry for me.
Yours is a sad story, is it, Peter?
Sad. When I was 2 years old, I was an orphan. No father, no mother.
Oh, you poor kid. What happened to your father and mother?
Oh, I killed them.
Oh, you unfortunate child. Who brought you up?
Well, I went to live with my aunt and my uncle, and 2 weeks later I was homeless.
Homeless?
Yes, the house burned down.
Peter, you didn't...
Oh, no. My aunt set fire to the house.
Your aunt?
Yes, I set fire to my aunt.
It was an accident, of course.
Oh, yes. How did I know when I gave her that hot foot that she had a celluloid leg?
Oh, you poor, unfortunate little nipper. What did you do next?
Oh, I went to work for Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Hyde.
Doing what?
So when Dr. Jekyll would turn into Mr. Hyde, I had to remind him to put his money into his other suit.
Oh, that's right. You finally left Jekyll and Hyde?
Yes. Yeah, and then I went with a circus, sawing a woman in half. But it only lasted 2 months.
Why?
Well, I ran out of women.
Well, all of those hardships are over, Peter. Today you're a big success in pictures, and I know you must have many friends in Hollywood.
Oh, no, Fred. I just hang around with Boris Karloff and Bela Lugosi and Dracula.
Oh, well, what do you boys do for excitement?
Oh, every day we give blood to the Red Cross.
Well, doesn't giving blood every day weaken you?
Oh, it isn't our blood.
I'm sure that now you've opened your heart, people will understand you. I know that among our more morbid listeners, you have made many new friends tonight.
Oh, I hope so, Fred. And I want to thank you for letting me tell my side of the story.
So from now on, the people will know that you aren't always the villain. They'll remember you more kindly as the famous Mr. Moto.
Oh, you see, as Mr. Moto, I was the world's greatest Oriental detective.
I beg your pardon, Mr. Lawrence. Mr. Moto was the second greatest Oriental detective.
Huh?
The world's greatest Oriental detective is One Long Tan.
One Long Tan is an amateur.
Now, wait a minute, Peter. Look, tonight we can settle that question once and for all.
How?
I tell you what, I'll dig up a mystery. Mr. Moto and One Long Tan can work on it together. The one who solves this mystery will be the world's greatest Oriental detective, right?
Right.
Mr. Goodman, some music while Mr. Lowry and I get our mystery ready, will you?
And now, the battle all crime lovers have been waiting for. Mr. Moto versus One Long Tan. Tonight's super mystery is called The Missing Shot, or Who Killed Balsam Bemis. The scene, the Acme Broadcasting Studios. Miss Irwin, the hostess, sits at her desk on the 29th floor. The telephone rings.
Acme Broadcasting Studios. Sorry, Mr. Bemis is auditioning a program for Mr. Pomeroy of the Pomeroy Pen Company. Sorry, Mr. Bemis cannot be disturbed. Goodbye. I hope Mr. Bemis sells that program. Business is awful. Good heavens, it's shot!
Miss Irwin! Miss Irwin!
Yes, Mr. Pomeroy!
Mr. Bemis has been shot. It's murder. Calling all cars, if you've got gas. Calling all cars. Calling all cars. Calling all cars, if you've got tires. Balsam Bemis, president of Acme Broadcasting Company, murdered. Calling Mr. Moto. Calling One Long Tan. Proceed at once to Acme Broadcasting.
Greetings and happy times, kiddy. Detective One Long Tan, Chinese Superman on job. Mystery solved no time. Mr. 5 catch 'em dead or catch 'em live. Mr. 5.
Now listen, you wet-washed tibbet. There's been a murder committed here.
Who are you, Mr. Jelly Belly?
Yes, sir.
I am Putney Pomeroy, president of the Pomeroy Pen Company.
And you, Mr. Short, Dark, and Dumpy?
And I'm Miss Irwin, the hostess here at Ashley Broadcasting.
And you, little man with sneaky face, who are you?
Also, if you're a detective, you tell me who I am.
Oh, don't make monkey business. I am Detective One Long Pan.
You are one big dope.
Well, long pan, maybe one big dope. You one little punk. Now, who are you? Come clean.
I am Mr. Moto.
Mr. Moto in person. Mr. Moto, one poor man, one long pan. Mr. Moto, Oriental nutmeg. I'm a Yankee to the dandy. I'm a Yankee to the boy.
Now, listen, will you two guys stop chewing the fat?
Yes, why don't you both solve this crime?
Hey, that's a good idea. Make it a competition.
Very good. Long pan make Mr. Moto look silly. Mr. Moto, small time, petty larceness, flatfoot.
Also, we shall see one long time.
So you bet we shall see also. You, Mr. Jellybelly, Mr. Pomeroy, you explain what confidentially. You explain why.
I came up here today to see about advertising my Pomeroy pens on the radio.
Also?
Mr. Bemis auditioned a program for me, The Lonesome Cowboy.
Oh, no.
He took out a contract for me to sign. I told him I didn't like The Lonesome Cowboy.
Also?
So and so.
I left Mr. Bemis in the studio. I went into the control room to get my coat and hat.
Also?
As I was leaving the control room, I heard a shot.
That's right. I saw Mr. Pomeroy coming out of the control room.
Very good. You two have alibi airtight.
I am not so sure.
Not so sure. Long pan lap up Mandarin sleeve. Long pan take over. One side, Mr. Moto. Maybe learn something.
Don't you want to examine the body, Long Pan?
Examine body. Beginner routine. Inner sanctum stuff. Examine body. First, Long Pan Grill, Lonesome Cowboy. Where's Lonesome Cowboy?
I'm right here. And I've got spurs that jingle, jangle, jingle.
Long Pan elect you for murder Boston Beamers.
Well, you're loco, Cooley. Why should... See, my gun's gone.
You bet. Your gun maybe shoot Mr. Beamer.
I've been robbed. Where's my gun?
Long Pan whizzed into action.
If you're a detective, Long Pan, why don't you examine the body?
You bet. Examine body, Mr. Moto. Where is body?
The late Mr. Bemis is in this studio right here. See, there he is.
Oh, boy, Mr. Bemis laughing. Mr. Bemis die in good humor. Just beat victory tag. Die in very good humor.
Mr. Bemis is just as I left him. The contract's on the table, the pen's in his hand.
And also look on table.
What, Long Pan?
A Lewallowa.
Hey, Lewallowa. Hey, that's my gun.
Very good, Lonesome Cowboy. Mystery solved.
Also?
And how also? Solution obvious. Mr. Boston Beamers commit suicide.
That is my theory exactly.
And I say it is murder.
Oh, murder. Mr. Moto have motor trouble. Motor missing on one cylinder. Mr. Moto maybe need Marpac lubrication.
I still say it is murder.
Long Pan say suicide.
Also, murder.
Also, suicide.
No, so, murder.
Yes, so, suicide.
But why should Mr. Bemis kill himself, Long Pan?
Solution obvious. Mr. Pomeroy not like Lonesome Cowboy. Mr. Bemis lose $1 million contract. Mr. Bemis steal Lonesome Cowboy, the wallower. Mr. Bemis commit suicide.
You got the solution, Long Pan. Let's go.
Not so fast, Mr. Pomeroy. I, Mr. Moto, am arresting you for murder.
Me? Murder? Why, that's ridiculous.
Ridiculous. Mr. Moto get my goto. Shoot the goto to me, Moto.
If you will examine Mr. Bemis' body again, Long Pan.
Okay, Long Pan check, double check, and Shanghai check. You see one bullet hole forehead. You see one bullet hole, Mr. Moto.
Yes, one bullet hole in forehead, but 2 bullet holes in back of head.
2 bullet holes?
Mr. Bemis was shot from behind. 2 shots were fired.
You're insane, Moto. Only 1 shot was heard. Isn't that right, Miss Irwin?
Yes, as Mr. Pomeroy came out of the control room, there was only 1 shot.
Also, but you fired 2 shots, Mr. Pomeroy.
I?
Yes, you murdered Balsam Bemis.
But I was in the control room getting my hat.
I know, but the control room is soundproof, and you fired 2 shots from the control room. When you opened the door, you came out so fast, only 1 shot came out with you.
Mr. Moto, Silly Billy. You mean sound of one Lewallowa shot still sealed in soundproof room?
Yes, and I can prove it, Long Pan. Look, I'll open this control room door and let the shot out. Listen.
Holy smoke.
You confess, Mr. Pomeroy.
All right, Moto. Yes, I had to kill Bemis. I had no choice.
I know.
How would you trap me, Moto?
In Mr. Bemis' hand, he has one of your Pomeroy fountain pens ready to sign the contract.
You see fountain pen broken?
Yes, and that was my cue, Long Pan. Huh? Mr.
Mr. Pomeroy?
Yes, I've spent $10 billion advertising my slogan, Pomeroy Pants Lasts a Lifetime.
Exactly, and Mr. Penis Pants broke.
If word got out that Beavis had outlived the Pomeroy Pants, my slogan was ruined.
So Mr. Beavis had to die.
Yes, thanks to his Pomeroy Pants, it lasted Mr. Beavis a lifetime. My slogan was safe.
Get ruined. Slogan safe. Get ruined. Get ruined. Moto, full fast one. Mr. Moto. Long Tan? Mr. Moto make Long Tan look like Stumblebum. Full fast one. This proves Mr. Moto is the better detective, Long Tan. There is no murder that Mr. Moto cannot solve. Oh, no, Mr. Moto? Oh, Long Tan, put down that gun. Oh, yes? Yes, one murder, Mr. Moto, never solved. Oh! Now, Mr. Moto, who killed Mr. Moto? No answer, you bet. Only Long Tan know who killed Mr. Moto. One Long Tan still, world greatest Oriental detective. Thank you. Before we close up the Texaco Star Theater, ladies and gentlemen, I want to thank Peter Lorre for his visit tonight. Now, next Sunday, our guest will be Jack Benny, a man on the Rochester program, I understand. This is Fred Allen speaking for Texaco dealers from coast to coast and inviting you to drive in at any time. Remember, you're welcome. Good night.
Thank you. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Here any minute.
It's Texaco time with Jack Benny, Michelle Piastro, Portland Hoffa, the Texaco Workshop Players, Al Goodman and his orchestra, and starring Fred Allen. During the past week, ladies and gentlemen, the New York Film Critics selected as the best picture of the year Noel Coward's dramatic masterpiece, In Which We Serve. Tonight we bring you a man who couldn't even get in to see the picture all last week. And here he is, Fred Allen.
Thank you, and good evening, ladies and gentlemen. And Jimmy, you're wrong, I'm sorry to say. I finally did get in to see that Noel Coward picture.
Well, how did you like it, Fred?
Oh, it was wonderful, Jimmy. When I left the theater, tears were streaming down my cheeks.
It was so emotional.
No, not emotional. The woman sitting next to me was eating onions all through the picture. She was throwing herringbones under the seat and using the leg of my pants for a napkin. You know, that's what I get for going into a theater so near Lindy's. They have the American plan audiences in there. It's no good.
Well, Fred, you can have Noel Coward. I'll take Lana Turner.
You'll take Lana Turner. You with that A card. How far can you take her? Why, you couldn't probably...
Mr. Allen!
Of course. Well, Portland, did you see the Noel Coward picture that won the Critics Award?
Yes, but we'd like the man who came to dinner. Mama and I saw it 10 times.
Oh, you liked the acting in The Man Who Came to Dinner?
It wasn't that.
No? What's that?
In one scene, Monty Woolley is eating.
Yeah?
And on the table, there's a whole pound of butter.
Ooh, a whole pound of butter. Yeah, it would cost a fortune to shoot a scene like that in a picture today, wouldn't it?
Uh-huh.
And speaking of butter, we've got an egg to go with the butter, too. Now, if we only had a certain pan I'm looking at, we'd be... Speaking of butter, we'd better get down to Allen's Alley.
What is your question tonight?
Well, during the past month, as you've probably seen in the pictures, in Boston and at Summit, New Jersey, meat dealers have started selling horse meat for human consumption. And so then our question tonight is, how do you feel about horse meat in your home?
Let's go down to Allen's Alley.
Well, here we are back in Allen's Alley, Portland.
Can I knock on John Doe's door?
Oh, sure. Go right ahead.
Yeah? What is it, little girl? Are you recruiting for the wax?
No, Mr. Allen wants to see you.
Oh, that pest. Is he back again?
Yes, Mr. Doe. Do you, this is my survey tonight. Do you think eating horse meat will have any effect on the country?
Well, eating horses will put a lot of bookmakers out of work.
That's true. That could happen.
It'll make a pedestrian out of Gene Autry.
That's right, it'll do that.
The horse show this year might win the Good Housekeeping seal of approval.
That could happen, too. Have you tried any horse meat yourself?
Oh, I've been eating it the last 3 weeks.
Well, tell me, confidentially, has the horse meat had any effect on you?
Well, instead of having indigestion, once in a while I get the heat.
I see.
And when I run for the train morning,
yes,
I can do a mile in 1:38.
Since eating horse meat, you can actually run a mile in 1:38?
Yeah, but I got to get down on all fours to do it.
Oh, I see.
So long.
Well, that takes care of John Doe. Now, I'll see if Mrs. Nussbaum is in.
No.
Good evening, Mrs. Nussbaum. How do you feel about eating horse meat?
Eating a horse, even a little pony, this I couldn't do.
You couldn't? Well, why not, Mrs. Nussbaum?
When I'm a little girl, a horse is saving man's life.
Really? What happened?
But my mother's taking me to a delicatessen.
I see.
She's giving me a pickle I shall keep him quiet.
Giving you a pickle to keep quiet, huh?
While Mumsy is stealing the pumpernickel, the loaf should not be from yesterday.
Yes?
I am on the sidewalk with the pickle creeping.
Uh-huh.
I'm falling off the sidewalk, head and heels over pickle.
Oh, God.
Down the Lindsay Street is coming. Look at those spittle up brewery wagons.
The horses were running away, and you, a little baby, were in the middle of the street?
With my pickle, I am creeping.
Oh, yes?
People is all together shrieking, yay!
Yes?
And the brewery wagon is coming almost on me.
The brewery wagon is almost on you?
One horse is bending down.
Yes?
By the bloomers, he is taking me in the teeth.
And?
Quickly turning the head, the horse is flinging me back into the delicatessen.
The horse flung you back into the delicatessen.
Then he is stooping down and flinging in the pickle also.
Good. And that is why you won't...
Exactly. If I am eating horse meat, someday I might eating up the horse that is saving my life.
I see.
This, to me, is gratitude. Thank you.
I forgot to ask Mrs. Nussbaum what became of the pickle. Oh, well, another day for that. Let's see if Socrates Mulligan is in. Well, Socrates, what's cooking?
Well away. So long.
Well, that brings us to the last house in Allen's Alley. I'll see what's going on in here.
Eeny, meeny, miny, moe. Falstaff's here to talk for Joe.
Now, please, you have a frog in your throat. Could I have an introduction?
Yes.
Oh, happy to know you. The frog is an AFRA member, I hope. Now, look, Falstaff, let us ration your poems tonight.
I have been composing like a beaver.
Well, look, I'm really...
Have you heard, I knew that all would not be well when that skunk climbed aboard the carousel?
No, I don't think so.
There was fire in her eyes the night we met. She peeked at me through her crepe Suzette.
No.
Just because you're a wave mother, you don't have to go out with the tide?
Now, you're upsetting everything. Tonight we have been discussing horse meat.
Precisely why I'm in your presence. I have written a poem.
Well, what is your horse poem called?
Recipe for Horse.
Oh, Recipe for Horse. How does it go?
Since folks around the country are starting to endorse the old gray mare for dinner, here's my recipe for horse. To prepare a horse for cooking, you'll find the taste improved if before you roast your stallion, the harness is removed. Then back into the oven, and on the hour base, and with salt and pepper season the horse to suit your taste. And when old Dobbin's medium rare, the hostess who is smart will do as Emily Post suggests. Serve her horse meat a la carte.
Thank you very much, Falstaff. Thank you. That was Anchors Away, played by Al Goodman and his Chamber Music Society of Lower Canal Street Orchestra. And now, yes, Portland.
I don't think it's fair.
No, what isn't fair?
Making fun of Mr. Goodman and his orchestra.
Oh, Mr. Goodman doesn't mind.
But you're always picking on him, and he never says a word.
Well, why should Goodman hire an interpreter for one word?
But you don't give Mr. Goodman a chance. You should have more music on your program.
Good music, yes. And tonight we're going to hear some good music, Portland. Our sponsors, the Texas Company, like good music. Don't forget, they sponsor the Metropolitan Opera broadcast every Saturday afternoon.
Is your program going to be high class, too?
For one night only. Our guest tonight, ladies and gentlemen, is Michel Piastro, the eminent artist, violin soloist, and concert master of the New York Philharmonic Orchestra. It is indeed an honor at this time to present Michel Piastro.
This is horrible, Mr. Allen. Oh, I'm terribly sorry.
Is something wrong, Mr. Piastro?
I'm not Mr. Piastro. Mr. Piastro isn't here.
Mr. Piastro is... Well, who are you?
I'm Mr. Flugelman, Mr. Piastro's manager. I can't imagine what's keeping Michelle.
Gad, what a mess. This is a radio program, Mr. Flugelman. Now, we just can't hang around here waiting for Mr. Piastro. As his manager, you're responsible. I have announced a violinist.
Well, fortunately, I have a standby violinist with me.
A standby? Who is he?
Well, his name won't mean anything to you.
No, why?
But we around the Steinway building feel he has possibilities.
I have to have somebody, Mr. Flugelman. Where is this guy?
Yasha!
I'm coming, Mr. Flugelman.
Mr. Allen, this is Yasha Benny.
Thank you.
Yasha will play for you, Mr. Allen.
This is Yasha?
Yasha Benny, and this is the biggest crowd you've ever had.
Look. Look, Mr. Flugelman, this standby also ad-libs, I understand. Look, Mr. Flugelman, perhaps if we could wait just a little longer, Mr. Piastro will get here.
You have your violin, Yasha?
Yes, it's right here, Mr. Flugelman.
You didn't bring the one that lights up.
No, I blew a fuse at Town Hall last night. I'm ready. Now, who'll turn my music? Who has a wet finger? Now, wait a minute.
Look, fellas, can't we wait just a little longer?
Remember, Yasha, this is a concert date, so none of that trick playing with the bow in your teeth.
Can't I do that one where I stand on my head, hold the violin between my knees, and truck it with my big toe?
No big toe.
The little toe?
No little toe.
Oh, shoot, I washed my foot for nothing.
No showing off tonight, Yasha. Just straight playing. I'll go out and see what happened to Michelle Piastro.
All right, Mr. Allen, shall I play my solo now?
Well, let's not rush into this thing, Mr. Benny. This, as you know, is a high-class program. I'm taking an awful chance letting an unknown play here tonight.
I'm not completely unknown, Mr. Allen.
Who knows you?
Well, I'm very popular in St. Joe.
Oh, in the West. Well, will you step just a little closer to the microphone, Mr. Benny, if you will? Just a little.
This is so different from concert work.
You don't use the microphone?
No. In concert, I merely stamp twice with my foot, and away I go.
Well, you have the foot for it, I must say, Mr. Benny. I'll tell you, Mr. Benny, if we knew a little more about your musical background, it might help. Are you new at the game?
No, I've been playing the violin for 17 years.
Oh, I see.
I started playing when I was 5 years old.
Oh, And you've been playing 17 years. That would make your age about 22.
22, give or take a year.
Well, I must say, Mr. Benny, you are the first young violinist I have ever seen who has more hair on his bow than he has on his head.
I have more hair, Mr. Allen. I just didn't happen to bring it with me.
I see.
I have hair I haven't even parted yet.
Now. You're a little too close to the microphone now, Mr. Benny, if you don't mind. Would you just step back a trifle if you would?
All so new to me, I don't seem to get the hang of it.
You are slow catching on, I must say. Well, tell me, Mr. Benny, how did you first become interested in the violin?
Well, when I was a little boy, I had a big Adam's apple. I had to have something to rest it on, so I took up the violin.
Well, how did you learn to play? Did you get a transfusion from Heifetz? Is that how you learned?
No, I studied at Professor Hollister's Institute for Boys with Rich Parents and Symphonic Ambition.
Oh, in Waukegan?
Yeah.
There were such folks. Yeah. And you finished school?
No. In my sophomore year, I was snapped up by a talent scout for Manuel's Chili Bowl.
Manuel's Chili Bowl?
That was Waukegan's hot spot.
Oh, I see.
If you ordered the Mexican boiled dinner, I'd come to your table personally and play.
Oh, with the boiled dinner only. You were sort of a vitamin virtuoso. Well, after you had ruined the business at Manuel's Chili... After you, now, if you're hoping someone in the audience will give you better lines, I'm afraid you're out of luck.
Believe me, Mr. Allen, I got 5 more gray hairs at rehearsal.
After you ruined the business at Manuel's Chili Bowl, what happened?
Well, when I was 18, I became second violinist with the Waukegan Philharmonic.
Oh, the Waukegan Philharmonic.
Yeah.
You specialized in chamber music, did you?
We had our own chairs. We could play any place.
You say you were the second violinist with this versatile group.
Yes, sir.
Well, what is the difference between a first and second violinist, Mr. Benny?
In Waukegan, $4 a week.
That was the scale.
Heavens, no. I'd never write a thing like that in my script. Heavens, no. With the Waukegan Philharmonic, if you could play the scale, you could name your own product.
Tell me, Mr. Benny.
I killed that gag, and I'm very happy about it.
Well, why don't you lie down with it if it's dead? As the second violinist in the Waukegan Philharmonic, well, you kept pretty busy.
Yes, you see, our first violinist only had one finger on his left hand.
Oh, I see.
He used to miss half the notes.
And after he had given the violin part the finger...
I would follow through.
Well, are you still playing with this outfit?
No, Mr. Allen. In 1937, I came east with Phil Spitalny.
Oh, Phil Spitalny. Well, isn't that an all-girl orchestra?
Yes, but where I sat, nobody could tell the difference.
With your big blue eyes, I suppose.
Now, if you don't mind, Mr. Allen, I'd like to play my solo.
Well, in just a minute, Mr. Benny, we must have a few more facts.
Facts? Look, Allen, I'm not marrying your sister. I just came here to play my violin.
Well, I know, but we advertised Michelle Piastro tonight, Mr. Benny. We can't put on any broken-down schnook who shows up here with a fiddle.
Fortunately for you, Mr. Allen, I happen to be a schnook, or you'd have a libel suit on your hands.
Well, let's not raise our voices, Mr. Benny. What about the rest of your musical career? Have you done any recording work?
Yes, I've made a few records for Victor.
Oh, Victor Records?
No, this was Victor Herskowitz. A much smaller outfit.
Oh, I see.
You've seen that record, Cohen on the Telephone.
Yeah.
I'm on the other side.
Oh. Remind me not to turn it over. Well, I guess that's about all the information we'll need, Mr. Benny.
I should hope so. I didn't have half this trouble getting a C card here.
Well, it looks as though I'm stuck good. Now, you can go ahead with your solo.
It's about time. I'll tune up if you...
before you start, Mr. Benny, what is your number? I think you'd better announce it. We don't want people phoning in here after you're through playing. We'd like to have it.
Well, I'll take care of that, Mr. Allen. Ladies and gentlemen, my first violin selection will be the...
Hold it, Mr. Benny.
Mr. Allen!
Mr. Flugelman, you're back.
Everything is all right. He's here.
Who is here?
Michelle Piastro.
Good. Ladies and gentlemen, Gosh, it's good to see you, Michelle.
I'm sorry I'm so late, Fred.
But better late than what we almost got into, Michelle.
Mr. Piastro is ready for his solo, Mr. Allen. I'll get out your violin, Michelle.
But, Mr. Fogelman, I'm all ready to play.
Who needs you anymore? You can go, Yasha. Here's your violin, Michelle.
Mr. Fogelman.
Go away, Yasha. An artist is here.
I'll hold your mittens, Michelle.
Here's the rosin for your bowl.
But Mr. Fogelman.
I told you you're through. Now go. Here's your music, Michelle.
Did this music stand right?
Mr. Fogelman.
You'll get paid. Go, get out. See me at the office. Are we ready, Michelle?
Yes, Mr. Piastro. What is your solo?
I'm going to play the third movement of Together Widen by Pablo de Sarasate.
That's the same number I was going to
Mr. Benny, sit down, will you, Mr. Benny? And now, at long last, ladies and gentlemen, Michelle Piastro.
Mr. Fogelman.
Bravo, bees, bravo. That was wonderful, Michelle.
Thank you, Fred.
And now, Mr. Benny, we haven't forgotten you. You can go right ahead with your solo, if you will.
I wish I was dead.
But we're waiting for you. Why don't you play?
Well, it wouldn't be ethical. Look, would Heifetz play after Ben Verney?
Well, what are you afraid of? You have 10 fingers and a violin. That's all Mr. Piastro
But
has.
he played my number.
Oh, fine.
If I played Saginawizen again, it'll sound like Piastro's playing an encore. He'll get all the credit.
Say, Fred, I have to leave now. If you will excuse me.
That's it. Before you go, Michelle, I'd like to have you meet Jack Benny.
How do you do, Mr. Benny?
Hello, Mish.
Mish, then you know Mr. Piastro.
Oh, yeah, Mish and I are buddies from way back, eh, Mish?
I'm sorry, Mr. Benny. I don't seem to remember you.
Well, I met you at Carnegie Hall. Mr. Papini introduced us.
Mr. Papini? Oh, yes, he's the janitor at Carnegie Hall.
Well, he is the janitor, but it's a much bigger job now. They've converted to coal.
Mr. Benny here is also a violinist. Mr. Benny has been playing the violin for 17 years.
You've been playing longer than I have, Mr. Benny.
Well, that's the way it goes. What key do you play in, Michelle?
I play in any key.
Oh, I stick to the key of C myself. I got to like it as a boy. You know how it is, huh?
As a violinist, Mr. Benny, how did you like my solo tonight?
Well, frankly, Michelle...
Did you notice I had a little difficulty in the 8th variation of the third movement?
Well, I didn't want to say anything, but since you brought it up, Michelle, you want the truth, of course.
Yes, of course.
Well, I thought your Andante was beautifully done. It sparkled.
Thank you.
I thought your Rondo was exciting, if not altogether brilliant. And your vibrato was adequate, but your pizzicato was, shall we say, lauso?
I appreciate your opinion, Mr. Benny. If anyone is an authority on louser, you are the man.
Perhaps Mr. Benny will play something for you, Michelle.
Yes, by all means, you must play, Mr. Benny.
Well, I'd love to, Mish, but it wouldn't be fair to you. After all, if I play after your solo, it'll only invite comparison.
Well, of all the nerve, Benny, you have the audacity to compare yourself with Michelle Piastro. Why, when you play the violin, it sounds like the mating call of a pair of corduroy pants.
Well, let me tell you, Alan, I'll bet $5,000 that if Michelle plays a number, I can play the same number and nobody can tell the difference.
You play and Michelle plays and no one can tell the difference?
You heard me, brother.
For $5,000?
Make it $6,000 and a case of grape nuts flakes.
All right. Michelle?
Certainly.
Fine. I'll play the banjo to give the number a little substance, a little background. All right, Mr. Goodman, will you give us an introduction? Gad, what a night for music lovers. we bring you the most sensational symphonic competition of the season. During the next two choruses, Michelle Piastro will play half of each chorus, and Jack Benny will play the other half. Mr. Benny will pay $6,000 in the case of Grape Nuts Flakes to anyone who cannot tell the difference. Let's go.
Before we close the Texaco Star Theater, I want to thank Jack Benny and Michelle Piastro for joining us here tonight. Next week, our guest will be George Jeff. This is Fred Allen speaking for Texaco dealers from coast to coast and inviting you to drive in regularly. Remember, you're welcome.
The Fred Allen Show, starring Fred Allen, with Portland Hoffa and Al Goodman's orchestra.
Ladies and gentlemen, last week a lady, after missing a question on a quiz program, received over 300,000 pennies in the mail. Tonight we bring you a man with two bags under his eyes big enough to hold the lady's pennies. And here he is, Fred Allen.
Thank you. Thank you, and good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Say, what was that excitement they had on Truth or Consequences last week, Jimmy? You said a lady missed a question, and the listener sent her in 300,000 pennies?
Yes, that's right, Fred.
Well, if Truth or Consequences can raise money that easily, Jimmy, all of the country's troubles are over.
How do you mean, Fred?
Well, all we have to do to settle the national debt is to put Mr. Morgenthau on Truth or Consequences, let him miss a question. When the mail starts pouring in, Henry will have more dough than he'll know what to do with.
Mr. Allen!
Well, Portland, did you hear about the lady on Truth or Consequences?
Yes. Mama was on that program the week before.
Oh, the week before, really? What happened?
Well, Mama missed her question, so for 10 minutes she had to moo like a cow.
She had to moo like a cow? Did she get any mail?
Mama got letters from 20,000 butchers.
20,000? I know a fellow on a roundtable program. Right in the middle of a discussion, he sneezed.
He sneezed?
Uh-huh. The next day, he got 400,000 postcards with Gesundheit written on them.
That shows the power of radio, doesn't it?
Oh, boy. I'll say radio is a power. Did you know that on account of radio, the Russians had to slow down their advance this week?
Why?
Well, through some mix-up, the Russian army got 4 days ahead of H.V. Kaltenborn. Oh, there was an awful mess. The sponsor had Timoshenko on the carpet. Kaltenborn put his foot down, and the Russian army had to slow up until he read the commercial. Well, enough about radio, Portland. I've got to get down to Allen's Alley.
Oh, what is your question for tonight?
Well, this week the OPA ruled that people eating in hotels and restaurants will not have to surrender their ration stamps to get food, you see. Now, the OPA says that dining out will be recognized as an uplift for morale. And so our question is, how do you feel about dining out? Does it affect your morale?
Shall we away to Allen's Alley?
Why not? Well, here we are back in Allen's Alley, Portland.
No.
Mrs. Nussbaum.
You are expecting Becky Davis, maybe?
Well, tell me, Mrs. Nussbaum, how do you feel about eating out?
Who is eating out? I'm a dog, maybe.
Well, if you're eating at home, what are you doing about your morale?
This I'm keeping up by making patriotic dishes.
Patriotic? Well, how do you mean?
Spaghetti I'm calling Liberty Noodles.
Liberty noodles. Good.
Sauerkraut I'm calling Victory Cabbage.
Victory cabbage. Very good.
Hamburger I'm calling Meatballs Kosher Blanca. Saturdays I'm cooking bundles for blinches. Also, free French fried potatoes.
Free French fried potatoes.
Herring I'm calling Uncle Salmon.
Uncle Sam. Well, in summing up, Mrs. Nussbaum, would you say that dining out raises your morale?
Only if the other party is taking the check, thank you.
Now, let's see who's here next door.
A welcome to you, hale and hearty. Falstaff is here, the life of the party.
Now, you haven't been up to more poems.
Have you heard, said the Pekingese, as it started to wheeze, I hope you'll excuse my asthma, please?
No, I haven't heard that.
Or, she called me Darling Maxie till I made her pay for the taxi?
No.
You may be a lieutenant to those wax old girls, but you'll always be mother to me.
Now. You have decidedly done it again. Tonight we have been talking about dining out, raising morale.
Precisely why I am here. I have coined a dactyl.
Well, what is your dining out poem called?
Dining out.
That's some switch, isn't it? Well, how does your poem go?
The OPA only yesterday put all food ration talk to rout, ruling an uplift for morale to be the act of dining out. Roosevelt and Churchill went out to dine. They dined at Casablanca. They both had several dinners there, complete from soup to sanka. They proved to all that dining out can raise the world's morale from the windswept hills of Kharkov to the shores of Guadalcanal. They served notice on Herr Hitler and his barbaric Nazi band that they too will soon be eating out of the United Nations' hand.
Thank you. As Falstaff holds his adverbs and prepares to steal away silently, we turn to welcome our singing guest, Tamara. Tamara's song is You'd Be So Nice to Come Home To. Mr. Goodman, meet Tamara. That was just a touch of Texas, played a little too long by Al Goodman, and 25 men Toscanini wouldn't be found dead in front of.
Isn't there any guest tonight?
Well, I had Thorndike Levitt booked tonight.
Thorndike Levitt?
Yes, he's a big picture star. In Random Harvest, Thorndike Levitt played the Scarecrow, if you've seen the picture. Kept too much corn from getting into the picture.
And he isn't coming tonight?
No, he quit pictures. All of a sudden, Thorndike got a big job. He's running the Elizabeth Arden concession for the CIO. You know, Elizabeth Arden is putting out Riveter's goggles with built-in mascara. It's a big thing now.
Well, didn't you try to get a guest?
Well, I sent a wire to a little radio agent. His office is behind the weighing machine in that drugstore, you know, at 50... Say, see who's at the door, Portland. This may be Sidney now.
All right.
I got your telegram, Mr. Allen.
Yes, Sidney?
I can't find no actors no place.
You couldn't find a single actor?
Well, I got one guy outside. He's okay for a stooge, but he ain't big enough for a guest star.
Well, I have to have a big name, Sid.
I know. This poor guy was a radio star once. He got a bad break. His career was ruined.
Really? Who is he?
Well, he's going under a consumed name.
Consumed name?
Bradley Ballantyne.
Bradley Ballantyne, huh?
His real name is Oscar Levant.
Oscar Levant? Why, Oscar Levant is a great musician.
He was a great musician. Today, he's a soldier of misfortune. A bum.
Oh. What? You didn't have to stress it, Sidney. Well, what happened, Sidney?
2 weeks ago tonight at Carnegie Hall, Oscar Levant played a concert with Jack Benny.
Uh-huh.
That's all, brother.
Now, look, Sid, I have to have a guest here tonight. Where is Oscar?
He's outside talking to himself. Nobody else will listen to him.
Well, look, Sid, I'm stuck. Can you bring him in? I'll see.
Sure. Here he is, folks. Oscar Levant.
Gosh, Oscar, I wouldn't even know you. You look terrible.
You look beautiful.
Gosh, you're in worse shape than I thought, Oscar, old man. Tell me, what's the matter?
I can't eat. I can't sleep. Ever since that night at Carnegie, I keep hearing a voice.
A voice? What voice?
There it goes again. Listen.
The best tunes of all move to Carnegie Hall. Yes, the best tunes of all move to Carnegie Hall.
It goes on all day, all night. I'll go mad. Do you hear? Mad.
Now, Oscar, snap out of it. Look at me. I'm Fred Allen. Look at me.
Please. I just got over one shock.
Now, Oscar, we mustn't be upset. We mustn't go to itsy bitsy pieces.
You sound like an old kindergarten teacher I once killed in Syracuse.
But, Oscar, you can't let one...
Fred, for 20 years I lived on the wings of music. And in one night, I was a dead duck.
I know.
20 years of practice. I was starting to play with both hands.
Play with both... You were right at the peak, and then...
Benny gave me the kiss of death.
Yes, he'll do it every time.
Musically, I'm through.
That's silly, Oscar. What makes you think you're finished in music?
Today I passed Sammy Kaye on the street. He turned his head the other way.
Oh, look, Oscar.
I wish I was dead.
No, Oscar. You have got to master this phobia. When you go to a psychiatrist, he makes you speak freely. Now, let's pretend that I am your psychiatrist. Tell me exactly what happened that night at Carnegie Hall.
First, the curtain went up. Then, without warning, Benny stepped out on the stage with his violin.
Was there any excitement?
There was a loud shriek in the back of the hall.
A music lover?
No, it was Deems Taylor. He fainted.
I see. And then you, as Benny's accompanist, stepped out?
Stepped out. I was pushed out by one of Benny's relatives.
Well, now, you and Benny were there on the stage. Then what happened?
A fireman stepped out on the stage.
A fireman stepped out, yes?
The fireman announced Benny's number and pointed out all of the exits at the same time.
What was Benny's first selection?
He played the B.
Yes?
Right after Benny finished the B, the government took honey off the ration list.
It was bad, eh?
It was so bad, Rimsky and Korsakov split up.
Well, it must have been terrible.
Fred, you've heard a gypsy when he makes his violin cry.
Yes, Oscar.
Benny makes his violin sweat.
Well, tell me, how did the audience react?
A man going through the audience selling tar and feathers would have cleaned up.
Gad, you must have been humiliated, sitting there at the piano in front of all those irate people.
By this time, I wasn't sitting at the piano.
No?
I was inside, playing it like a harp.
But, no wonder you're musically unnerved, Oscar. What came next?
The manager of Carnegie Hall began beating his head against the wall. Benny mistook this for applause and started to play an encore. Love in Bloom.
Well, how did he make out?
Fred, if the Empire State Building converted to coal, the janitor couldn't hit that many clinkers.
Well, when Benny finished Love in Bloom...
He never finished. The last thing I heard was someone yelling, "Women and children first!" Then everything went black.
Well, tell me, what happened to you?
The next morning, they found me on 57th Street, throwing stones through Steinway's window.
No.
I'm through, Fred.
No, you can come back, Oscar. Why don't you be like Benny? Happy-go-lucky. He comes, he smells, he leaves.
No, Fred. I'm through with music. I'm looking for some other kind of work.
Why, you still have your job on information, please.
How long can I last? Today, everything they play for me to identify sounds like Love in Bloom.
Gad, it must be terrible.
We lose more encyclopedias that way.
Well, you've got to do something, Oscar.
Yes, I've got to get a job. I have 2 little children. It may be years before they can support me.
Well, have you looked for anything yet?
Yes, I clipped out some help wanted ads. I've got them right here.
Oh, good. Let me see. Oh, here's a job. Man wanted to play shortstop for Brooklyn Dodgers. Must be in 4F.
That's okay, but it doesn't start till spring. I could starve by then.
Well, look at this next column. There are plenty of jobs here. Look, steam fitters, plumbers, sand hogs, stevedores.
You've got the wrong column. That's for women.
Oh, women.
Maybe I can get a defense job.
Now, Oscar, let's face it. All you know is one profession. You have got to come back.
No, Fred. Musically, I'm done. Since that night, I can't tell Shostakovich's Seventh from Der Fuhrer's face.
Oscar, Benny's off-key rendition of Love and Bloom brought on this mental condition you have. Now, if you were to hear Love and Bloom played beautifully, your subconscious music neurosis would be adjusted.
But who can play Love and Bloom beautifully, Fred?
Well, I'll play it for you on my clarinet, Oscar.
Go ahead, Fred. So I'll go to Bellevue a week sooner.
Well, we'll surprise you. Oscar. 5 of the boys in the band and I have a clarinet ensemble. Say, will you fellas come down? We're auditioning for a job at Hamburger Heaven tomorrow. They want all wind instruments at Hamburger Heaven on account of the onions, you see. With the 5 clarinets, we can play and air condition the place at the same time. Now, all right, boys, if you just wait till we'll hold my gum, too. I have to get my gum out. You can't play with it. Just to make sure this thing is warmed up here. I guess I'm ready. All right, Mr. Goodman. Well, thank you very much. Well, Oscar, you see, I put a couple of squeals in there so people would know I was playing. I just played that in. Did our rendition of Love and Bloom have any effect on you?
Yes, Fred. I'm getting that old E-flat feeling again.
I knew it. You're back to normal, Oscar. Now you can return to the scene of your crime and prove your greatness.
Me? Alone? In Carnegie Hall?
Not alone, Oscar, this time. I'll go with you.
You mean I'm to accompany you as I did Benny?
Why, yes.
Which way is Kaiser Shipyard?
Now, wait a minute. Wait a minute, Oscar. You just heard me play the clarinet. Why, I'm better than Benny on that squash racket he plays.
I know, but what can we play in Carnegie Hall?
We'll play the best tunes of all at Carnegie Hall, Oscar. Well, you know those little commercial jingles you hear on the air?
Pepsi-Cola hits a spot, one of those?
Right. Now, for Carnegie Hall, all we have to do is make a symphony out of one of those little jingles. We'll get a sponsor and clean up.
Say, I've got a jingle that might make a symphony. You know, Rinso White.
Rinso White. Well, will my clarinet fit in?
The clarinet is the only instrument that can do that Rinso White effect.
Well, I don't want to hog the whole thing, Oscar.
Fred, you're the clarinetist. It's a clarinet part.
No, I want you at the piano, too, Oscar.
All right, I'll play a little background music.
Fine. Now, we're all set, Mr. Goodman, if you're ready. Ladies and gentlemen, Oscar Levant, assisted by Al Goodman's orchestra, presents the world's premiere rendition of the symphonic jingle, El Rinso White.
starring Fred Allen, with Portland Hoffa and Al Goodman's orchestra. Yesterday, ladies and gentlemen, America started celebrating its 33rd annual Boy Scout Week. Tonight, we bring you a chap who is no longer a boy, but he's still a pretty good scout. And here he is, Fred Allen.
Thank you, and good evening, ladies and gentlemen. And Jimmy, I'm glad you mentioned that this is Boy Scout Week. It brings back many happy memories.
Well, were you really a Boy Scout, Fred?
Oh, that's how I got this cold, Jimmy, running around in my Boy Scout pants all day yesterday. Oh, yes, years ago I was a tenderfoot, a cub, and then an Eagle Scout. I was an Eagle Scout so long, every spring I molted. It was quite a thing. People used to follow me around and pick up the little the feathers, you know.
Well, did you do a good deed every day?
Once a Boy Scout, always a Boy Scout, Jimmy. I'm still doing good deeds.
Oh, yes? What was your good deed for today?
Well, tonight in the tea shop, Jimmy, I saw a little old lady with a portable radio. She was trying to tune in Jack Benny's program. Well, I went over and broke the knob off the little old lady's portable. If that wasn't a good deed, it just goes to show you that you... Well, Portland, you're just in time, Portland. Jimmy and I are celebrating Boy Scout Week. You know, it's too bad you're not a Boy Scout.
My Uncle Phil is a Boy Scout.
Oh, really?
He's head beaver in the Beaver Patrol.
Oh, head beaver. Well, he's got the teeth for it. I will...
Uncle Phil's teeth stick out so far, Mama says he can eat corn on the cob through a knot hole.
Oh. I've heard he can eat caraway seed out of a dimple with those teeth. I know. I know those buck teeth. Your uncle looks as though his tonsils just hollered fire and his teeth are trying to get out of his mouth. Well, you haven't any other Boy Scouts in your family, have you?
Mama's a furnace girl.
What is a furnace girl?
She used to be a campfire girl, but they converted to coal.
Could be. Well, that does it. I guess I'm off to Allen's Alley, Portland.
Have you a question for tonight?
Oh, yes. This week, the War Manpower Commission listed 29 non-deferrable occupations and warned workers to give up non-essential work and find war jobs. So our question is, will this work or fight order affect you?
Are you ready to leave for Allen's Alley?
You bet. Well, here we are in Allen's Alley, Portland.
John Doe's lights just went out.
Well, I'll knock before John Doe gets into bed. He's pretty slow, you know.
Who's knocking? I ain't got my glasses on.
Oh, really? Mr. Doe, what is your opinion of the Manpower Commission's new order?
Oh, I'm writing my congressman.
Why?
Well, I'm a bartender.
Oh, a bartender. And you feel attending bar is essential to the war effort?
Why, bartenders is the backbone of humanity. It's like the poet says.
What, Mr. Doe?
When the keys of the world is too heavy to bear and you start to pass out on a bender, whose apron strings do you reach out for grasp? Your mother's? No, the bartender.
Well, who wrote that, Mr. Doe?
John Drinkwater.
Well, you don't mind giving up your bartender's job, do you, Mr. D?
No, but before I go, there's one customer I'd like to say.
One customer?
I'd like to give Hitler a Mickey.
I think Hitler's having enough trouble with the Finns as it is. Well, he got no place with Mr. Doe. I wonder how Mrs. Nussbaum was taking it.
No.
Well, Mrs. Nussbaum.
Well, he says this is conversation.
Hey, how do you feel about these non-deferrable occupations?
I am reading that beauty operators is non-essential. This I am personally resenting.
Beauty operators. Well, you've been affected, have you?
Every week I'm catching a beauty treatment at Henna Heaven.
Henna Heaven, huh?
Francois is rinsing with finger waving.
And?
Francois is taking a defense job.
Oh, so this week you got no beauty treatment, huh?
My face is pasty.
Yes, I know.
Over both my eyes, my hair is hanging down. I could be a Britannica Lake. Well, my husband, Rensselaer, is taking one look. He is yelling, "Oi!" and running out to enlisting.
Your husband joined the army?
Rensselaer is joining the Marines. He shall be near his friends.
Ah, he has friends.
That dope. He's thinking it is the same Solomons who formerly lived upstairs.
Well, Mrs. Nussbaum is all set now for Mr. Mulligan. Well, Socrates, are you in an essential industry?
So I wrote in to find out.
Oh, you wrote in. Well, what is your occupation?
I'm a feeler at an orange juice stand.
A feeler at an orange juice stand?
Yeah, when it squeezes an orange juice, he hands it to me.
Oh, and you?
I put my hand down into the glass and feel around in the orange.
Oh. You feel around for what?
So if I feel any seeds, I pick them out.
Oh. Well, it's nerve-wracking work, I imagine.
Oh, yeah. Some days I don't feel like feeling, but I gotta feel. Other days I feel like feeling, and there's nothing to feel.
And, you say you have written in about your orange juice feeling.
Yeah, on account of using navel oranges, I may be essential.
Oh. Well, here we are at the end of the alley again. I'll try here.
Greetings, neighbor. Yoicks away. Falstaff's here for his tete-a-tete.
Well, something tells me you've been up to more poems,
Yes,
Falstaff.
indeed. Have you heard, said the pollywog to the little dog, in a minute or two, I'll be a frog?
No, I don't think so.
Or the band was playing Begin to Begin as I chased Melly around the mezzanine?
No, I don't think so.
Or we call my father Axehead because he keeps flying off the handle?
Well, finally, tonight we've been discussing non-deferrable occupations and jobs that are essential.
Precisely why I am here. I have written a poem.
What is your poem called?
The title is, I have written no poem tonight.
Oh, that's the title, huh? How doesn't it go?
I have written no poem tonight, and it's not the fault of the muse. It's the Manpower Commission's new edict. Under duress, I bow to its views. Bartenders, busboys, and porters, or messenger bearing credentials, are the same as a dishwasher, usher, or valet. These jobs are all held non-essential. That's why I've written no poem tonight. If you greet this news with elation, thank Mr. McNutt, who recently ruled poetry an undeferrable occupation.
Thank you, Walter. That was very nice. And now, ladies and gentlemen, as our musical guest tonight, we welcome back Hilo, Jack, and the Dame. Their song, This is the Army, Mr. Jones. Portland, what are you doing there?
Oh, I'm reading about Mama in the paper.
Oh, did something happen with your mother in the shipyard?
I say, Mama just got the Navy D.
D, you mean the Navy E. The Navy gives an E for excellent.
Mama got the D for dope.
Oh, the D for dope. What happened?
Well, Mama welded her slacks to a battleship.
Welded her slacks, really?
Yes, after they launched the boat, they had to get Mama a barrel.
Yeah. Well, when your mother's around, you can't tell what's coming off, can you? Hey, you know, it's quarter of. I wonder what's keeping our guest.
Oh, who's coming tonight?
Claude Rains.
Claude Rains, a movie star?
Well, he's a part-time movie star. Hollywood is Mr. Rains' sideline. He's really a farmer. I heard he was in town, and that's why I asked him over here tonight.
You don't want Mr. Raines to do any acting?
Well, he thinks I do, but I don't.
Well, and why?
Well, I haven't had any real butter for 3 months. Now, my grocer has been crossing lard with mustard and trying to sell that for butter, you see. Mr. Raines has his own farm. Now, if I hint around, I may be able to get a pound of butter out of Mr. Raines.
If he has any... Oh, this must be Mr. Raines now.
Come in. It sure is. Ladies and gentlemen, meet Mr. Claude Raines. Well, Mr. Raines, you're a little late, but better late than never.
No, I don't know why you invited me over tonight, Fred. I'm not particularly funny, you know.
Well, we're not here to be funny tonight, Mr. Raines. You'd better relax and take it easy.
Mind you, I could be funny if I had some jokes.
Well, you don't.
I had a good joke about a sailor. On duty, he was a submarine chaser. Off duty, he wasn't so particular.
Now,
I said, that went over big, didn't it? Do you mind if I tell you another one?
Now, wait, look, Mr. Raines. Mr. Raines, you've given the folks enough fun for one night. It's my turn now. I want to ask you about your farm.
My farm? Oh, let's not talk crop, Fred.
Talk crop, huh?
That just slipped out. Say, it's easy to be a comedian, isn't it?
Now, please, Mr. Raines. About your farm. You have a farm, haven't you?
Yes, I have 340 good acres down in Chester County, Pennsylvania.
You have 340 good acres, a beautiful farm.
Mm-hmm.
You have fresh eggs right from your hens.
Yes.
You have fresh milk right from your cows.
Yes.
You have fresh vegetables, all the meat you can eat.
Yes.
Then why do you leave all of this on your farm to come to the city?
Fred, I came to see you. You know, I've been running around the city for 3 days. You're the only one who can help me.
Well, if there's anything I can do, Mr. Raines.
There is, Fred. Tell me, where can I get a pound of butter?
A farmer with no butter. What have you got down there? One of those Hollywood farms with Technicolor cattle, the scarecrow in a zoot suit, and a mother-of-pearl tractor running around the joint?
No, Fred, I have a real farm. I raise corn, grain, soybeans. I have cattle, pigs, and chickens. But like the rest of the farmers, what I raise, I turn over to Uncle Sam.
Well, why do all actors always buy farms?
Well, you know, working in the theater, the average actor gets to know a lot about vegetables.
That's right, too. You have something to work on. Well, I know an acrobat who bought a chicken farm. He didn't know anything about raising poultry. At the end of the first month, his chickens were so weak, they had to lean up against the fence to cluck. Little chickens. Really? Yes. His chickens were so weak, if a hen was going to lay an egg, this acrobat had to put a bicycle pump down the hen's beak to give the egg a start.
Well, I had a little trouble when I first started.
You made some mistake?
Yes. The first day on the farm, I got my hand caught in a milking machine.
Oh, you weren't hurt?
You know, the fingers on my right hand are still 18 inches long.
You must write a beautiful longhand, Mr. Raines. But tell me, after Hollywood, don't you find farm life pretty quiet? Don't you get homesick for a little noise?
Well, when I do, I eat a radish to break the monotony.
Well, since prices have gone so... Since prices... Now, we can't wait. We're on a schedule. Let us know. Mr. Raines and I have places to go after we get through here. We can... One night we hung around till 12:15 waiting for laughs, and it's no good. Now, we'll be... well, since prices have gone so high, Mr. Raines, have you noticed any change in the attitude of the animals on your farm?
Yes, today when I milk the cows, I don't use a pail.
No?
No, I milk them right into a safe deposit box.
Well, how about your hens?
They won't lay an egg unless you bring back an empty shell.
Now that you've matriculated as a farmer, I suppose you'll give up pictures.
Oh, no, Fred. I hope to divide my time between Hollywood and the farm in Pennsylvania.
You're going to produce corn on a coast-to-coast basis.
Fred, I've been listening to your program for 10 years.
Yes?
I wouldn't talk about corn, old boy.
Yes, my radio career has been one long husking bee, Mr. Raines. But you ought to try radio. Why don't you get yourself a little morning program? Claude Can Be Beautiful or something.
No, Fred, I'm returning to Hollywood tomorrow to start on the Phantom of the Opera for Universal.
The Phantom of the Opera? Well, wasn't that made some years ago?
Yes, Fred. I wish I'd seen the picture. It would help me to play the part.
Well, Mr. Raines, you're in luck tonight. It so happens that years ago, I was the first person the Phantom ever bothered.
Really?
Yes, sir. I had a little troupe, the San Crisco Opera Company. We were the first opera company to go underground. We played repertoire in the subway years ago. Why, we could knock off Tristan und Isolde between Columbus Circle and Union Square. People would stay on to Canal Street to get my autograph and change for the Brooklyn Local.
But how did you meet the Phantom, Fred?
Well, we were making our operatic debut in Carnegie Hall when the Phantom made his first appearance. Now, if you'd like to join me in a little sketch, I'll show you exactly what happened.
I'll be glad to, Fred.
Mr. Goodman, a little mood music, please.
Time 20 years ago tonight. The place, backstage at Carnegie Hall. Our story opens in the dressing room of Senor Enrico Allen, star of the San Crisco Opera Company. Enrico is rehearsing his company in the famous quartet from Rigoletto. Enrico speaks.
Once more we will to sing the quartet. See? Ready? We will to sing.
Bella figlia dell'amore, dell'amore, bella figlia dell'amore.
Hey, stop to sing. Someone is to the door. See. Come in.
Senor Allen? Si. I am Giuseppe Renzinski, the manager of Carnegie Hall.
Si, Signor Renzinski.
Frankly, I'm a little worried about your appearance here tonight.
Why, you ought to worry. The San Crisco Opera Company is first to sing the shortening and shortening bread. See, company?
I know, but tonight is your debut indoors.
See, tonight indoors. The San Crisco Opera Company is to say goodbye to backyards tonight for good. See?
I hope you will live up to the great traditions of Carnegie Hall.
See, Signor Renzinski.
We haven't had a flop here since George Ersel sang Pagliacci with the Lower Basin Street Orchestra.
The San Crisco Opera Company is not to let you down, Signor Renzinski. Tonight we will to sing the Cavalcade of Opera. See? First, to be the quartet from Rigoletto. Listen.
Bella figlia dell'amore, dell'amore.
Bravo, peace, bravo. How is these?
Well, it's too late to do anything about it now. As the manager of Carnegie Hall, all I can do is hope for the best.
You will to announcer Signor Renzinski, see?
All right.
On stage, everybody, on stage.
Thank you. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Tonight, Carnegie Hall opens its new season presenting Senor Enrico Allen and the famous San Crisco Company. Senor Allen's first selection will be the quartet from Rigoletto. Bella figlia dell'amore, dell'amore, bella figlia.
San Domingo Antiphlogistin, what is this?
Look, Maestro, it is Salvador. He is killed.
Salvador, Vendetta, my tenor is murdered.
I've called the police.
No, Signor Renzinski, the show must to go on, see?
There has been a murder committed.
Murder, it is maybe to be an accident. The San Crisco Company is to play through accident many times, see? Last spring, Signor Renzinski, in Mississippi flood, we are singing on a raft the last act of Aida. See? When we get to St. Louis, confidentially, we sing. See?
but I am not so sure this was an accident.
Accident? I wonder who is to kill Salvador.
Get out of this hall. Get out of this hall. I knew it. The Phantom of Carnegie Hall.
Phantom? Who is this Phantom?
I don't know. Last season, 3 sopranos and the entire Peekskill Philharmonic were killed the same way.
The Phantom is not to scare the San Crisco Opera Company. The show must to go on. Signor Enzinski.
Yes?
You will to announce Rigoletto again.
I will not be responsible.
To announce.
Ladies and gentlemen, instead of the quartet, we now bring you the trio from Rigoletto.
Della figlia dell'amore, dell'amore, della... Again with the shoot. What is this?
Pasquale is killed.
Antipastrami antipasto. Pasquale, my baritone is to murder.
Ring down the curtain. I'm calling the police.
Not yet, Signor Enzinski. I am to wonder who is killing Pasquale, my baritone.
Get out of this hall. Get out of this hall.
Phantom. The Phantom schmantom. Who the Phantom? The Phantom is not to scare Enrico Allen. Signor Enzinski.
Yes?
To announce Rigoletto.
No.
To announce.
Curtain going up. Ladies and gentlemen, we now present the famous duet from Rigoletto.
Della figlia dell'amore, dell'amore, della figlia. Pesta Perzula Marie, my soprano is murdered.
Captain, this is the last straw, Senor Allen. You have got to get your San Francisco Opera Company out of here.
Never.
But you've got Carnegie Hall looking like the morgue.
It is vendetta, mafia, black hand. Pooh. Enrico Allen is not to be afraid.
Get out of this hall. Get out of this hall. The Phantom!
The show will to go on, Signor Enzinski. I will to show the Phantom. To announce Rigoletto.
I'm going up. Ladies and gentlemen, we bring you now the famous solo from Rigoletto.
Della figlia dell'amore, dell'amore, della figlia dell'amore, dell'amore. Ha-ha! Signor Phantom, I am smart to duck. I am to fool you.
Get out of this hall. Get out of this hall. You better get out of here, Senor Allen.
Not before I am to have showdown with the Phantom. Phantom.
Yes?
You are to kill 3 singers in my Rigoletto quartet.
Yes, and I'll kill you too.
Why, Phantom?
You are to smell. Your singing is flat. All of you, get out of this hall. You've got to make room.
Make room for what?
The best tunes of all.
Yes.
The best tunes of all move to Carnegie Hall. Yes, the best tunes of
all. Well, Mr. Raines, I hope that explains the Phantom of the Opera.
Yes, Fred. Now I know what not to do in the picture. Thank you and good night.
Good night, and thank you, Claude Raines.
The Fred Allen Show, starring Fred Allen, with Portland Hoffa and Al Goodman's orchestra.
Ladies and gentlemen, there are 3 pages of pictures of a certain radio comedian in this week's Look magazine. We bring you now a man who has been thumbing his copy incessantly and is here with a dirty look. He's Fred Allen.
Thank you, and good evening, ladies and gentlemen. And Jimmy, I'm glad that you mentioned those pictures in Look.
Say, they must have touched those up. You came out swell.
Well, they have a trick lens. They do the whole thing. You know, to save paper, Look is printing fewer copies and asking people who buy a magazine to share it with their friends.
Oh, is the idea catching on?
Oh, it's sweeping the country, Jimmy. Didn't you read last week that Veronica Lake is combing her hair up so that people can see her other eye?
Yeah, but what has Veronica Lake's other eye got?
She is sharing her look, Jimmy. That's the... I'm glad that... I'm glad that Veronica is going to show her other eye for the duration, Jimmy. Her face is all out for victory, and I think it sort of proves...
Mr. Allen!
Well, Portland. Do you want to join our round table, Portland? The subject is Veronica Lake.
Yes. I read about a woman working in a shipyard with a Veronica Lake hairdo.
Oh, you mean with her hair down, she couldn't see what she was doing?
No. She dropped a red-hot anchor in the Hudson River.
A red-hot anchor?
Yep. It boiled all the fish as far up the river as Peekskill.
Boiled all the fish, huh? Well, I heard... Well, that's the first time a roe, a fish egg, has ever been laid on the program. I heard about a woman worker who lit a cigarette in the powder room and passed over the Navy Yard going 90 miles an hour.
But how?
The powder room was on a battleship. You see, that's what did the whole thing. Unlike Veronica Lake, this girl's bang raised her, if you see what I mean. But what else is, all these people are waiting for, what else is new in the paper?
Some man bought the Philadelphia National Baseball team.
I know. He threw the team away. He just wanted to get the Phillies ballpark to turn it into a victory garden. I saw that. Have you any other hot news?
Well, Brooklyn wants to leave New York and become a separate city.
Brooklyn does? Why?
Brooklyn wants to become a cultural center.
Oh, that's silly. There's lots of culture in Brooklyn, but it's mostly physical. You see, Why, if Brooklyn leaves New York... somebody's at the door. Excuse me. Come in.
Hey, Mr. Allen, will you do me a favor?
Well,
You got to help me, Mr. Allen.
Well, how...
I'm supposed to be on Phil Baker's Take It or Leave It program tonight.
Now, look, Sonny, Mr. Baker's program comes on right after ours.
Well, that's it. I've just heard from my draft board. I'm leaving for Camp Dix.
Well,
If I'm not on Take It or Leave It tonight, the program can't go on the air.
But what?
If you'll take my place, you'll save the show. Say you will, Mr. Allen, please.
All right. Now, calm yourself.
Yeah.
What is it you do on Phil Baker's program?
I yell, "You'll be sorry!"
How do you like that guy making personal appearances already?
Last week, Phil Baker himself was here.
Hey, Phil Baker, that reminds me, Baker didn't come in to complain tonight.
Your program must have finished on time last Sunday.
Yes, I guess good old Phil is finally happy. He had his full 30 minutes to himself last Sunday. Well, as long as we've seen the end of Brother Baker, we may as well go down to Allen's Alley.
What is your question?
Well, this past week, as you know, everyone in the country had to get War Ration Book number 2. And so our question tonight is, now that you have your new ration book, do you understand point rationing?
Shall we take off for Allen's Alley?
Why not? Well, here we are back in Allen's Alley, Portland.
Look, there's a man knocking on John Doe's door.
Why, it's Mr. Doe himself. Hello, Mr. Doe.
Go away, I'm busy.
Hey, you're knocking on your own door.
I know, I'm getting absent-minded. I was supposed to put the cat out, I put myself out. Now the cat won't let me in. Oh, come on, pussy, open the door!
Well, tell me, a Balaban would do what cats won't do at a time. Tell me, Mr. Doe, how are you fixed for canned goods?
Oh, when I seen the food shortage coming, I says to the wife, start hoarding.
Start hoarding, huh? And she did?
Oh, she buys 800 cans of everything.
You were sitting pretty.
Except for one thing.
What?
She couldn't get no priority on a can opener.
With 800 cans? Well, how did you open the can?
Well, lucky, the wife has one buck tooth in front.
But how...
Well, the wife would bend down, sink her buck tooth into the tin.
Yeah?
Then I would chase her around the can.
And the top would come off?
As clean as a whistle.
Yeah?
It was too good to last.
Something happened?
The water pipes busted and washed the labels off of the 800 cans.
I see.
For 2 weeks until we opened the cans, We didn't know what we was eating.
Well, how are you doing now?
Well, we're eating, but it's costing a fortune.
Well, why, Mr. Doe?
Well, the only way we can tell what's for dinner...
Yeah?
I gotta take an armful of cans and go next door to the doctor.
And?
The doctor x-rays the cans and tells me what's inside.
Well, why is this so expensive?
Well, besides what it costs for the cans...
Yes?
The doctor's charging me $10 a visit. So long.
I wonder how Socrates Mulligan is making out. Mrs. Mulligan tonight. Is Socrates in?
Socrates got a ticket for a radio program. He's went to see Take It or Leave It.
Oh. Well, how is this point rationing affecting you, Mrs. Mulligan?
Oh, don't make no never mind to me.
You've got your ration book?
Who needs it?
Well, without a ration book, you can't get food.
I can, mister.
You can? How?
Well, my grocer's nearsighted. He can't see nothing.
Oh, his eyes are bad, hey?
Yeah, when he opens up in the morning, he tips his hat and says hello to the cabbage.
Well, what about your ration book?
He can't tell one stamp from another.
I see.
I can go in there with a 3-cent postage stamp and get anything I want. Sure. So if food gets scarce...
Yes?
I'll walk in with an airmail stamp someday and clean out the joint.
Well, that brings us to the end of the alley. I'll try this last house again.
Hello, bonsoir, greetings, gate. Falstaff's here to nauseate.
And I know you won't let us down, Falstaff. You have a fresh set of duds tonight?
I have some Lulus.
Good.
Have you heard things are back to normal? Once again, they're chasing Rommel?
No, I haven't heard that.
Or since Meyer joined the choir, he's singing 2 notes higher?
Oh, no.
Or perhaps there's no sound any louder than my mother slurping chowder?
Now, wait. Finally, overdone the thing. Tonight we're talking about point rationing.
Precisely why I confront you. I have written a poem.
Well, what is your point rationing poem called?
The Picture That Never Was Painted.
How does it go?
The artist paced his garret bare, seeking an inspiration. Eureka, he shouted, I have it. This will make my reputation. I will paint a vegetable dinner with sauerkraut, carrots, and a beet. I can purchase some perfect models at the market up the street. With his ration book, he scurried away, but a little later he returned. His pigments he poured down the drainpipe. His canvas he silently burned. That picture never was painted with the sauerkraut, carrots, and the beet. The artist still lives in his garret bare. He shows through his smock in the seat. Point rationing ruined his masterpiece. The artist missed his chance to be great. His models, the vegetables, came to 49 points. His ration book had 48.
Fail. Now, as Falstaff dries a tear on his 17 stamp, we turn to welcome Hilo, Jack, and the Dame. With Al Goodman at the baton, the boys and the beauty sing Weep No More, My Lady. Oh, yes, Portland?
Is this the last day of February?
Yes, it's the 28th.
I feel sorry for February with only 28 days.
Oh, don't worry about February. You know what happens every 4 years.
The president is elected again.
Not only that, but it's leap year. The Republicans start leaping out windows. But why are you so interested in February?
Mama says when February is over, spring is here.
Oh, it's too early to talk about spring now.
Don't you think we'll see a robin soon?
Not if a butcher sees it first, you.
Mama says in 2 weeks, everything is going to thaw.
In 2 weeks, everything is going to Morgenthau. That's what... March 15th, the country starts its annual spring cleaning.
Are they going to use the Rummel plan where they skip a year?
No, this year they're just skipping Mr. Rummel. If they did... Well, again the door. All right, come in.
You dirty dog, Bill. Take that, and that, and that.
Hey, now, wait a minute. Either talk or fire, one thing at a time. Wait, what is this?
You're dead. Lay down, lay down!
I'm dead. Now, look, if anybody is dead...
Lay down, you're on the air!
Well, I'm supposed to be on the air. What are you doing in here?
Well, isn't this the Lone Ranger's program?
You're in the wrong studio.
Oh, shoot. Tonto will never forgive me for this.
Look, the Lone Ranger's in Studio K. You go out that door, turn left, take the elevator up to the 5th floor, turn
Not
right...
so fast!
Look, go outside and ask the doorman.
Thanks. Low-ho silver!
What is that low-ho? It's high-ho silver, isn't it?
No, silly. They put a ceiling on silver. Low-ho silver, away!
Well, it's spring, all right. It's spring, all right. The sap is starting to run through the building here.
It's hard to tell when spring is here in New York.
Ah, yes, it is hard to tell when spring is here. The only green you see is when a defense worker pulls out his bankroll. The only time.
It would be nice to see some trees once in a while.
Well, a few years ago, they tried planting trees on 6th Avenue.
What happened?
Well, they planted the trees right over the subway. It took them 3 weeks to get the roots out of the Bronx Express down there. But forget about spring, Portland.
Are you ready for our guest?
We haven't any guests tonight.
Not even Jack Haley or George Jessel?
No, not good. They took a week off. The boys took a week off this week. Next week we have Judy Canova, but tonight we're going to do, Oh, fine with the door. Come in.
You dirty dog, Bad Bill, take that! And that, and that!
Oh, for Pete's sake, now look.
You're dead, lay down!
Now look, you. I told you 2 minutes ago this is not the Lone Ranger program.
Oh, shoot, I'm in the wrong studio again. Tonto will kill me.
Now look, short, stumpy, and stupid. I am busy here. Beat it. Blow.
Oh, for 2 cents, I'll haul off and give you a dirty look.
Oh, yes?
Yeah, you wouldn't talk like that if you knew who I was.
Who are you?
I'm the boogeyman, Boo. Oh, I'm scared of. You're not scared of yourself.
You're going to be late for the Lone Ranger's program. You better get out of here.
Yes, I can't miss tonight's episode.
Why not?
Tonight, the Lone Ranger's horse is killed.
The horse is killed and you have to be there?
Uh-huh. They promised to give me the drumstick.
Oh. Well, if you eat the Lone Ranger's horse, you'll always have silver in your teeth.
Oh, you crazy you!
It's jerks like him who give jerks a bad name. And now...
Mr. Allen.
No, not now, Portland. I have to announce our sketch. Ladies and gentlemen, tonight we present the most baffling mystery ever brought to radio. It's called The Shot in the Penthouse, or Who Killed Carmelita Feingold? Music, please.
Hello? Yes, this is Carmelita Feingold.
We're too late, Clancy. She's dead. Who killed Carmelita Feingold? Listen, Clancy. Footsteps. There's somebody coming up the stairs. Quick, we'll hide behind this high boy. Stick him up, mister. Who are you?
I'm Phil Baker. Come on in, boys.
Phil Baker, how do you...
Yes, it's Phil Baker, Alan. Get set, boys.
Now, look, Baker, we're right in the middle of a sketch.
Get away from the microphone, Alan. Jack Renard, take Al Goodman's baton and get in front of that family reunion over there, will you?
Now, wait a minute, Baker. What's the big idea?
One side, small fry. All right, David Ross, let's go.
Okay, Phil. Eversharp presents Take It or Leave It. Time to sharpen your wits with Eversharp.
Hey, Say, what is this?
Yes, take it or leave it. The most exciting game you ever played. The game that doubles in interest with every question asked.
Say, what's going on
And
here?
so I give you the man with the $64 questions, Eversharp's distinguished master of ceremonies, and here he is, Bill Baker.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. And now, Take It or Leave It starts with...
Now, wait a minute. Take it or leave it.
Alan, will you stop interrupting my program?
Your program? Your program comes on when I get through.
Boys, will you bring in the blackboard with the quiz subjects on it, and you fellas over there bring on the tables. And all you folks who were selected as contestants, get ready to be quizzed.
What is this thing moving? This looks like the Grand Central already
Look,
here.
I warned you last week, Alan, and the week before.
But, Phil...
Your show has been running over and using part of my time every Sunday.
But, Phil...
I've got the dates right here. November 15th, 10 seconds.
But,
November
Phil...
22nd, a minute and 5 seconds.
Phil...
Since last October, you... Since last... But, Fred, since last October... You've stolen 8.5 minutes of my time. Tonight I'm getting my 8.5 minutes back. I'm not Rudy Valley. My time isn't your time. And another thing.
You hear that knock on the door? That is probably my sponsor. He'll have something to say about you stealing his time.
Will, eh?
Come in, Mr. Skirball.
You dirty dog, bad Bill. Catch that!
Now, wait a minute. You are in the wrong place again.
What program is this?
The Texaco Star Theater.
Take it or leave it.
It's Texaco.
Texaco
Oh,
or leave it.
stop it. You're driving me crazy.
What's on your mind, Buster?
Well, isn't this the Lone Ranger program?
No.
Well, then poo on both of you.
That's all. That's all we need now. Look. Look, Baker.
You want to have television.
Baker, let me finish my sketch. Look, let me please finish my sketch. Carmelita Feingold is dead. Look, on the floor.
Pick up that body and scram, will you, please? This time belongs to me. I've got my announcer here. I've got my contestants. Jack Renard, my orchestra leader, is ready.
This is an orchestra leader?
That's Jack Renard.
He looks like the jackpot in a scavenger hunt.
Can he help it if we pay him off in salami?
What's going on? Is there any trouble, Fred?
There's plenty of trouble here, Jimmy. Phil Baker here thinks he's going to steal the last 8.5 minutes of our show.
Oh, why fight? Let Bill take it or leave it go on now. As long as I get my Texaco commercial in at the end, what's the difference? What commercial did you say, brother? Who are you? I'm David Ross. Who are you?
I'm Jimmy Wallington.
What was that crack you made about a commercial?
I've got a Texaco commercial to give.
Not on this program, brother. I've got an Eversharp commercial.
Now listen here, loudmouth.
Look here, gravel throat.
Don't you get tough with me, you bull of a bait.
Why, you stand by for a rinso jingle.
Why, you
just
little
gotta-
vocal
That's
shrimp.
so fast!
Driving me crazy.
Let's get something going here,
Now,
Fred.
Phil's right, boys. I'll find out who killed Carmelita Feingold.
No, you don't. Take it or leave it is on the air. Let's go, Alan. Bring me my first contestant, will you?
I'm a stooge already. How... you, sir, are you the first contestant, are you? Socrates Mulligan. Fine. Well, this will get Mr. Baker off to a dying start. Mr. Baker, this is your first contestant.
It is, eh? Well, what is your name, sir?
Socrates Mulligan.
What business are you in?
I'm a catnip tester.
That sounds like an interesting profession.
I smell from cats, but if you hold your nose while I'm around, I'm good company.
Well, you look like an intelligent type, Mr. Mulligan. What subject would you like to talk about? What are you interested in?
Only the $64.
Something tells me that what you lack in intelligence, you'll make up in stupidity.
Thank you, sir. Thanks, sir. Hey, look, can I skip the other questions and get right to the $64 question?
All right, what would you like to talk about?
The president.
Very good. Presidents of the United States. For $64, Mr. Mulligan, what president is the Lincoln Hotel named after?
What is a hotel?
All right, I'll change that. What president is the Lincoln Tunnel named after?
What is a tunnel?
It's a hole in the head. Like you have.
Yeah, hold on. This is a sticker.
Oh, it isn't too hard. What president is the Lincoln Tunnel named after?
The Lincoln Tunnel. I got to get my thinking cap on it. Hey, do you give hints like Kay Kaiser?
Who's he?
Huh?
All right, I'll give you a hint. This president's first name is Abe.
Abe Lyman?
Was Abe Lyman ever president?
One question at a time.
Oh, wait. This is your last chance, Mr. Mulligan. What president is the Lincoln Tunnel named after?
Look, Mr. Becker, can I ask you a question?
Why, of course. What is it?
How do I get out of here?
Take the Lincoln Tunnel.
The Fred Allen Show, starring Fred Allen, with Portland Hoffa and Al Goodman's orchestra.
Thank you, and good evening, ladies and gentlemen. And, Jimmy, tonight we have got to make good. That's all there is. We have got to excel tonight. This is a gala occasion.
Yes, Fred. Tonight is your 100th Texaco Star Theater broadcast.
Oh, boy. Just think, Jimmy, my 100th broadcast. If I was a century plant and this was my 100th anniversary, I would open my petals and give off a rare aroma.
You don't need petals, brother.
It's been a long... You called in your own writer for that line. It's been a long time, Jimmy. You know, when we started this program, John's other wife hadn't even met John. Mr. District Attorney was just another lawyer in the Goodwill Court in those days. And the best tunes of all came from Singing Sam.
Yes, Fred, 100 programs.
Yeah.
I wonder how many times I've said, stop in at your Texaco dealers at any time.
Oh, I wouldn't even know. I wouldn't dare to compute a thing like that, Jimmy. I wonder how many times I've heard that voice.
Mr. Allen!
Portland. Well, you're just in time, Portland. Jimmy and I were reminiscing.
Is this your 100th broadcast tonight?
Yeah.
Gosh, when you started in radio, Superman was just a Boy Scout, wasn't he?
We used to chase the little punk out of the studio. Get away, will you? You know, back in those days, a man named Benny was the biggest thing on the air.
Jack is still a big man on the air.
Not tonight, he wasn't.
Is Jack sick?
Oh, yes, but it's nothing serious. He was on the Quiz Kid show a couple of weeks ago. He caught the whooping cough from one of the Quiz Kids.
Jack must be pretty sick if he didn't work tonight.
Oh, well, he's not that sick.
Then why didn't he come out?
Well, the real reason Benny stayed in bed tonight is because the hotel is charging him $18 a day, you see. Now, Benny won't come out of the room. He's in there trying to get his money's worth. It's awful. He keeps his lights on all day, the water running in there.
If you're going to get mad, we'd better go down to Allen's Alley.
No, the alley is closed up. They're putting in a new manhole. So tonight we're showing a special newsreel. The March of Trivia presents its weekly lowlight from the world of news. Hollywood, California. Academy of Motion Picture Arts and Sciences makes its annual awards for outstanding achievements in the cinema industry during the past year. March of Trivia, ignoring Academy, makes its own awards to little-known Hollywood folks who contributed nothing to the advancement of motion pictures during 1942. And now an award to two songwriters, Hogan and Dugan.
Hello, hello, we're here to say hello. Not howdy do, not parley, but we're just hello.
Now, wait a minute, Now, look, just a minute, boys.
Okay, pal.
You are the only two songwriters in Hollywood not to get a song in a picture during 1942.
Crosby don't even know us by sight.
He doesn't? Well, how many songs did you write?
200. Not counting the Rizzo jingles.
Not counting the jingles. Well, how come you've had such a bad year, boys?
It's the breaks.
Well, how do you mean?
Back in January, we wrote, I'm dreaming of a white New Year's, a New Year's like the years I used to know.
And, what happened?
Nothing. Then we wrote, I'm dreaming of a white Lincoln's birthday,
Abe was a man I'd like to know.
And still no break?
Not a nibble.
Not a nibble.
Then we wrote, I'm dreaming of a white April Fool's Day.
And this went on all year?
We wrote, I'm dreaming of a white Decoration Day.
Yeah?
I'm dreaming of a white 4th of July.
Uh-huh.
I'm dreaming of a white Labor Day.
Well, when did you stop writing?
In December. We took 2 weeks off, so what happened?
What?
Some guy, Mervyn Moylin, writes, I'm dreaming of a white Christmas.
And the song is a hit.
Now he tells us.
Hogan and Dugan. Well, I guess that's
Hey,
sort of...
old friend, this joyous night, Falstaff's here to give the pipe.
Falstaff, we have no time for poems tonight.
We'll make time.
Really?
Have you heard she winked and said, I'll see you later, when I jiggled the end of her fascinator? Or perhaps when Mother turned on the sun lamp, I knew she was going to tan my hide.
Now wait. That's the last straw. You have finally sabotaged a pleasant evening. Tonight we are discussing the Motion Picture Academy Awards.
Precisely why I confront you. I have written a poem.
What is your poem called?
How about an Oscar?
How about an Oscar?
Yes.
By Mrs. Levant, or is this one of your own?
This is an Openshaw.
Oh, an Openshaw exclusive. How does it go?
Each year they give out Oscars to folks in Hollywood. Actors all get Oscars when their work's been super good. Producers and directors, songwriters get them too. But the people who deserve the Oscars are folks like me and you. We ain't Taylors, Hopes, or Colemans. We ain't even Donna Meachers. We're just the jerks and movie joints who sit through double features.
Thank you, Falstaff. And now, from Falstaff's timely ode, we seek solace in song. Aided and abetted by Al Goodman, Hi-Lo, Jack, and the Dame sing for us, Taking a Chance on Love. And now, ladies and
Mr.
gentlemen...
Allen?
Yes, Portland.
Have you a piece of string?
String for what?
Well, I've got to tie up this gift box for Uncle Phil.
Oh, is Uncle Phil in the Army?
No, he's in jail.
Oh, back home again, really? For what?
Well, there was a mistake in Uncle Phil's income tax, and he wouldn't erase it.
Why not?
He said it was unpatriotic to waste the rubber.
Well, there's a thought there. And they put Uncle Phil in the clink?
Yes.
Well, that's that's the new income tax plan. Pay or you go. You perhaps but tell me, what does your uncle do all day in the hoosgow?
Well, today when I went down, he was reading Time.
Reading it and doing it, huh? He's a double threat man.
Uncle Phil also writes slogans.
Slogans? What sort of slogans?
His latest slogan is, girls with fat back shouldn't wear slack.
Say, you said a sarong, full Portland, and sarong reminds me our guest tonight is a famous Hollywood star.
Ooh, is she a glamour girl?
Well, we tried to get a glamour girl, but you know how things are today. If you can't get glamour, you take what you can get.
And what did you get?
A young lady who, when she was born, set the stork back 200 years. And here she is, ladies and gentlemen. Meet Miss Ozark for 1943, the Republic picture star, Miss Judy Canova.
Thank you.
Welcome back to our little Marfac lubrication playhouse, Judy.
I'm glad to be back, Fred. It says here.
Yes, according to our writers, everyone is always glad to be here, Judy. I'm sorry I didn't get to meet you down at the train, Judy. I tried to get through that mob, but there must have been 5,000 people there.
Oh, that crowd wasn't there to meet me, Fred.
No?
No, they was all butchers. Elsie the cow was in the next car.
Say, I saw the pictures they took of you down at the Grand Central. You were bending down. Were you tying your shoe?
Nope, I was shaking hands with the mayor.
You shouldn't overdo it. Some people bump their heads doing that. You have to watch out.
I did.
Well, this is quite an event, Judy. You know, you were the first Hollywood glamour girl we've had on our program this year.
Oh, shucks, Fred. I ain't no glamour girl.
Oh, why, Judy, you have charm, grace, a lovely figure, a dynamic personality. If my draft board is listening, boys, this proves how bad my eyes are.
Fred, do you mean to stand there and tell me that you tried to get into the Army?
Yes, Judy, I went over to my draft board last week.
Well, what happened?
Well, I crawled into the room. The head of the draft board, an old gentleman. I did. I crept into the place. Someone said the ivy's coming in through the door, but it was I. And I crept into the room. The head of the draft board, an old gentleman, took one look at me and said, "You take my chair, brother. I'll go."
Why, Fred, I think you'd make a great soldier. You've got that there military look.
The military look?
Yeah, with those bags, your eyes look like they're hiding in 2 foxholes.
Well, these aren't bags under my eyes, Judy. They're just little desks for the pupils there.
They look more like apples for the teachers.
Well, please, Judy, as the lesser of two evils, let's talk about you. Tell me, what are you doing? Tell me, what are you doing here in New York? Looking for nylons?
Well, no, Fred. You see, I've been playing the Army camp.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, I just came up from Camp Shelby in Mississippi.
Camp Shelby. The boys at Camp Shelby. Boys followed you up, I see. I guess the boys at Camp Shelby must have liked you, Judy.
Oh, I ain't so sure, Fred. When Hetty Lamar or Betty Grable gave a show at the camp,
Yes?
the bugler called them in by blowing assembly.
Well, what did the bugler blow for you?
Mess call.
Well, don't let it get you down, Judy. You play those love scenes in your pictures with handsome young leading men.
Why, the fellers I get ain't handsome. They ain't young, and I got to do all the leading.
Well, young leading men must be scarce in Hollywood these days. No, they tell me when a director yells, "On the set out there," it looks like payday at the Social Security office.
Well, leading men ain't the only problem in Hollywood, Fred.
No?
No, the food shortages are changing things, too.
Well, I know there's a big change in the Western pictures. Cowboys used to chase cattle, whooping and hollering, "Yippee!" Now they just chase cows and drool. I know. They have saddles with built-in cuspidors. But you're certainly lucky, Judy. You know these shortages are going to make you the biggest star in Hollywood.
Me? The biggest star?
Well, why not? Studios can't get lumber for sets. The stars can't get dress suits and evening gowns. All Hollywood can make from now on will be hillbilly pictures. And that's your racket.
You mean the picture companies won't make nothing but hillbilly operas?
Why, from now on, all pictures will observe the ration laws, Judy, and I have written a duration scenario. Now, let's, you and I, try it out and see what it's like, all right? Music, maestro.
This is a tale of Ozark love, a simple story about simple people told in a trite and hackneyed way. The time, spring. The place, the palatial Canova FHA lean-to. As our story opens, Pa Canova is asleep. Ma Canova is trying to wake him up.
Wake up, Paul. Wake up.
Yes. What time is it, Ma?
It's March. Come on, get up now. Here's the rake. Run it for your beard.
I ain't a-touching my beard. There's a field mouse in there folding.
I'm shaking some flour on your feet.
Flour? What for?
Companies are coming.
Come to see who?
Come to see Judy May, our daughter. Judy May's aiming to get here.
Where is Judy May?
She's out riding up and down in the well bucket, rinsing. I'll fetch her. Judy May! Judy May!
What is it, Ma?
Your bowl will be here in a minute, Judy May.
That's why I'm rinsing, Ma.
Better stand here and drain a mite. Come on, move around. Don't pull up the floor.
I'm aiming to be dry and dainty when Zeke gets here.
Here, run some twine through your toes. And, Judy May, stick your hair up with some lard.
Say, who is this Sharpie who's courting Judy May?
Why, it's old Josh Allen's boy, Zeke. Him and Judy May's been rubbing muzzles.
Eh? Rubbing muzzles?
Yep. I caught Zeke and Judy May in the drugstore the other day. They was alternating.
Alternating, you see?
Seen them with my own eyes.
Gosh.
There they was, with a rhubarb phosphate in front of them and only one straw. They was alternating.
Little tail alternating, eh? Where's my gun?
Now, hold on, Paul. Here's Zeke now.
Alternating, eh? Come in.
Howdy, sir. Howdy, ma'am.
Howdy, Zeke.
Hey, what's this I hear about you?
All right, hush your fuss, Paul. Pull up a crate, Zeke, and set.
Hey, what you got in that bag?
It's a poke of sweets for Judy May. Before I popped the question, I was aiming to put the peppermint to her. Where is Judy May?
She's inside, preening. Judy May!
Yeah, Ma. Oh, howdy, Zeke.
Howdy, Judy May. Gosh, you're as pretty as the tailboard on a circus wagon.
Oh, Zeke, you're making me blush clean through my towel.
Yeah, yup.
Say, you like my new dress, Zeke?
Jeepers, I'd like to be a seaman that get up. Them's catalog sacks, ain't they?
Uh-huh. Yep. The front's a Pillsbury and the back's Laymore chicken mash.
Sure is a stump-down good un, Judy.
Hold on with your fancy talk, Zeke Ellen. Are you aiming to marry Judy May, or do I see the OPA man about ammunition?
No, I'm fixing to hitch, Paul.
Well, can you sport Judy May in the style she's accustomed?
Well, I got a plow she can pull.
Yeah.
I got a cow she can milk.
Yeah.
I got a setting of eggs she can hatch out.
Well, that ain't enough. Man that married Judy May's got to have an acre of land.
Well, I'll be who-danged and dog-fanged. I ain't a-getting me no acre of land, Paul.
Oh, Zeke, don't you love me?
Judy May, you're so sweet, you look like a bee just wiped his feet on you.
Oh, pretty talk, me, Zeke.
Yeah.
Well, I didn't live till that day you slipped your hand down into my mitten. I'll make you a good wife, Zeke. I can cook.
Cook? How do you fix a weasel?
Why, I cook a weasel rare and back in a pot full of greens.
Just the way my ma always cooked it, rare and back. Judy May, you and me has got a hitch. I'll get me an acre of land.
Zeke, my man. You got the money?
I'll get the money. I'll sell my zither with the picture of Dr. Townsend on it.
Hold him, Judy May. I'll run for the minister, eh?
Judy May make your home a nest, Zeke. She just keeps a singing like a bird all day long.
Yep, she's a singing this critter. Sang something for Zeke, Judy May. I'll put the record on the phonograph, eh?
Oh, sure.
Go ahead, Judy May. Sing for Zeke.
Okie beeby dokie, Zeke. Rome wasn't built in a day. You have to pay for what you get. I will be here when you find me, so come and find me, my little pet. Anything but love, baby. That's the only thing I've plenty of. Oh, my Texaco, baby. Dream a while, scheme a while. You're sure to find our happiness so. And I guess all the things you always find for. Gee, I'd like to see you looking swell. Baby, diamond bracelets, Woolworth doesn't say, well, baby, till that lucky day, you know darn well, baby, I can't give you anything, but has anybody here seen my honey? My little honey, honey, well, I can't give my honey anything but How'd you like it, Zeke?
Now I know, Porcanova. Now I know.
You know what, Zeke?
I know why the man Judy May marries has got to have an acre of land.
Why?
He needs an acre of land to plant cotton.
That's right.
With Judy May singing like that all day long, her husband's got to have plenty of cotton to keep stuffing in his ears.
Take her, my boy. She's yours.
Thank you, Paul.
Mr. Allen!
There's no absenteeism here, Portland. Let's go to work.
Texaco dealers from coast to coast present the Texaco Star Theater with Richard Haydn, High-Low Jack and the Dame, Portland Hoffa, yours truly, Jimmy Wallington, the Texaco Workshop Players, Al Goodman and his orchestra, and starring Fred Allen. Ladies and gentlemen, spring is the season when everything starts to bloom. Tonight, as a tribute to spring, we bring you that perennial bloomer, Fred Allen.
Thank you, and good evening, ladies and gentlemen. And thank you, Mr. Wallington, for that botanical send-off. Jimmy, don't you enjoy spring here in New York? The birds, the trees, green things shooting up.
Green things? Name me one green thing you've seen in New York.
Well, did you see the St. Patrick's Day parade last Wednesday? Why, that was greener than a grapevine and twice as long, Jimmy.
Yeah, that's right. That was some parade. You know, I couldn't get across Fifth Avenue for 6 hours.
Well, you should have done what I did, Jimmy.
Well, how did you get across Fifth Avenue?
Well, I joined the Ancient Order of Hibernians, marched 4 blocks in the parade at an angle, and then stepped out on the other side of the street.
Say, how come every March 17th they let 50,000 Irishmen stop traffic and parade down Fifth Avenue?
Do you know anyone who can stop 50,000 Irishmen from doing anything? Spring, Jimmy, when a young man's fancy lightly turns to thoughts of his induction day. Yes, spring is...
Mr. Allen!
Oh, Portland. Gee whiz. Well, Portland, you're just in time. Have you seen any signs of spring?
I'll say. Mama just bought a new hat.
New hat, huh? One of those grotesque numbers?
It looks like a pie crust with a snap brim.
A pie crust with a snap brim. Looks funny, huh?
When Mama bought the hat, the clerk said, "Shall I wrap it up?"
What did your mother say?
Mama said, "No, I'll put the hat on and get my first laugh in here."
You should have had the hat on when you read that line. I saw, these new hats are really something. I saw a woman with a hat today. It looked like a pot roast relaxing on a pen wiper.
Mama's winter hat looked like a hot water bottle with flowers on it.
That was the winter hat, huh? Well, I saw a debutante with some kind of a new fur hat. It looked like a Pomeranian's hips backing out of her hair. But enough about spring and millinery. Let's get along to Allen's Alley.
Have you a question?
Oh, you bet. Last week, you know, President Roosevelt sent a plan to Congress that will protect Americans from all economic hazards in the future. And so our question tonight is, are you in favor of cradle-to-grave security? And if not, why not?
Shall we go to Allen's Alley?
Why not? That's the bison song. You ever hear that? Bison girls together. Here we are back in Allen's Alley, Portland.
John Doe's lights are out.
Well, perhaps he's gone to bed. Let's make sure. I'll see.
Oh, it's you.
Yes, Mr. Doe. Tell me, what do you think of this cradle-to-the-grave idea?
Well, there's only one trouble with the world today.
And that is?
The poor has got all the poverty. It's a monopoly.
Well, what?
There's only one solution. The poor has got to share their poverty with the rich.
Well, how can this be done?
Well, we ought to do what they do in England.
What is that?
In England, at the age of 80, the government gives you all the Pepsi-Cola you can drink for nothing.
Pepsi-Cola?
Yeah, it's the beverage plan.
Oh. Well, John Doe favors liquid assets, I see. Let's see what Mrs. Nussbaum's reaction is.
No.
How do you feel about this security plan, Mrs. Nussbaum?
Who is worrying? Life to me is a peacock on the nest. I am sitting pretty.
Like a peacock on the nest, eh? You've never been in want?
What I am wanting, I am getting, but incessantly.
How do you mean?
When I was a little girl, I am wanting money. I shall go to finishing school. I'm getting money.
Fine.
I'm wanting money. I shall getting married. I'm getting money.
Well, say, you're lucky.
I'm wanting money. We shall all together living on the fat of the land. I'm getting money.
Well, where do you get all this money?
I am living on a plan.
The president's plan?
The Morris plan, thank you.
Well, Mrs. Nussbaum is getting along all right. Let's see how Socrates Mulligan feels about this. Well, Socrates, how do you feel about the president's plan?
Whole nature. I got my own plan.
What is that?
It's 50-50. Work and security.
Work and security. Well, what is this 50-50 plan of yours?
I got my wife out working as a welder.
Yes.
My mother I got working as a steam fitter.
Yes.
My mother-in-law I got out tending bar.
Fine.
My grandmother, an old lady, I got out panhandling. My 4 little kids I got out working for Western Union.
Well, look, just a minute. Tell me, what do you do?
I stay home and keep books. It's 50-50, work and security.
50-50?
Yeah, my family gets the work, I got the security.
Well, that leaves us only one more house. Let's try this little shanty here.
Welcome, friend. My door's ajar. Falstaff's here with la-di-da.
Your lapel is blossoming tonight, isn't it? You look tired, Falstaff.
Oh, yes. The Muse and I tussled the whole night through.
You did really?
Yes.
And as a result of this, you have more poems?
Oh, yes. Have you heard, I don't know much about jive, but my draft board can certainly send me?
No.
Or, she sat by the fireside cutting her corn as I tuned in H.V. Kaltenborn. Or perhaps mother's given her tailor the sack. He made her a shawl with the belt in the back.
Enough is enough. You have breached what was left of our friendship. Tonight we were distinctly talking about post-war security.
Precisely why I am here. I have written a poem.
What is your poem called?
From the Cradle to the Grave.
Well, how does it go?
Life used to be a struggle for honest man or knave. The years were fraught with heartaches from the cradle to the grave. But shortly life will be serene. Man will no longer slave, for Congress soon will finance him from the cradle to the grave. Money, schooling, medicine, and all else man may crave will be his for the asking from the cradle to the grave. This is what we fight for. Democracy we'll save. We missed Hitler in his cradle, but we'll see him in his grave.
That was very nice. First and to the point. And now, ladies and gentlemen, we turn to greet Hilo, Jack, and the Dame. With Maestro Al Goodman lending a helping hand, the kids sing, "You'd Be So Nice to Come Home To." Yes, Portland, you are...
Mama sent this encyclopedia over for you to study.
Encyclopedia?
Yes, aren't you going on the Quiz Kids program next Sunday?
Oh, well, I should worry about the Quiz Kids. I was on Information Please, wasn't I? What are the Quiz Kids? They're nothing but Information Please dehydrated. You had little Kieran's there and little FPA.
Well, you worked with the Quiz Kids last year, and Mama said...
Your mother said what?
Mama said you gave morons a bad name.
Well, as a moron senior grade, your mother should know.
Well, I hope you're as good with the Quiz Kids as Jack Benny was.
Benny, you mean the man with the zoot brain?
Do you know why Benny went on the Quiz Kids program?
No, why?
Well, it seems that Benny was making himself a new set of homemade uppers. You see, the uppers gave way. And he had the gums all finished. And he heard that little Joel Kupperman had 2 loose teeth. So Benny was hoping that the kid's teeth would fall out while he was on the program, you see. Oh, that Benny, he's tighter than the cuffs on a jitterbug's pants. And nothing is tighter than that.
Did you see Jack's new picture, The Meanest Man in the World?
Yes, it's real. Remind me to tell you about that next week. It's really the story of Benny's life, the meanest man in the world. But enough about the Slim Somerville of tomorrow. Our guest, this will get him out of bed if nothing gets him. Our guest is champing at his bit.
Who's coming tonight?
Oh, a distinguished visitor. So seldom we run across a word that long in our school. A distinguished visitor from England.
Anthony Eden, wow!
Now, wait, no, relax, Portland. He wanted to do a double act with the mayor. We didn't get him. We couldn't get Mr. Eden, and so our guest tonight is the famous English criminologist, scientist, lecturer, and pride of Scotland Yard, Inspector Richard Hayden. Good evening, Inspector.
How do you do?
Pardon me, was that you, Inspector?
Yes. I said, how do you do?
Oh, excuse me. I thought something had gone wrong with the air conditioning. That was you, that noise was you talking.
Yes. My mother was frightened by a slow leak.
Oh. Well, tell me, Inspector Hayden, what brings you to America? Are you tracking down some international criminal, are you?
Oh, not at all. I am here on a goodwill tour.
Well, tell me, how do you spread goodwill?
I simply go around keeping my mouth shut.
I see.
It has won me a host of friends.
I can imagine. Well, now that you are here in Manhattan, what do you think of the people?
I am afraid most of you New Yorkers need glasses.
You think people here have bad eyes?
Yes. This is no time for tittering. They are always mistaking me for some gentleman named Jerk.
Tell me, Inspector, do you like our American climate?
Yes.
Do you like our American hospitality?
Yes.
Do you like our American women? You and the Navy have something in common, Inspector.
Oh, thank you.
Well, Gesundheit.
Thank you. I hate to sneeze. It bags my Kleenex.
Yes, sneezing will bag your Kleenex every time, I know.
But then again, the spray adds a bit of life to my gardenia.
Oh, how true. But, resuming, Inspector, how do you find our American food?
Oh, I merely look behind those little windows, and there it is.
Little windows? Where have you been eating?
I believe it is called the automatic.
No, you mean the automat.
Oh, yes, the automat.
Now, do you like the cuisine at the automat?
Oh, after I pick out the ground glass, the food is delicious.
Ground glass?
Yes, I can't seem to break those little windows in one piece.
Well, you are not supposed to break the glass, Inspector. You're supposed to put a nickel in and those little windows fly open.
No, he tells me.
Well, I know you're busy night and day trailing criminals, Inspector. Tell me, how do you relax? Do you have any hobbies?
I have only one hobby, collecting.
Collecting what?
Things.
What things?
Things people throw away. For instance, some people eat the tips of asparagus.
Oh, and you?
I collect the asparagus bottoms.
Old asparagus bottoms, eh?
I also collect old lamb chop bones,
Yeah.
old light bulbs, potato peels, the ankles from old pigs' feet.
Well, what do you do with all of these things people throw away?
Oh, I take them to my room, sort them out in alphabetical order.
Yes?
Then, on Mother's Day, I give them to my mother.
Oh, well, that is a nice gesture.
Yes, my mother is a female scavenger.
Really?
Mother's only friend is a buzzard.
Well, I'd like to see you, your mother, and the buzzard on We the People some night when the wind is right, Professor. Inspector Adams. Now, as a highlight of our interview, Inspector Hayden, tell me what are some of the outstanding English crimes you have solved?
Well, there was the Wharton case.
The Wharton case?
Young Wharton, a ne'er-do-well if ever I saw one, pressed his grandfather's head between two bookends until it came to a point.
The grandfather's head came to a point?
Yes. Young Wharton buried the old gentleman by driving him into the ground with a croquet mallet.
Yes.
Then there was the Chinatown Gertie case.
Yes?
Chinatown Gertie was beaten to death with 2 chopsticks.
Well, Inspector, how would you like to dramatize one of your cases on the radio tonight?
Oh, hot diggity.
All right. We'll show you how one of your famous crimes would sound on an American-sponsored radio program. Now, what mystery can we use?
Well, how about murder? The Great Goldfish Murder.
The Great Goldfish Murder sounds fine. Music, Mr. Goodman.
The makers of Crowley's Concentrated Coffee present Crime Busters. Before we bring you tonight's guest crime buster, you have got to hear a long, dull message from our sponsor.
Are you having trouble getting coffee today? Then try Crowley's Concentrated Coffee. It's the coffee that's easy to get. Most grocers are out of other brands of coffee, but their shelves are still loaded with Crowley's. There's a reason. Crowley's Concentrated Coffee comes to you scientifically rancid. You don't have to let your coffee lie around open for a week to get stale. Crowley's is Vita Stale in the pack.
Crowley's Concentrated Coffee contains 98% caffeine. Try a cup before going to bed. You'll be up all night thinking of its rich, tasty goodness. Crowley's coffee is good till you at last drop.
Get Crowley's today in the regular 1-pound tin. Or better yet, get the handy 2-ton size. And remember, Crowley, spelled backwards, is Yenvok.
Now, Crime Busters, and here is your host, who is responsible for tonight's crime, Colonel J. Edgar Allen. Colonel Allen.
Thank you. Tonight, crime lovers, our guest is that famous English criminologist, Inspector Hayden of Scotland Yard. I had the pleasure of assisting the inspector on his first assignment here in this country, the famous Goldfish Murder case. And here is Inspector Hayden to tell us how he solved this exciting crime. Inspector Hayden.
Oh, thank you.
Inspector, about this goldfish murder, just what happened?
Well, I was sitting in my hotel room one morning, chasing the moths out of some old clothes.
Yes?
Suddenly a call came on my shortwave radio.
Calling all cops to Barney's Pet Shop. Calling all cops to Barney's Pet Shop. Barney has been murdered. Calling Colonel Allen. Calling Inspector Hayden. Work fast, boys. You're both M1A. Calling all cops.
Yes? I remember that call, Inspector. I got to Barney's Pet Shop before you did. I opened the door. Phew. Barney, the owner, was lying on the floor dead. A man rushed out of the back room of the pet shop with a cobra coiled around his arm. The man said...
Oh, this is terrible. Poor Barney. He was my best friend.
Just a minute. Who are you?
I'm Jones, the late Barney's assistant.
Now, come clean, Jones. Who killed Barney?
How should I know? I was in the back room, currycombing a mongoose. I heard a shot.
Yes?
I rushed to the front of the shop,
and there was Barney dead.
Was Barney alone here in the pet shop?
No, there was a customer. There he is, that little guy, hiding behind the cockatoo cage.
Come out of there, you. Who are you?
I'm Nemo Bemis. I just come in to buy a orangutan. A big one.
Uh-huh. You were in here for monkey business,
He
eh?
must have killed Barney, officer.
Honest, I didn't, officer. Barney was dead when I come in.
There is only one man who could solve this case. And here he is now, Inspector Hayden.
How do you presume?
This is a crime for you, Inspector Hayden.
What are the facts, Colonel Allen?
Barney, the owner of this pet shop, has been murdered. Jones here, this stout gentleman, was Barney's assistant.
Well, I didn't kill Barney. I was, in fact, currycombing a mongoose.
A likely story. Whom is this other chap?
He says he is Nemo Bemis.
I come in to buy a orangutan. A big one. But I didn't kill Barney. Barney was dead when I come in.
What is your next move, Inspector?
You take their fingerprints, Colonel.
Yes, sir.
I shall look about for a clue. You'd be so nice to come home to. You'd be so... What's this?
What is it, a clue, Inspector?
This goldfish bowl.
It's empty.
This sign says, this last 2 dozen imported goldfish, a bargain, $295.
Whoever killed Barney, Inspector, stole those goldfish. One of these 2 suspects here is guilty.
I didn't do it. Barney was my best friend.
I didn't do it. I only come in to buy a orangutan. A big one.
Obviously one of these gentlemen is fabricating.
Well, I'll soon find out, Inspector. I'll give them the 3rd degree. All right, first, you, Bemis.
I didn't do nothing.
Quiet. Loosen your tie. Open your pores. Start to sweat. Why did you come into the pet shop?
To buy a orangutan. A big one.
You found Barney dead?
Yeah.
Did you kill Barney?
No, did you?
No.
Why did you come into the pet shop?
Well, I got the police call on the radio.
Got any witnesses?
Well, there were a couple of the boys around.
Oh, a couple of the boys, huh? But you can't name them, can you?
Yes, I can. There was Houlihan. Hey, wait a minute. Who's grilling who here?
Colonel.
You found something, Inspector?
Yes, a grammatical error.
What?
You said who is grilling who.
Yes?
You should have said who is grilling whom. The pronoun whom, when confronted by the past subjunctive...
Now, wait a minute. Never mind that, Inspector. We're stymied here. The murderer didn't leave a clue.
I'm not so sure, old Bruin.
You have a clue, Inspector?
Hand me that goldfish bowl, Colonel Allen.
Here you are, Inspector.
Here in my pocket book, I have a piece of dry ice.
Dry ice in with your money?
Set the goldfish bowl on this dry ice.
All right. Gad, look. The water freezes it instantly.
Exactly. I told you to take these characters' fingerprints.
I have the fingerprints right here, Inspector.
Ah, bully. I shall compare these with the prints in the bowl.
But there aren't any fingerprints on the goldfish bowl, Inspector.
The man who stole those goldfish left his fingerprints in the water.
In the water, yes.
I froze the water with the dry ice.
Yes?
You see on top of the ice?
Fingerprints.
Exactly. The man who killed Barney was...
Yes?
Jones, Barney's assistant.
You ain't got nothing on me.
Oh, no? Explain this card I happened to find on the floor.
An invitation to his college alumni banquet. Gad.
That is why you stole the goldfish, Jones.
All right, I confess. I tried to steal the goldfish. Barney caught me. I killed him.
But why?
I had to have them goldfish to go to my college alumni banquet. When I was in college, I was a champion goldfish swallower. I wanted to show the boys I still had something on the ball.
Colonel Allen, the goldfish murder is solved.
Wonderful, Inspector. There's only one thing I don't understand.
Yes?
That dry ice. How did you happen to have that dry ice in your pocketbook?
Elementary, dear boy. My salary was frozen last January.
Replacing the Red Skelton Show, usually heard at this hour, here's a special rebroadcast of the American Armed Forces and their allies, featuring another of America's favorite comedians, Fred Allen. And with him tonight is Portland Hoffa, Ilo, Jack and a Dame, Al Goodman in the orchestra, and as guest star, Jimmy Durante. And here he is, Fred Allen.
Thank you, and good evening, ladies and gentlemen. And Jimmy, that extra coffee people are going to get this year will sure be a boon to radio.
How do you mean, Fred?
Why, with more coffee, people will be able to stay awake during those Jack Benny programs now.
Do people really doze off listening to Jack?
Doze off? Why, Maisie doze and Dozy doze. Everybody doze off, Jimmy.
They say that sheep with insomnia count little bennies, Jimmy. Barnyard connoisseurs have told me off the record that. But with this extra coffee, I hear they're inventing a new radio just to listen to the Benny program. It's a combination radio and percolator, Jimmy. It works except when the program is on. Now, if you really want to get at...
Mr. Allen!
Well, Portland, Jesus. Well, Portland, what's new tonight?
Nothing, except what's in the papers.
Well, I've been reading the papers, too. I read mostly from right to left.
The paper said that peroxide is scarce and blondes are disappearing.
Oh, yes, a blonde can establish a bleach head, but without peroxide, she can't hold it. You have to... Well, Portland, we better, before we find out just how much they will stand for, we had better... Right here, laughing at something we hope to have next week, are you? Portland, we had better run for Allen's Alley.
Have you a question for tonight?
Our question tonight is, how did the fish shortage bother you?
Shall we go?
As the piece of string said to the finger, why not? I should have brought my chair with me. Portland, here we are back in Allen's Alley. I'll see if Senator Bloat is there.
Yes.
Senator Bloat, what about the fish problem?
If my bill, the bloat bill, goes through,
Yes.
this country will never have another fish shortage.
Well, what does your bill advocate?
Every person who's doing nothing to help the war effort will be given a fishing line and some bait.
Yes?
The fishing lines will be thrown into the water.
When every person who is doing nothing to help the war effort has his line in the water?
With all these jerks, we'll soon have enough fish to feed America. I think so.
Well, I think the Senate is hardly worth the trouble, was it, Senator? From telling those kind of jokes, the Senator's starting to get whiskers on himself there. Well, I think the Senator has something there, and I hope he returns to clean it up. Now, let's see how Mrs. Prawn is doing.
Well, what is it?
Mrs. Prawn, is anyone alive on this program? I would like... We might be the annex to the Smithsonian Institute come to life here. Mrs. Prawn, did the fish shortage bother you?
No. Every day I sent my husband over to the aquarium.
I see.
In no time, he was back with a mess of fish.
Say, that was a good idea.
Yes. Anytime you want fish, send the worms.
Well, we take leave of Mrs. Prawn and see who's in next door here.
No.
Mr. Nussbaum, how do you feel about this fish business?
Oh, fish I am eating morning, noon, and night. White fish, blue fish, red fish.
What red fish?
Salmon is purple, maybe. Also, I'm eating flambers, keeper, sardines.
In other words, you were crazy about fish.
Oh-ho.
Chip-oh-ho, I should take it.
Besides eating, also I'm keeping in a goldfish bowl at Sturgeon. Irving by name.
Irving was your pet sturgeon?
My little finny pal.
You liked Irving, huh?
Oh, when I'm coming home, Irving is leaping in the goldfish bowl for joy.
Really?
With the fins he's waving on me.
Gosh.
The caviar Irving is spelling out, oh, Lord, my boy.
You were inseparable.
Until it's coming the fish shortage.
Well, what happened?
Suddenly there's no fish. For 2 weeks I'm not eating fish. I'm going shark raving mad.
You were fish famished, eh?
Every night I'm coming home, I'm looking on Irving.
Your sturgeon was still glad to see you?
With caviar, Irving is still spelling out, oh, Lord, my brother.
And then...
One night Irving was gone. The gold fish bowl was empty.
Mr. Nussbaum, you mean...
The cream cheese Irving was delicious, didn't you?
That brings us to the little weed-covered cottage at the end of the alley.
Bonsoir all, s'il vous plaît. Falstaff's here with Rondelay.
You haven't more poems tonight.
Indubitably. Have you heard he was just a little pigeon, and yet he had religion?
No.
Or when his antlers caught in the chandelier, the big buck deer said Veyesmere?
No.
The stork had come, the doctor used penicillin. 2 minutes later, the baby was whistling.
Falstaff, you have upset everything. Tonight we have been mulling over the fish shortage.
Precisely why I am here. I have spawned a scansia.
You have... What is your poem called?
The Whale Called a Meeting.
Well, how does it go?
The big bull whale said a meeting I decree, and he blew a spout that shook the sea. The fish came in schools, the porpoise and seals, the flying fish flew, crabs hitchhiked on eels. The minnows scurried, the haddock and sturgeon joined the tuna and cod who needed no urgent. When all were assembled, from jellyfish to trout, the whale said, here's what this meeting's about. Fish can't fight Hitler with guns or with powder, but we can give our lives for fish dinners and chowder. Fish are like soldiers, for news we all pine. So to keep us both happy, please, drop us a line.
Well, thank you, Falstaff. And as Falstaff leaves for the Fulton Fish Market to get another inspiration, Maestro Al Goodman rises to welcome Hilo, Jack, and the Dame. The kids sing Mares He Dotes. That was just a dash of Take It Easy, played by Al Goodman and 25 men whose salaries can't be frozen. They work for salt. And now, ladies and gentlemen... Pouring away. What is that la-da-da-ding? You sound like an ill wind blowing through Lower Basin Street.
It's the Skater's Waltz.
Oh.
Mama and I saw Sonia Honey yesterday.
Oh, does your mother like skating?
I'll say. Mama can do a figure 8.
Your mother doesn't have to do a figure 8. She has one. Your mother looks like a duffel bag that came to life. Your mother on ice.
Mama said you should be very good on ice, too.
Why?
Mama says there are so many cheapskates in your family.
Now, look, Portland, I'm tired tonight. I have had a lot of trouble this past week.
Trouble?
Yes, there's a housing shortage, you know. The other night, I was sitting home, a strange man knocked at my door, said he'd been walking all over New York trying to find a room. He couldn't find a place to sleep. It was a cold night, so I gave him a drink and let him sleep on my sofa. The next morning, when I got up, the stranger was gone, and he left $3 on the table for room rent.
You didn't know the man?
Didn't know the man at all. I felt terrible accepting money for a favor. I looked for the fellow all day to give him his $3 back, and that night I was depressed. Well, I decided to call on the only man who can cheer me up when I'm depressed, so I went over to that nightclub, the Copacabana. I knocked on this gentleman's dressing room door. Well, if it ain't my old pal, Jimmy Durante. Well... Say, this is a pretty dressing room you have here, Jimmy.
Yeah, I had an inferior decorator do the job. The same guy who did Lindy's.
Oh, really?
Yeah. Instead of having roses on the wallpaper, he's got meatballs.
It's a pretty shade.
Yeah. It's a gravy pastel.
Gravy.
I was just taking a gander at my fan mail, Fred.
Oh, your fan mail? What is that postcard?
It's a vitamin ad. I'm through with vitamins.
Well, why?
I seen an ad. A certain vitamin capsule will grow hair. That's what it said.
Uh-huh.
I tried them for 2 months. I'm as bald as any part of a grapefruit.
You took these capsules every day?
I was putting them on top of my head.
Well, you're supposed to take them, Jimmy.
Now he tells me.
Say, Jimmy, I saw your picture on the cover of Time this week.
Yeah, they wanted to put my picture on the Reader's Digest. I turned them down.
Why?
People would think that Randy was a midget.
Say, what is that stack of paper you have there, Jimmy?
These are some jokes my writers left me. Get this one. My girl never wears liquid stockings because she can't get her leg in the bottle. It's no good, Fred.
Well, why not, Jimmy?
My girl can. You know, my girl's got legs like a pipe cleaner.
That's thin?
That's fuzzy.
Say, what is that other slip? Another joke you have there?
Yeah, this one is a Lulu. Wait till you hear it. They're making a new picture of the life of Abraham Lincoln. It's called Massey, Come Home.
Massey, come home, eh?
What's the matter, Fred? You ain't laughing. You're letting Durante down.
Well, I'm worried, Jimmy.
Listen, if you're worried about the future, Fred, I know a gypsy who's open all night.
No, Jimmy, I'm not. I just have a little problem. You see, the other night I let a stranger sleep in my place. It was cold. I gave him a drink. The next morning I get up, the fellow was gone. He left $3 on the table, and I sort of feel guilty keeping the $3. I've looked around. I can't find the guy.
Stop worrying, will you, Fred? There's only one thing to do with that $3.
What?
Buy war bonds with it. There's a friend of mine down at the Federal Building, Mr. Umbriago. Umbriago sells war bonds.
Well, maybe that's what I'll do.
Hey, the show's starting, Mr. Durante. You're on.
I gotta do my number, Fred. I'll leave the door open so you can hear it in here.
Okay, Jimmy.
Thank you, and thank you, ladies and gentlemen. I'd like to dedicate this number to that whack who blew me a kiss in the lobby of the Martha Washington Hotel. Fruiterer. I bought 2 apples. You know, the clerk thought he knew a hit when he saw one. He said those apples will cost you $2 apiece. So I gave him a $5 bill. As he was about to give me my dollar change, I said, keep it, we're even. I stepped in the grave, coming in. Let me hear that band. Mama! What a band that Goodman has got. Let me hear it. Let me hear it. You know, last night I walked into the automat, and I put a lead nickel in the slot. And what do you think came out? The manager? Let me hear it, boys.
Well, Portland, when Jimmy finished his song at the Copacabana, we made an appointment to meet the next day and buy war stamps with my $3. Well, I got to the Federal Building first. I was waiting in the lobby when Jimmy rushed in.
Sorry I'm late, Fred. There was a pickpocket with no arms in the subway. He got his head caught in my pocket.
Put the bite on you, huh? Well, all right, Jimmy. All right, Jimmy. Let's get my stamps. This window here says War Savings Staff.
I'll see if Umbriago is behind the window. Hello, in there?
Anything I can do for you, gentlemen?
Yes, I'd like to buy $3 worth of...
Wait a minute. This guy ain't Umbriago.
Well, what's the difference,
I
Jimmy?
promised Umbriago, Fred. He's got to make his quota. Besides, if you're a friend of mine, Umbriago will lick the stamps for you.
Well, my delicatessen licks war stamps for me, Jimmy. They keep a wet tongue on the counter.
Gentlemen, will you hurry and buy your stamps? I've got to get back to my book.
Oh, I'm sorry.
I'm halfway up. A tree grows in Brooklyn.
Oh.
I can stop.
Just a minute, copperhead. Do you realize the gesture my friend is making?
Now, Jimmy, don't bother.
This man rented a room to a stranger for $3. Did he take this money and squander it on wine, women, and jute boxes? No. He's here to put it where every penny should go. Into war bonds and stamps.
Now, please, Jimmy, quiet. Just get my stamps. $3 worth, mister.
Before I tear them off, one thing.
Yes?
Did this gentleman say you rented a room?
Well, I didn't exactly rent the room.
No, the guy knocked on Mr. Allen's door.
Yes.
I see. Will you both step into this next office, please? Mr. Brownlee?
Yes. What is it, Heseltine?
2 suspects.
Suspects? What is this?
Mr. Brownlee is in charge of the OPA office on rent ceilings.
Rent ceiling?
Quiet, you. What's the charge, Hesselwhite?
The big one rented a room for $3. He was going to buy war stamps with the money. Then the little one with a cucumber nose started shooting off his bazoo.
That's a lie. That's a lie. I deny the allegation and I defy the alligator. If Umbriago was here, I'd serve the two of yous with reprievance.
Now, Jimmy.
I know what I'm talking about, Fred.
Don't lose your head.
I could lose my head and still have more brains than both of these two guys.
Quiet, you. Now, you, the big one. How long have you been operating your rooming house?
What rooming house, Jimmy? Tell this bird.
Mr. Allen ain't got no rooming house. He ain't posing as no Boniface.
No.
No Boniface? There's a housing shortage. Mr. Allen gave this poor homeless wafer a bed for the night. The wafer left him $3.
Mr. Allen, how much were you renting that room for on April 15th, 1943, when Wentz proposing?
Well, nothing.
Uh-huh. Today you rent it for $3. $3 over the ceiling price. A flagrant violation of the OPA laws.
A flagrant violation. Jimmy, call my lawyer, Solinger and Solinger.
Who needs Solinger and Solinger, Fred? When Umbriago gets here, he'll heave this bum out in the street. A flagrant violation, he says. I'm laughing happily.
Now, look, Mr. Brownlee.
Don't talk to me, you dirty wartime profiteer. You made $3 profit on that room.
How could he make $3, swollen belly? It was a cold night. Allen gave the guy a drink of liquor. With the price of liquor what it is today, Allen must have lost money.
Liquor, huh? You have a license to sell liquor?
Well, no.
This isn't the case for the OPA. This is the case for the alcohol squad.
The alcohol squad?
You heard me. Follow me.
Oh, Jimmy, if you hadn't mentioned that drink.
Quit worrying, will you, Fred? Umbriago will have these guys in the street with their portfolios dragging.
Open this door, you two. Mr. Ippolito.
Yes, Mr. Brownlee.
A speakeasy case. I suggest you grill these characters.
Now, you. Where is this speakeasy located?
I don't run a speakeasy. It was a cold night. I gave this stranger a drink.
Oh, well, if you didn't charge him for the drink.
Well, no.
No, the guy left $3.
Jimmy.
Oh, so you did take money for the liquor, huh? Did you enter this money as income?
Well, no.
Listen, Bud, listen. I can explain the whole thing.
You keep your nose out of this.
All of it?
Yes, all of it. And stop inhaling over my desk. You're sucking up my memos.
Now, listen, I didn't sell the liquor.
Look, Pinhead, this stranger knocked on Allen's door.
Stranger? You rented a room to a total stranger? You didn't get his name, his address? You didn't ask to see his draft card?
Well, no.
I've heard enough. Follow me.
This is all your fault, Jimmy Durante. I came in here to buy a war stamp. Now I'm getting pasted around.
When Umbriago gets here and sees what's going on, he'll have this jerk down on his knees begging for mercy.
Right in this door.
Now, Jimmy, the letter's on that door. Do you see what I see?
FBI. Who do we know with those initials?
Inside, please. Inspector Tugans?
Yes, Ippolito.
I think these two mugs, Allen and Durante, are mixed up in case 64.
Oh, Inspector, there's been a mistake.
Allen, the FBI isn't interested in you small-time crooks. We're after bigger game. Now describe this stranger who spent the night in your place.
Well, he was around about medium height.
Did he wear a green turtleneck sweater and carry a black patent leather briefcase?
Yes, sir. He wore yellow bicycle clips and carried a neon cane.
Allen, that man is wanted.
What man?
Sabotage Sam.
Sabotage Sam?
The FBI has been trailing this criminal for weeks. You let this nefarious gangster hide out on your premises.
Inspector, believe me.
Fred, let me handle this.
Jimmy, call my lawyer Solinger and Solinger.
This is a case for Umbriago, Fred. Why, when Umbriago hears about this, J. Edgar will personally beat this guy's brains out.
The FBI never forgets a face, Allen. Get under that light.
Now, the FBI doesn't know me.
Oh, no? You won't talk your way out of this rap, Fingers McGonagall.
Fingers McGonagall?
I knew there was something familiar about you. Those long thumbs, those sweeping hangnails.
Now, this is ridiculous. Jimmy, explain who I am. Tell him.
Tell him what, Fingers?
Fingers, Jimmy, you have known me for 20 years, and you take this guy's word?
Fred, he's got a on his face.
Inspector, believe me, I am not Fingers McGonagall. I'm Fred Allen. I just came in here to buy some war stamps.
Inspector, you gotta give Allen the benefit of the doubt.
There is no doubt.
Then there is no benefit.
Come clean, Fingers.
Where's Sabotage Sam? Where's your gun, Moll, Jersey Jenny? Where's your brother, Flat Top?
Now, wait a minute. I don't know these people. A strange guy came to my apartment.
Now, look, turn state's evidence, Pincus, and I'll get you off with 40 years. If you don't, it's Alcatraz.
Wait a minute, Inspector. You can't do that, my friend.
Yes, I can.
Okay, you talked me out of it.
Now, Jimmy, explain to him. He won't believe me. Tell him a stranger just knocked on my door.
I gotta laugh. This is funny. When I think what Umbriago is going to do to this joint, I shudder. Umbriago is your only hope, friend.
Now, Fingers, perhaps if you see a picture of Sabotage Sam, if you're brought face to face with this low, despicable saboteur, maybe your tongue will loosen. Look, over on that wall, that picture under wanted. Do you recognize your buddy?
Now, believe me, Inspector, I never saw this man before in my life. I'm innocent.
Well, I'll be seeing you when you get out, Fred.
Jimmy, where are you going?
I gotta beat it, Fred.
Why?
That picture on the wall, that guy's who's wanted.
You recognize him?
It's Umbriago. So long, Fred.
Oh, Jimmy.
The Texaco Star Theater, a special service rebroadcast of one of America's favorite radio programs for you fighting men of the United Nations. Portland Hoffa, Jimmy Wallington, Al Goodman and his orchestra, and Fred Allen.
Ladies and gentlemen.
What is this? Ad-libbing, huh?
Ladies and gentlemen, this afternoon, New Yorkers held their traditional Easter parade on Fifth Avenue. Tonight, we bring you a man who was seen at the Easter parade selling gardenias. And here he is, Fred Allen.
Thank you, and good evening, ladies and gentlemen. And Jimmy, I'd just like to tell you, that same joke was the first joke in Jack Benny's program tonight, incidentally.
Still good.
I know. Well, from now... No, it isn't. It's not really. It wasn't even good on his program. I don't know. But from now on, fortunately, the program is different from here on in. And, Jimmy, I wouldn't talk about the Easter parade if I were you. I saw you in the parade this afternoon. Oh, brother.
Well, I looked pretty snappy, didn't I?
Oh, Jimmy, you were as sharp as a Ubangi's pout, Jimmy. You were the only man in the Easter parade wearing a corsage.
Oh, that. Well, I had to wear my flower low, Fred.
Your flower low, huh?
Yes, a button came off my vest, and I had to plug up the buttonhole, you see.
You look like something that fell out of a hearse, Jimmy. I hate to say that.
Well, you weren't so hot with a pork pie hat and that herringbone Inverness. How far did you march in the parade, Fred?
Well, I started at 57th Street, Jimmy, but when I got down to 42nd Street, a man from Esquire stepped out of a doorway and gave me $10 to get back in the house. He knew if I stayed out another hour with that herringbone Inverness with the smelt in the back, he knew that Esquire was through.
Mr. Allen!
Well, Portland, you're just in time to help us lay an Easter egg, Portland. Don't forget, colored eggs tonight, everybody. Colored eggs. Tell me, Portland, was your mother in the parade today?
Yes, Mama wore a victory gown.
What is a victory gown?
It's last year's dress with 2 war bonds pinned on it.
Last year's dress with 2... Let's go over that again. Did you hear it? I mean, was it... Well, no, let's skip the thing. Well, tell me, did you like the parade this afternoon?
It was wonderful. Right in the middle of the parade, 40 mink were marching.
40 live mink marching?
Yes. When they came to 50th Street, the mink all stopped and spelled out I.J. Fox.
It must have been quite a sight.
There were whacks and waves and spars and Lady Marines.
Oh, I know that. A lady civilian walked down Fifth Avenue and everybody cheered. It was... Well, so much for Easter, Portland. We'd better get along down to Allen's Alley.
What is your question tonight?
Well, this past week, newspaper publishers and editors from all over the country convened here in New York City. And with the shortage of paper, they say that the daily newspapers may soon have to drop some of their features. And so our question tonight is, if newspapers have to be cut down in size, which features or pages would you rather see eliminated?
Shall we leave?
Take my arm, Portland. Here we are, back in good old Allen's Alley.
John Doe's light is on.
Yes, he's probably waiting up for us. I'll knock.
Oh, does it always have to be you?
Tell me, Mr. Tell me, Mr. Doe, if newspapers are cut down, which feature do you think should go?
The news section can go. Everybody knows the news. Rommel is still on the lam.
True.
The help wanted ads can go. Everybody's working.
Right.
The travel section can go. Nobody's going no place unless they're in the Army.
That's right, too.
The sports section can go. It's the same story every day. The Dodgers is beating the Giants.
Even with the dead ball, they're doing it. That eliminates the whole paper, Mr. Doe.
All but the obituary column.
Well, what about...
The obituary column can also go. If you're dead, nobody cares but you, and you can't read it. So long.
Well, now that John Doe has eliminated completely the fourth estate, let's see how the lady next door feels about it.
No.
Mrs. Nussbaum, what part of your newspaper would you suggest eliminating?
Prudence Pincus could go.
You mean the cooking expert who has her daily recipes in the paper?
That schnook could cook, I'm laughing.
Well, what's wrong with Prudence Pincus?
Last week in Prudence Pincus's column is a recipe.
A recipe, I see.
It is a watermelon upside-down cake.
A watermelon upside-down cake?
I am following directions. From 4 eggs, I'm taking only the yolks.
Yes?
1 cup oleomargarine.
Yes?
1 watermelon should be ripe.
This is essential.
To this, I'm adding baking powder and extracts, all kinds.
Yes?
I am beating till fluffy.
Uh-huh.
Putting in the oven 2 hours.
And you had a watermelon upside-down cake?
What I am having could be for Radio City a cornerstone.
It was heavy?
The cake is falling off the table and killing the cat a little. Prudence Pincus, free.
Well, what went wrong?
The recipe is saying put in 1 cup melted lead.
Melted lead? Well, that was a misprint. It must have meant melted lard. Did the lead in the cake bother you any?
Bother, he says. For 2 days I've been hiccuping bullets. Pardon me.
Well, Mrs. Nussbaum has shot off her mouth. Let's see how Mr. Mulligan will react. Socrates, which feature in your newspaper can you dispense with?
You can have the whole paper. Just give me Joe Palooka.
You're a Joe Palooka fan, hey?
When I was a little kid, I first seen Joe Palooka.
Yeah?
Then I took an oath.
An oath to what?
The other kids was taking oath to grow up like George Washington or Singing Sam.
But you?
I took an oath to be like Joe Palooka.
And as you grew up?
All through life, I dressed like Joe Palooka. I talked like Joe Palooka.
I see.
If Joe Palooka was happy, I was happy. If Joe Palooka was sad, I was sad.
Well, after emulating your idol all these years, what has it gotten you?
Oh, today, thanks to Joe Palooka, I got me a reputation.
Really?
Every time I walk down the street,
yes?
The people say, there goes that Palooka.
Well, again, we come to the end of the alley. Let's try here.
Easter is Easter, Wester is Wester, Falstaff's here to break up your siesta.
You have someone's whistling. Evidently lost a dog in here. You have some. Maybe a dog is whistling for somebody. You have some seasonal poems tonight. Troubadour, Open Shore.
A Crambo or two.
A Crambo or two.
Yes. Have you heard? I left my hat at the stage door canteen when they caught me tilting the pinball machine.
No, I don't think so.
Or when they looked me up in Brad Street, I knew that I was done.
this is immaterial, irrelevant, and beside the point in your ration book, Falstaff. Tonight we are discussing cutting down newspapers.
Precisely why I am here. I have written a poem.
What is your newspaper poem called?
It has no title.
Oh, it hasn't? How does it go?
Everyone reads a paper has a totally different view. The section that absorbs one man won't mean a thing to you. The banker wants only the market reports. A kid will cry for Buck Rogers. The debutante reads the society news. A ball fan wants news of the Dodgers. The armchair general wants word of the war. A horse player results from all tracks. The undertaker gloats all the obituary page. The housewife wants ads about slacks. But give me a newspaper just as it is, after it's been read by the bunch. One page is the same as another to me. I just use it to wrap up my lunch.
And now, is this magazine for me, Portland?
Yes. It's a copy of Newsweek in case you want to make up some jokes.
Oh, topical jokes. That's a good idea. What's in the news this week?
Well, President Roosevelt just finished a trip to Mexico.
I know. You know, the day the president left, 200 people tried to break into the White House.
Why?
Well, word got around that there was an empty room in Washington. Tell me, what else is in the news?
Last Tuesday was Hitler's birthday.
Oh, I saw that. The Russians sent Hitler a birthday card. It was a picture of Germany, and on it said, "Many happy returns." Is there any, don't bother. Is there any other news?
Well, isn't it time for our guest?
Well, we haven't any guest tonight, Portland. I haven't had time to look for a guest all week. I've been busy packing up to move. I'm as tired as an air raid warden in Berlin.
Have you found...
Now, wait a minute. We go 20 minutes without a laugh, and when one's
Have you found a new place to live?
Well, I went over to a real estate agent on 6th Avenue. The sign said Analyk Brothers Real Estate Ventures. I opened the door. A man in a long alpaca coat who was sitting on a camp stool got up and said...
Yes, sir. What's on your mind?
Well, my name is Alan. I'm looking for an apartment.
Apartments are scarce, brother. I only have a one-room suite. It's $400 a month.
$400 for one room?
Not the whole room. There are 3 other families living in the room. But they're all lovely people.
Well, wait a minute.
Excuse me, Mr. Analyk.
Are you back?
Yeah, my wife and I have decided to take that one room with the closet.
Oh, good. The price?
Oh, you said we could have it for $850 a month if we didn't go in the closet.
If I catch you in the closet, it's $950 a month. You won't go in the closet?
I'll take a note.
And before you sign this lease, one more thing.
Yeah.
Have you any children?
Well,
Come clean, you!
We have a little baby.
A baby? And you want an apartment? You dirty rat! Take that!
Oh,
Hand that! The knife at that guy. Trying to rent an apartment with a baby. I'm so mad I could spit. Tweet.
Oh, now, wait a minute. Mister, what about my apartment, Mr. Analyk?
Well, we're having some fire escapes upholstered. But they won't be ready till the paint dries. Oh, wait a minute. A guy come in a minute ago. He wants to rent his house. Come over here, Bud. Mr. Allen, meet Bela Lugosi.
Thank you, thank you.
Mr. Lugosi, I'm Fred Allen. I guess my face looks familiar, doesn't it?
Yes, you look like something that fell out of a closet the night I was on Inner Sanctum.
Well, I knew you'd remember me. You know, the last time I saw you here in New York, you were a big hit in that play, Dracula.
Yes, Fred. That was back in 1927. I've been in Hollywood ever since.
Well, how come you're back from Hollywood now? Did they catch you shoplifting in a blood bank out there?
No, I'm here to do a revival of Dracula. I just finished Frankenstein Meets the Wolfman for Universal.
Another musical, hey? Tell me, how does it feel, you fellas in the horror business, how does it feel to go into a theater and hear people hissing you on the screen?
Hissing to an actor who plays monsters is applause.
Well, I guess that's right. They say that one night Boris Karloff was in the Stork Club, a radiator started hissing, and Karloff got up and took 4 bows.
Yes.
When people stop hissing Karloff and me, we'll be through.
Oh, yes, and when people start hissing me, I'll be through. And it could happen tonight, Mr. Lugosi. Thank you very much. Thank
With your face, Fred, you can always go into the monster business.
Well, that's fine. I'll know where to scare up a job from now on. Well, tell me, Mr. Lugosi, how long will you be in New York?
I'm leaving next week to open my play, Dracula, in Boston.
Uh-huh.
I came to this real estate office to sublease my house.
Well, I'm looking for a place, Mr. Lugosi. Now, perhaps we can make a deal. May I see your house?
Sure. Here is the address. Drop up this afternoon.
Fine.
If I am not home.
I thought you'd left for home.
So anyhow, if I am not home, go in and look around, Fred. Here's the key. I'll see you later.
So long. Well, after Mr. Lugosi... After Mr. Lugosi had gone, Portland...
Yes?
I looked at the key to his house. It was a skeleton key.
Gosh, what did you do?
Well, late that afternoon, I started out for Lugosi's place. It was just getting dark. The wind was blowing. A storm was coming up. After walking about an hour, I finally found Lugosi's house. Ooh, it was a dismal-looking joint on a side street. I walked up the rickety steps, and as I started to put the key in the lock, the front door opened slowly. I walked in, and the door creaked closed. And then a woman's voice said,
How do you do?
Well, how do you do, Mrs. Lugosi?
I'm not Mrs. Lugosi.
No, who are you?
I'm the sister of Frankenstein. Come in, brother.
I just came to see about renting this house.
This house is evil. Go while you still have time.
But Mr. Lugosi...
Mr. Lugosi is a fiend. Go, I tell you, go while you still have time.
Hey, she'd better lay off the Benzedrine that way. Gosh, it's gloomy in here. What's this? Gad, a human head rolling down the hall.
What's up, chum?
Who's that? Who's talking?
It's me, down here, the head.
Who are you, head?
I used to be a friend of Lugosi's.
What became of your body?
I had a corn on one foot. Lugosi told me he was a chiropodist.
Yes?
He started cutting off my corn. I fell asleep.
Yes?
I could feel Lugosi cutting.
Yes?
When I woke up, my corn was gone, Lugosi was gone, I was gone.
You were gone?
All but my head.
Gad, Lugosi must be mad.
Lugosi's mad. How do you think I feel?
I know.
Well, chum, I gotta get along. Stop me rolling, will you?
In what direction?
Which way is we the people?
It's over this way. I'll give you a head start. Here we go. Gad, this place is spooky. Who are you?
I am a lady ghost. I'm releasing a man ghost for essential haunting.
Whose ghost are you?
I'm the ghost of Joe Besser.
Joe Besser?
Yes, I came here to spook for Joe.
Woo! I'm getting out of here. Ah, here's a door. No, it's a closet. Somebody's in here. Who is it? Lugosi.
Yes. Lugosi.
Gosh, for a minute I was scared, Bella. What are you doing in this closet?
I was just hanging something up.
I see what you mean. Well, Baylor, old man, I'll be running along.
But, Fred, you haven't seen my house yet.
No, but I...
Here, let me take you by the hand.
Oh, Gad, your hand is clammy. It's like holding 5 eels with hangnails.
You'll get used to it. Come, I'll show you my heating system.
What was that shriek?
It's nothing. It came from the furnace.
The furnace?
Yes. I used to burn oil, but I converted to people.
Now, look, Bella, I've got to get back to the Union League Club. I have a chess game waiting, and something tells me it's my move.
But you haven't seen my charming little home yet.
Hello, Mr. Lugosi.
Hello.
Say, I didn't see anybody. Who was that?
Oh, the invisible man. He's just stepping into the library.
Out! What was that, the invisible man?
Yes, he got his ectoplasm caught in the door.
Now, look, Bella, I don't think I'll bother about the house. I'll move into the Y. I'm a member there.
It won't take a minute, Fred. I'll show you.
Wait a minute. What is that?
It's only the telephone. Mrs. Frankenstein will answer it. I have some dirty work to do.
Now, wait a minute, Lugosi. Where are you taking me? Let go of my arm.
Be quiet, you fool.
I knew it. You didn't get me here to rent this house, Lugosi. You lured me here to kill me.
You will soon find out, Fred Allen.
Help! Save me! Save me! Help! Help! Help!
You see, Fred Allen, I'm all powerful. I'm all knowing. And now, into the laboratory. Iago, Panto.
Yes, Master.
No. Put me down. I'll give you my money. My yo-yo.
Bring him to that table.
No.
Yes, Master.
No. You're mad, Lugosi. Mad. What are you going to do?
I'll tell you what I'm going to do. I have been luring people to my house to complete my greatest horror masterpiece. I'm making a monster greater than Frankenstein.
A monster?
Yes. I'm building a radio monster. I will use the brain of Red Skelton.
Yes?
The body of Skinny Ennis. And the singing voice of Georgie Yassel.
Well, what do you want? What do you want of me?
I have heard your program. My monster needs a lot of nerve. You have more nerve than anyone in radio.
You're mad, Lugosi. Mad, I tell you.
Enough talk. I shall now operate and remove your nerve.
Everything is ready, Master.
Anesthetic.
Anesthetic.
Scalpel.
Scalpel.
Forceps.
Forceps.
Anything with a point.
Anything with a point.
And now, one little snip, and then...
Someone's at the door. Help! Help! Help!
Well, you fool. Nobody can save you. No power on earth can stop me.
Mr. Bela Lugosi?
No. Not you. No. No.
Yes, I have come for you, Bela Lugosi.
No!
Gad, Lugosi's fainted. I'm saved. Thank you, sir. Thank you.
That's all
Thank
right.
you.
That's all right. Stop licking my hand.
But you frightened Lugosi. Who are you?
I'm chairman of his draft board.
It's Texaco time with Fred Allen. Texaco dealers from coast to coast present the Texaco Star Theater, starring Fred Allen, with Frank Sinatra, America's new singing sensation, Hilo Jack and the Dame, Portland Hoffa, the Texaco Workshop Players, Al Goodman and his orchestra. This week, ladies and gentlemen, Winston Churchill is in Washington. Every time Mr. Churchill meets Mr. Roosevelt, something happens. Tonight, we bring you a man who meets you every Sunday night, and nothing happens. And here he is, Fred Allen.
Thank you, and good evening, ladies and gentlemen. And Jimmy, I'm glad that you mentioned Mr. Churchill's visit. He certainly surprised everyone, dropping into Washington out of a clear sky.
Say, I wonder what Mr. Churchill came over to see the president about, Fred.
Well, he came over here to get a ration book, Jimmy.
Now, what does Winston Churchill need with a ration book?
When the time comes, Mr. Churchill wants to have enough points to bring home the bacon, Jimmy. That's the only reason he would want a ration book. You know, this is the fourth time the president and Mr. Churchill have met, twice at Washington, once at sea, and once at Casablanca.
Say, I wonder where they'll meet the next time, Fred.
In Berlin, Jimmy, I'm hoping.
Do you know why the Germans and the Italians surrendered at Tunisia last week?
Why, Fred?
They know the quickest way they can get back home to Germany and Italy is to follow the American and English armies, Jimmy. In the newsreels, I saw the Germans were yelling, Heil Hitler, and leaving the I out of Heil. I saw the picture. Well, it only goes to show...
Mr. Allen!
Portland, gee whiz. Well, you're just in time, Portland. Jimmy and I were talking over the news of the week. What's new to your grotesque way of thinking?
Nothing much.
Really?
Mama's learning to be a motorman.
Oh, yes. I read that New York is going to have women running the trolley cars shortly. Do you think your mother will make good running a trolley?
She should. Mama has a one-track mind.
Well, that helps. More power to the old lady. But have you tell me, have they trusted your mother? Have they trusted your mother out with a streetcar yet?
Yes. Mama made her solo trip yesterday.
Oh, she soloed, huh? How did she do?
Well, in the morning, Mama ran the trolley cross town on 42nd Street and only took in 85 cents.
Oh, she took a commission. She was working. If she had to pay commission on it, that's no good, is it?
In the afternoon, Mama cleaned up.
How?
During the rush hour, Mama ran her trolley down into the subway and made $48.
Oh, well, that's the thing to do if you're running a streetcar. Go where the money is. And go reminds me, Portland, we'd better go down to Allen's Alley.
Oh, have you a question?
Oh, yes. Today, with meat rationing, many people are starting to raise a few chickens along with their victory gardens. The Department of Agriculture has had thousands of requests for information on chicken raising. And so, keeping up with the times, our question tonight is, are you raising chickens? And if you are, how are you doing?
Shall we go?
Well, if we don't, the program will finish 25 minutes early. I'll take it. Let us away. Here we are back in Allen's Alley, Portland. I'll see if John Doe is in.
Oh, good evening, Brother Allen.
Are you raising any chickens, Mr. Doe?
Don't mention chickens to me. I've been married 30 years.
What has being married 30 years got to do with raising chickens?
Brother, one old cluck around the house is enough.
Well, it looks as though Mr. Doe with his old hen is all set. Let's see what's going on next door here.
No.
Mrs. Nussbaum, have you done anything about this poultry business?
I'm liking only one egg for breakfast.
One egg? Then you only need one chicken.
Exactly. A friend is getting for me also 1 second. A Plymouth Rock.
A Plymouth Rock,
A Plymouth Rock with nest complete.
Oh, you got a nest that came with the hen, huh? And the eggs started rolling in, did they?
What eggs? 2 weeks later, I am learning.
Learning what?
The nest is a nest, but the chicken is not a chicken.
No?
It is a rooster.
What did you do?
The next day, in a frenzy, I am cooking the whole business.
Well, how was it?
The rooster is tough.
Uh-huh.
But the nest is delicious.
Well, the next chicken, I wonder how Socrates Mulligan is faring. Every time you say hello, you air condition the place, Socrates. Tell me, have you been fooling around with chickens?
Yeah, when meat got scarce, I figured I'll get me a mess of eggs, hatch them out, and go into the chicken business.
Uh-huh, and you bought the eggs?
I was just going to when a friend wised me up.
How, Socrates?
This friend said, what do you want horsing around with eggs and chickens and hatching?
Yeah?
He says, get an incubator. It'll do the whole business.
And you bought an incubator?
6 months ago.
And today you are a chicken baron.
Today I am a dead duck.
Why, Socrates?
For 6 months I've been running out every morning.
Yes?
That darn incubator ain't laid an egg yet.
Well, Socrates will learn that you cannot egg an incubator on. Now, let's see what is going on in this little house at the end of the alley.
Bonsoir all, s'il vous plaît. Falstaff's here with Rondelet.
Now, no. Please, Falstaff, no poems tonight.
Have you heard? She thought that I was just a nonentity when suddenly I revealed my identity.
No.
Or,
no.
Said General Eisenhower to Adolf Hitler, brother, you're getting littler and littler.
No,
My mother wouldn't have raised me if she knew I had that ace in the hole.
Now, wait a minute. You have fine. Tonight, you upset the whole apple cart here. Tonight, we are talking about raising chickens.
Approximately why I am here.
Yeah?
I have written a poem.
What is your chicken poem called?
That's why a hen lays an egg.
How does it go?
Why does a hen lay an egg? This question has weathered the ages. For eons, it's baffled men the world o'er, morons as well as sages. Adam first asked the question as the serpent lay coiled in the grass. Adam said, why does a hen lay an egg? The serpent said, brother, I pass. Why does a hen lay an egg? Since Adam's day, it's puzzled all scholars. It was asked by Phil Baker last Sunday night. The contestant lost $64. Tonight, I will answer this question. For the nonce, I am pundit, not joker. The reason a hen lays an egg is because if she coughed up the egg, it would choke her.
And as Falstaff picks up his egg and scrambles, we turn to find Hilo, Jack, and the Dame at their microphone. Guided by Maestro Al Goodman, the kids sing Coming In on a Wing and a Prayer. Thank you very much, Hilo, Jack, and the Dame. That was swell. And now, ladies and gentlemen...
Mr. Allen, can you...
No, I won't have time now, Portland. I have to look over this new song I've written. Gad, you know, this song of mine may be another 3 itty fishes and an itty-bitty poo.
You've written a song?
Yeah, well, you can laugh. Go ahead, you can laugh. If I can get our guest to sing my song tonight, my song will be number 1 on your all-time.
Well, who is our guest?
Why, he's the most talked-of singer in the country today. His voice is thrilling millions.
Gosh, singing, Sam?
No, our guest isn't an opera personality, Portland. He's Frank Sinatra. Now, wait a minute. Pull yourself together. You won't have time to roll down your stockings and put on your sloppy Joe sweater. If I can get Frank Sinatra to sing my song, I'll be one of the... Say, this may be Frank now. Come in. Oh, yes, miss?
Hail today, your Frank Sinatra. Hail today, our idol.
Oh, wait a minute, wait.
Hail
Just please. You're,
I'm Cuddles Flanagan.
That's right. You were hailing around here last week. You were president of the Fred Allen Fan Club, is that right?
Yeah, but that outfit fell apart. We reorganized.
Oh. Well, what is your fan club called now?
Chapter 1 of the girls who would lay down and die for Frank Sinatra.
What is it you want to...
I got a presentation to give personally to Frank Sinatra.
Oh, a presentation?
Yeah. I heard Frank Sinatra sing, You'd Be So Nice to Come Home To.
And you want to give him?
My address. Yahoo!
That dame would drive the street singer indoors on a sunny day, yes. Well, you see, Portland, what Frank Sinatra's singing is doing to people. If he will only sing my song... Oh, this must be Frank now. Come in.
Is Sinatra here yet?
Yes, officer. Is something wrong?
I'm from the Jitterbug Riot Squad. I've been assigned to Sinatra.
Well, you won't have any trouble here.
That's what they told me when he opened at the Paramount.
And there was confusion?
It was a riot. 3 of my men was trampled silly with sport shoes. And the sergeant was slugged with a loaded yo-yo.
Well, I officer, I think we're prepared tonight.
Now, you got the stage door bolted?
Yes,
You
officer.
got the aisles roped off so the jitterbugs can't dance in them?
Yes, officer.
You got the screens up so they can't creep in through the air conditioning?
Yes.
Okay, then I'll make my announcement. Now, please, kids, let's have no trouble tonight. When you tear Mr. Sinatra's clothes off, take him home. Don't leave no rags around the seats.
Have you finished? You have another line, officer, if you don't mind. He can't wait to see Frank Sinatra himself yet.
Yeah, I finished. That takes care of everything. You can bring him on now.
Fine. Ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to have you meet Frank Sinatra.
Thank you very much.
Gosh, Frank, right now, I must be the envy of every jitterbug in America.
Well, how do you mean, Fred?
Why, I'm standing right next to you. I'm close enough to touch you.
They told me you'd start off by trying to make a touch.
2 lines and I'm a straight man already. Well, tell me, Frank, what is this terrific appeal you have? Girls stampede wherever you go. What have you got that I haven't got?
Perhaps I haven't got something that you have got, Fred.
Now, please, no life boy plugs, Frank. That's right. Now, look, Frank, you're on the hit parade. You have your own program. You sing at nightclubs and theaters. You must need a lot of songs. Now, I have a song.
Fred, some other time. I'm working at Frank Daly's terrace room over in Newark, and I've got another show to do tonight.
Now, look, I can meet you, Frank. I can meet you right after the show. I'll bring my metronome. If you hear me sing this song.
No, Fred, I'm sorry. After the show, I've got to rehearse some new numbers. I'm opening at the Paramount a week from Wednesday.
Again? Well, you were just there. Why, you were just there a few months ago. They held you over for 8 weeks.
That's right, Fred. The public has been very kind to me.
Why, the last time you played the Paramount, the jitterbugs had a picnic there, Frank. The kids built campfires in the lounge. They had a big weenie roast going in the balcony. And when the picture finally went on, 2 Guy Lombardo fans were mugged in the mezzanine.
Well, jitterbugs are inclined to be enthusiastic. But they're all good kids, really.
And speaking of kids, Frank, kids will go for this song I have. Now, look, you say you're tied up tonight. I'll get up early and sing it for you tomorrow morning.
I'm sorry. Tomorrow I've got a conference. You know, I'm going to make a picture for RKO.
Oh, good. I'm going to make a picture, too. What is your picture?
It's a musical, Fred, called Higher and Higher. Mm-hmm. Michelle Morgan and George Murphy are in it, too. What is your picture?
Well, my picture, the story isn't finished yet, Frank. But the cast is all set. I'm being starred with Gunther Badu and Ingrid Knishmeister.
Gunther Badu?
Yes, they're both foreign stars, you see. I am the only one who speaks English in the picture. When Gunther and Ingrid are on, there'll be titles in English flashed on the bottom of the screen as I am speaking English up screen, you see. But this song I'm speaking...
Look, Fred, everybody brings me songs.
But, Frank,
every schnook I meet thinks he's a songwriter.
But, Frank,
My butcher wrote a song called I Used to Meet You, But I Can't Anymore. Even my garbage man wrote a song.
The garbage man?
Yes, Fred. He calls it I Treasure That Pimento. It's a little memento of you. I am song happy, Fred.
Well, all right, Frank. I can take a hint. I have another singer begging for my song. And remember, Frank Sinatra, the day Georgie Jessel takes your place on the hit parade, you will know the reason why.
Well, Fred, I'm sorry. Perhaps I've been a little hasty. What is the song of yours?
Well, you know what a smash hit Brazil was.
Yes?
Well, my song is the closest you can get to Brazil. It's called Chile. I'll run it over for you. Boys.
Si, senor.
These boys are 2 native Cubans, Frank. They give me the authentic rumba background, you see.
Say, this little guy's face looks very familiar.
The little one, yes. He used to do Xavier Cougar's laundry, the little man.
Is the big one a celebrity, too?
The big one, the tall one, yes, he is. He brought the first enchilado over to Staten Island, this big fella. Have you got your maracas, boys?
maracas.
They've got their maracas, Frank. Well, let's go, amigos.
Boom, 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 boom. Boom, 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 boom.
Chili!
Boom, 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 boom.
Chili!
Fred, wait,
hold it, amigos. Just a minute, boy. Yes, Frank.
What kind of a song is this? It only has one word.
Well, yes, chili, one word is the verse, you see. The chorus comes later. Be
Uh-huh.
patient, Frank. It comes out all right, I'll guarantee you. All right, boys.
Boom, 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 boom.
Chili! I met a filly, they call Millie. What a dilly was a filly dressed so lily white and frilly with a skin just like vanilla, and it says his name was Chili down in Chili.
Boom, boom, boom.
Chili. Well, Frank, you heard that applause. Is this song hit parade bait or not?
You know, I think I liked that song better when it was called The Peanut Vendor, Fred.
I get it. You don't want to sing my song, eh?
No, sirree, Fred. I'd rather do something I know.
For instance?
Well, I like to sing She's Funny That Way.
All right, and I'd like to hear it, Frank. Thank you, Frank. That was excellent.
Thank you very much, Fred.
You know, it's a small world, Frank. If it wasn't for me, you wouldn't be standing here in the spotlight tonight getting this applause.
Mm-hmm. You mean you were responsible for my success?
In a roundabout way, Frank. You see, you are the Jitterbug's idol, and I started the whole Jitterbug movement. You know, to look at me, you wouldn't believe that I was the first Jitterbug.
No, I wouldn't. How did it happen?
Well, I mean, you wouldn't now, but I mean, look back a few years. How did it happen? I'll tell you. Syncopation ran in our family, Frank. When I was 2 days old, I crept out of my crib and crawled down a gopher hole. My father said,
Hey, come up out of that gopher hole, son.
And I said,
Dig me, Daddy, dig me.
You see, when I was 2 days old, they dug me. For the next 17 years, I slept in the attic. I was on the beam. When I was 19, I decided to go to New York. I ordered a suit from a Mr. Zeiss, a little Dutch tailor in town. And the day I called for the suit, when it was finished, Mr. Zeiss said,
Yeah. Everything is ready. Now try it on, huh?
Well, I put the suit on. The thing was a mess. I said, Mr. Zeiss, look at this suit. The pants are all baggy at the knees, and the cuffs are choking my ankles. The coat comes down to my shins, and the lapels are hanging down on my hips. You call this a suit?
Well, I am too sorry. I am breaking my glasses, and I am making the suit from memory.
But it's too big. I'm baggy all over.
Oh, my eyes is so bad. Ain't you a tall, fat man?
No, I'm short and thin.
Oh, Himmel, I am memorizing the wrong man.
Well, what about this suit?
Well, the suit suits you. Take it. When a suit suits you, it's a suit.
With my zoot suit, I left for New York. I got a job as a waiter in a flophouse cafeteria. One day, the manager caught me lapping the butter off some waffles. The manager said,
We've had enough of your hot licks, Alan. You're through.
Then I got a job as a subway guard. One day I was packing people into the Bronx Express. The vice president of the RIT said,
You're jamming these people in too tight. This is your last jam session, Alan. You're fired.
Then I got a job putting the names up on a movie theater marquee. One morning I put up Mickey Rooney's name and left the M out of Mickey. The theater manager said,
Icky Rooney. I'll icky you, Alan Scram.
The day after the theater manager called me a Nicky, I got my draft notice, Frank. After I'd had my physical, the head of the draft board says,
Alan, we tapped your knee. The joint's jumping.
Yes, sir.
We tapped your head. Brother, you're solid.
Solid. That makes me a jitterbug, sir. Am I in?
Yes, Alan. This draft board doesn't know much about jive, but we can certainly send you.
Well, that's my story, Frank Sinatra. I was the first Icky, the first one to hold a jam session, the first one to have somebody dig me. I was solid. I had the first suit. I was the original jitterbug. And today, when the jitterbug craze is finally sweeping the country, Frank, here I am with only an A card. I can't even go to town. Before we close the Texaco Star Theater, ladies and gentlemen, I want to thank Frank Sinatra for dropping in tonight. Next week, our guest will be the new literary light, the author of that new book, So Help Me, Georgie Jessel. And now, Jimmy, if you'd like to sum up for the defense.
For the defense of your car against excessive warm weather wear, give it a Texaco Spring Tonic now. Stir a Marfac chassis lubrication, a crankcase refill with Texaco's famous insulated Haviland motor oil, and a stem-to-stern checkup by your neighborhood Texaco dealer. A Texaco Spring Tonic gives aging cars a new lease on life.
Thank you, Jimmy. This is Fred Allen speaking for Texaco dealers from coast to coast, inviting you to tune in again next Sunday and to drive in at any time. Remember, you're welcome. Good night. Thank you.
This is the Columbia Broadcasting System. It's Texaco time with Fred Allen. Texaco dealers from coast to coast present the Texaco Star Theater, starring Fred Allen with Georgia Jessel, Broadway's new literary light, Hilo Jack and the Dane, Portland Hopper, the Texaco Workshop Players, Al Goodman, and his orchestra. Ladies and gentlemen, this has been a big week for travel. Winston Churchill went to Washington. Former Ambassador Joseph E. Davies went to Moscow. Tonight, we bring you a man who is going no place, and here he is, Fred Allen.
Thank you, and good evening, ladies and gentlemen. And Jimmy, Jimmy, you're right. This has been an eventful week. The RAF blew up those two big dams over in Germany. With all that water flooding Germany, Hitler will have to stop goose-stepping and start duck-stepping for a change. You know, people treading water in the streets over there will sink if they put their hands up. So now, when they Heil Hitler, with the other hand, they'll have to hold their noses. You know what
Oh, yes. You know, this sure has been a great week, Fred. Did you hear Mr. Churchill speak over the air last Wednesday?
Did I? I had to tune out our gal Sunday to hear it. Well, Mr. Churchill says that Japan cities will be laid in ashes. You know, does laid in ashes mean that the cities are going to be bombed? Or is Mr. Churchill going to fly over Japan with one of those big cigars? I don't know. But things look good, Jimmy. We've taken Tunisia. We're bombing Italy.
And don't forget, Attu.
What?
Attu.
Oh, Gesundheit, Jimmy. But if things keep up this way... Of course. Well, Portland, you look all tired out, if you don't mind my saying so. What's up?
Well, I've been running around with Mama all week trying to find potatoes.
Potatoes? Yes, potatoes have been scarce, haven't they? The nearest I came to seeing a potato last week, I passed a man on the street smoking a Spud cigarette. How do you think oak trees grow? From little acorns. That's the way laughs start. A person titters.
Mayor LaGuardia found 17,000 pounds of potatoes in a barber shop.
Without his glasses, too. I saw that in the paper. There was a sign in the barber shop window. It said, haircut and shave, 65 cents, with French fried potatoes, 10 cents extra.
Did the mayor take the potatoes?
I believe he did. Why?
Well, the next time he goes to a fire, he can bake them.
Yes, It'll teach the barber a lesson, too. No man should start in the potato business on a shoestring. Now, I hope the barber will take that to heart.
After that joke...
That's the last joke I'll buy in the black market.
After that joke, we better get down to Allen's Alley.
Right.
What is your question?
Well, tomorrow, National Poetry Week starts, Portland. And during the week, we are all supposed to be more or less poetry conscious, you see. And so our question tonight is, what are you doing about National Poetry Week?
Shall we go?
After you, madame. Well, here we are, back in Allen's Alley, Portland.
Mr. Doe's cat is in the front yard.
Oh, his cat? Well, if John has put the cat out, he must be going to bed. I better hurry up and nod.
Oh, it's you again.
Yes, Mr. Doe. Tell me, do you observe National Poetry Week?
Well, as a boy, my father wouldn't let me fool with no poetry. He was sore at all poets.
Mad at all poets? Why?
The complete works of Henry Wadsworth Longfellow once fell off a table and broke two of my father's toes.
I see.
And that turned him against all poets.
And are you are you mad at poets too?
Yeah, I don't like my father. So every year during National Poetry Week, I write a poem for spite.
For spite, you write a poem. Well, what poem did you write this year for spite?
It's called The $64 Question.
Well, how does it go?
Guess what I am? I'll give you a clue. I'm not something old. I'm not something new. I've been cheered. I've been hissed, condemned, and approved. I've been lauded. I've been cursed, accepted, and removed. I've been esteemed, rejected, sanctioned, and banned, hailed again, welcomed, and finally canned. I ain't vegetable or mineral. I ain't woman or man. I'm just a football for Congress, the poor Rummel player.
Well, this looks like a great night for poetry, all right. Let's see what happens here next door.
No?
Ah, Mrs. Nussbaum.
You are expecting maybe Mother McCree.
Tell me, Mrs. Nussbaum, are you doing anything about National Poetry Week?
Only once in my life I'm writing a poem.
Only once. When?
When I'm a little girl, Mumsy is sending me to a store. I shall bring back for 10 cents a salmon head. I'm getting an inspiration.
Oh, you bought the salmon head and you got an inspiration. What was your poem called?
Solitude.
Solitude. How did Solitude, how did it go?
In a delicatessen on the floor stands a barrel by the door. In the barrel filled with brine floats a pickle saturnine. Customers come in steady trickle, but no one buys the lonely pickle. Bobbing, turning, floating, sinking. Little pickle, I know what you're thinking. You're thinking, if life could be a barrel of brine, and man was a pickle green and fine, man couldn't fight, man would spread goodwill, and the world would be getting a better bill, I think.
Well, Mrs. Nussbaum has a sour outlook. Perhaps we'll have better luck in here. Well, Socrates, how are you reacting to National Poetry Week?
So I've been writing poetry for years.
You have, really?
Yeah.
What sort of poems do you write?
Mostly about water.
Water poems?
Yeah, if I see a lake, I'll write a poem.
Oh, fine.
If I see a brook, I'll write a poem.
Good.
If I see a puddle, I'll
we get the idea. What is your favorite water poem, Socrates?
It's called The Sea.
May we hear it tonight?
Sure.
Thank you.
The sea. What do I see when I look out to sea? I see the sea. That's what I see. Frigates and brigs, rowboats and rigs, catboats and launches, sailors with paunches. That's what I see when I look out to sea.
Well, thank you.
Mackerel and pickerel, people see sickerel, jetsam and flotsam, whalers who clutch them. That's what I see when I look at it.
Well, thank you very much.
That's another verse.
Oh, another verse. I didn't know.
What do I see when I look out to sea? What do I see?
Well, what do you see?
Nothing. The tide's out.
That brings us once again to a little poison ivy-covered cottage at the end of the alley.
Greetings, merry gentlemen. Falstaff joins you once again.
I hope you have come sans dactyl tonight, Falstaff.
Au contraire. Have you heard rabbits aren't babbits, but they do have babbits' habits?
No.
Or said the big bull whale to the little sardine, brother, I've been necking a submarine.
Sounds familiar. I heard it with a minnow once, I think, in a rowboat. I'm not sure.
Have you heard this? Mother put arsenic on the cinnamon toast. A few minutes later, father gave up the ghost.
Now you've finally done it. Tonight we are discussing poetry here.
Why else would I be here? I have done it again.
What is your poem called?
The Muse has come to the alley.
Carry on, sir.
This evening, National Poetry Week was observed in Allen's Alley.
You've heard assorted rhyme and quip and rondelay and sally. John Doe regaled you with refrain on the Rummelplan's decline. Mrs. Nussbaum's ode to the gherkin praised the pickle saturnine. Socrates looked out to sea, and the ocean did malign. These double-crossers have ruined my racket. They've left me naught to recite. So I'll fold my tent like the Arab and steal back into the night.
Well, thank you, Paul. As Paul Steph blinks out of our lives, we know it is High-Low Jack and the Dame time. It is also Al Goodman time. With talents pooled, they bring you Wait for Me, Mary. Well, John and Charles are through. Thomas may hold out, but John and if that doesn't ground the man on the flying trapeze, nothing will. Mr. Wallington, ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Wallington and I are available for smokers, stags, barbecues, lunchtime follies, or other exceptions. Now, look, Portland, stop reading that magazine while I'm talking here.
I was just looking at these new styles in Esquire.
Oh, the new men's styles?
Yes. Gosh, Mr. Allen, you sure dress corny.
Who is corny? Why, Barney made this suit personally. Look at it. He made it in the window himself. The lapels are detachable. If a man from the finance company grabs you, the lapel comes off in his hand. It's a new idea. As the little boy whose head came to a point said, "Sister, I am sharp." Well, so much for fun, Portland, and people with pointed heads. We'd better, present company accepted, of course, we'd better get ready.
Who are we having as our guest tonight?
Portland, not who, it's whom. Whom are we having? Why, our guest is a great author. If he hears a grammatical error in his presence, he'll swoon, and it's 2 miles to water from here. This man is an English perfectionist.
You mean Red Skelton?
Oh, no. Our guest is Georgie Jessel. He has just written his autobiography. It's called So Help Me.
George Jessel wrote a book?
Yes?
In English?
Yes, in English. He had a little punctuation left over. He's using it for astigmatism till he gets his letter. And that's why I want to see him tonight. I'm going to write the story of my life, and I think that perhaps Jessel can help me.
But how can you write your life when you haven't finished living it yet?
Well, Jessel will know. Jessel will know what to do. He isn't dead yet as far as I know, and he wrote his life. Maybe on the last page of my book I can put, "To be continued." And then as I live, I can keep mailing out episodes to people who have bought the book. They can keep up. Well, this may be Jessel now. Come in.
I'll step a little closer, brother. I have an item here no man can afford to be without.
Wait a minute. What is
Look,
it?
brother, under my coat.
Where?
Next to the postcards.
Yeah, Georgie Jessel's book.
Right. This racy volume, called So Help Me, contains all the facts, figures, hits, runs, and errors of George Jessel's career. This volume is worth $15. To eliminate the middleman, I'm selling it for $2.50.
Well, who...
You say that ain't enough? All right. You want more for your money? With each and every copy of Jessel's book, I have given away absolutely free a genuine Easter lily bulb bookmark. You put the lily bulb in the book, it leaves a lump. You can't lose your place.
Now, wait a minute.
Say that ain't enough?
You lost your place.
Right.
Now, you lost your place. You put a lily bulb. You should have the lily bulb with you for occasions like this.
You say that ain't enough? All right. Along with each and every copy of Mr. Jessel's book, I'm throwing in a little dandy vest pocket orange juice squeezer and a Boy Scout jackknife with 347.
Now, wait a minute.
You say that ain't enough? All right. With each and every copy of Mr. Jessel's book, I give you the author himself. And here he is. Meet Mr. George Jessel.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Gosh, Georgie, make a personal appearance with every book. You'll be warm. Georgie, I can't believe it. Here you are, the great literary... Here you are, the great literary lion, and only last week you were just plain Jessel the actor.
Yes, Fred, my pantaloon days are over. The grease paint on my collar has given away to ink stains on my fingertips.
You know, with that monocle in your eye, you even look like an author there for a minute.
Is that so? And I'm letting my hair grow long, too. And with me, this is not so easy.
You've certainly changed, Georgie. I don't see you eating in Lindy's anymore.
Oh, no, Fred, there's no chopped liver on my breath these days. Oh, no. Smell.
What is that?
Tea.
Tea?
Orange Pico. I go to a little tea shop downtown. The Fawn's Haunt, they call it.
The Fawn's Haunt?
Yes,
huh?
the intelligentsia eat there, you know.
It's a real literary rendezvous.
Oh, yes. Last year, the menu won the Pulitzer Prize.
How did that...
And, of course, in a place like that, if a guest makes a grammatical error while ordering, the bouncer comes and he's out right away. Oh, yes.
That's the circle you are moving
That's
in.
the people I hang around
Well,
with.
tell me, did you move out of that Actors Hotel on 46th Street?
Well, of course, to get the real writer's atmosphere, I'm living now in an attic down in Greenwich Village.
You're living in a garret?
Mm-hmm. The same room that John Steinbeck wrote Mice and Men.
The same room?
And the same mice are there.
Well, Georgie, after your exciting career in the theater, isn't this literary life a letdown?
Letdown? Why, Fred, since my book So Help Me came out, every morning I'm in Brentano's window blowing kisses to the crowds. And autographing, you know.
Well, every morning. How long does this keep up?
Till noon, then I run over to the automat.
Oh, to the automat?
Yes.
You sell your book in the automat?
Right next to the potato salad, yes. See, you put a dime in the slot, my head flies out, and I read you a chapter of the book, you see.
Well, that keeps you pretty busy.
And on top of this, they've asked me to join the Book of the Month Club, but I refused.
Why?
Who can write a book every month?
Well, tell me, Georgie, how did you come to write the story of your life?
Well, Fred, one day I went down to the draft board.
Yes?
Man said, Jessel, how did you get to look like this in only 37 years? So this sort of set me to thinking.
Set you thinking,
Yes, I started conjuring up my early days. My grandfather with the long beard.
He had a long beard?
Oh, my God, had the longest beard in the Bronx, my grandfather, yes. He had buttons down the front and a belt in the back.
Sort of a zoot beard.
Yes.
Gosh.
Then I thought of my Uncle Louis, the Sturgeon King. You know, Uncle Louis, you like that. The Uncle Louis was crazy, you know.
Really?
Yes. My Uncle Louis thought he was a piece of boiled beef. We had to go in every hour and pour horseradish on his head. It was awful.
Well, you had some interesting relatives.
And then, Fred, I thought about my father. Every day my father would sit on the front steps in his bathrobe wearing a fez.
That's all he did for a living, wear a fez?
Well, no. At night, my father would put on his dress suit and his high silk hat. Then I'd run after him down the street, laughing all the time.
Laughing at your own father?
Yeah, you see, his shirt front used to light up and spell Fugleman's Romanian Wrestling. My father had a very big chest. There was room for everything, yeah.
Well, you must have had some pleasant memories.
Fred,
George.
when I emptied the top drawer of my mind, well, I had a book.
I should hope so. You know, I'm going to write the story of my life, George. Now, if I can only get a successful writer to help
I'm
me...
a successful writer, Fred. You should read what the critics have said about my book.
The critics? What?
Well, I have the notices right here. Look at this. Hoboken Herald. Jessel is a shining light in the literary horizon.
Hoboken?
Weehawken Gazette. Dynamite in every page. Look at this. Staten Island Chronicle. A must on your reading list. Look at here. The New York Daily News. Who reads the news?
Well, the critics, they had to read your book, Georgie. That's their business. Who else is...
Everybody is reading my book, Fred.
Oh, now, don't overdo it.
Oh, no. Well, all right. You've got 1,000 people here in your audience right in the studio. Ask any one of these people.
Oh, that's ridiculous.
Is it? Well, I'll pick any one at random. Now, that lady over there, that is saying in the third row. Madam, would you step up here, please? Would you mind?
Now, wait a minute, Georgie. We can't interrupt the radio broadcast.
Radio schmadio. I want to prove something to you, and it'll be all right. Madam, would you mind standing over here?
My name is Alan, madam. This is Mr. Jessel.
I'm glad to meet you both.
Oh, thank you. Now, madam, I'd like to ask you one question. Have you read a book called So Help Me, written by George Jessel?
So help me?
Well, now, if you haven't read it, I mean, never mind, because Miss Allen, I just want to prove something.
I have read the book.
You have? There you are, Fred. An absolute stranger picked a friend. This lady has read my book. Thank you, madam. I'm more...
Just a minute, madam.
Yes, Mr. Allen.
Madam, what do you think of the book?
I think it's the greatest book I ever read, and I think Mr. Jessel's name will go down in history as one of the greatest country's geniuses.
Mrs., I don't know what to say to you, but I'm deeply indebted to you for that statement. Allow me to help you right back to your seat.
Just a minute, madam. May I have your name for our files, please?
I'm Mrs. Jessel.
Jessel, are you... by any chance related to this gentleman here?
I'm his mother.
I thought so. His mother.
What a coincidence, Fred. Isn't it? A thing like this couldn't happen in 1,000 years, such a thing.
Did I say it right?
You did it, fine. You're fine, Mother. Yes, I'll see you home later. Go ahead, go ahead.
Don't come home too.
Don't worry about me. I'll send the money. Take her out. got to pay her. She won't take it from me. Now, look, everything is all settled. Let's get going. Now, I want to write the story of your life.
Well, all right. I think I can trust you, Georgie. Before we start, how much will you charge to ghostwrite my book?
Well, to write like a ghost, I'll have to wear a clean sheet every day. This runs into money, you know.
What is your usual fee?
Well, for $1,000, I can write your life in 10 volumes. And with this, I'll throw in 2 bookends.
For $1,000?
For $1,000.
Well, haven't you something cheaper?
Well, now, for $500, I can squeeze your life into 1 book.
1 book.
In 1 volume. But then you're not as big a man as you are in 10 volumes.
Well, no.
But it'll be a nice, fat book. Babies can sit on it. It'll save a high chair if you need it. You see?
Georgie, what do you write for, say, $100?
Oh, $100. This comes out of very small pamphlet. I write a few dates. You were born, and 2 pages later, you're already an old man. That's all.
In 2 pages?
Well, for this price, you age very quickly, you know.
Well, I don't know. $100 is a lot for a pamphlet. What would I get for, say, $50?
For $50, you will get a handbill with your picture on it. Underneath, I'll write, here is a man with something on the ball. And for you, I'll throw in a picture of the ball besides. Is that all right?
Georgie, I'm afraid that...
Oh, you want it cheaper? All right. $4. I'll write your name on Kleenex. You satisfied?
Georgie, look, forget about my life. Forget the whole thing. And if I were you, I'd even forget about writing.
What do you mean? My book is a big success. I'll make a fortune.
Look, you can't make any money writing a book, George.
Well, why not?
Look, I'll explain the whole thing to you. If, in the first place, if your book is a bestseller, in 2 weeks it comes out in a 25-cent edition, and they start selling it around in the drugstores, you see. A customer comes in, picks up your book, reads it while he eats his meal at the soda fountain, then puts the book back on the rack. The party not only reads your book for nothing, but he spills malted milk on it, and the pages stick together so you can't even sell it later.
That's true. I've done it myself with the fudge sundae. That's
it's
true.
Sweeter with a fudge sundae. But give up writing. Give up writing, Georgie. You'll end up like Shakespeare alone in a garret gumming a crumpet. Come back to the theater. Remember those good old days in Beauville? Remember the time we played the Hippodrome, the big house in Red Bank?
Oh, you remember who was on the bill? Pincus's Performing Peacock.
Pincus's Peacock, the headline.
Yes,
I remember
how Pincus would shake the peacock every morning and she'd lay an egg for Pincus's breakfast?
The peacock's eggs had Technicolor yolks, as I remember.
Yes, I do, yes. And the great saltpeter, the great tight wire walker.
Oh, remember the night the great saltpeter broke his leg? The wire was loose and the great saltpeter was tight.
Yes. Oh, gosh, those were the days,
come back, Georgie. The name Jessel in front of a theater in blue neon will pack them in.
Yeah, I know, but the name of Jessel now belongs to the world of literature.
Well, look, you can take another name for the theater. Start a new career. Think up a name, any name.
A new name? Now, wait a minute. How would a name like maybe Jolson be?
Jolson? That's an odd name, isn't it? That's an odd name.
I just made that up, that name. I'll call myself Mal, like Al Smith, only there's an M on it.
Mal Jolson. Let's see how that sounds. Tonight we launch a new star, Mal Jolson.
Mal Jolson. Now, a name like that might catch on.
Mal Jolson. It's possible. With a few jokes and a song, you can't miss, Mal.
Well, I got a song, Freddie.
Fine. Ladies and gentlemen, we are privileged to present the world premiere of a new personality, Mal Jolson.
And listen, you ain't heard nothing yet. Play it, Goodman. I lost my heart in Avalon beside the Bay Woolly. Take that beat away. I lost my love in Avalon and sailed away. I dream of her and Avalon from dusk till dawn, and so I think I'll travel on to
Before we close the Texaco Star Theater, I want to thank Mal Jolson and Georgie Jessel for dropping in tonight. Next week, we bring you Dr. Rockwell, Maine's ambassador of goodwill, in his only radio appearance this season. This is Fred Allen speaking for Texaco dealers from coast to coast, inviting you to tune in again next Sunday and to drive in at any time. Remember, you're welcome